And then we're going to celebrate. Are you ready? Everyone start celebrating. Good morning, Facebook. Good morning, YouTube. How are you guys doing tonight? Oh my gosh. Just so you know, if you're watching us on Facebook or YouTube, you don't have to stay there. You can come join us here live on Zoom. All you have to do is text the word talent, TALENT, to 26786, and you can be here live with all of us crazy people. So, okay, guys. So, good morning and welcome to day 2 of the VIP Ignite 2-day model and actor challenge. We are so excited to see you guys. So, the first thing I want to do is is it okay if we talk about yesterday? Is it okay? Because yesterday was such an amazing day. We had so many amazing speakers. We learned so much throughout the course of the day that what I want to do is I want to go back, take a review, and then we're going to look forward to today. Is that okay? Give me a thumbs up if that's okay. Type yes or yes in the comments for me. Yes or yes in the comments. All right, so let's talk about yesterday. So we had an amazing opportunity, first of all, to learn what do you need to be successful in the entertainment industry? What did literally every single solitary person talked about this in one way or another? What is one thing that you need to be successful? Thank you. Oh my gosh, you guys are paying attention. You need a team. You need a team of people to do this together because you can't do this alone. Did one of our speakers say, oh, you know what? I woke up and I was just absolutely fabulous. I did this all on my own. I didn't need any help. Did any one of them say that? No. They all realized that they needed a team. All right. Yeah, you need a team, you need a guide, you need tools, you need equipment, you need all the things. And that's what we did yesterday. Yesterday we did a lot of training for you, right? You learned a lot yesterday. We also, let's go through some of our speakers. So Joseph James, how many of you were completely blown away? At the beginning, maybe you were like, why is the dog whisperer talking to us? Why do we have an entrepreneur talking to us? But how many of you were so inspired by Joseph's story? How many of you were like, okay, you know what? This man lost so much in a couple days, in less than a month. He lost 2 of the most important people in his life. He could have just given up and said, oh, but he didn't. He knew what his why was. He knew why he was doing this. He understood that there was so much more to life than sitting and being sad about what happened. How many of you that alone shook you to your core? Because I know for me, something that I didn't share yesterday was a pretty major anniversary in my life. And hearing his story helped push me through the day. And I know that if that did that for me, I can only imagine what it did for you. Don't just go through it. Don't just go through, grow through. Say that 10 times fast. I love that. Yeah, he is an amazing human being. And he sent me a message last night. He was like thanking me for the opportunity to speak. He was so blown away by your energy and who you guys are. He was like, anything you need me to do, please. Let's do this together. All right. So we had Joseph James talk. Gratitude for what you have in life now, right? Everything you want in life is already inside of you. Yes. Everything that you need to be successful is already in you. It's a matter of you unlocking it. How powerful is that thought to you? Then we learned yesterday, what type of model are you? How many of you are blown away that congratulations, you are now a model? Congratulations. How exciting is that? I talk to people all the time and they're like, oh, Denise, I don't know. They either want to be an actor or model, but you can do both. Like, how awesome is that? Yeah, you guys are ahead of your game. What type of model are you? Type it in the comments. Are you a commercial print model? Like, what type of model are you? Of course. Mike Trash, I saw your photos from Atlanta. You are now hereby a model, sir. Commercial print, right? Everyone is a commercial print model. That's awesome. Congratulations, because guess what? Commercial print models, guess who makes most of the money? Commercial print models. Pretty amazing, right? We talked about, Mike gave you guys a lot of tips also throughout the day on different things that you can do for free. right? How many of you set up your Mingle account last night? That way, not the dating app, the one that with all of your social media, mingl.io, right? How many of you did that? So now it'll be easy for us to find you. It'll be easy for people to find you. How many of you started using Canva? How many of you at least logged into Canva to check it out? Maybe you didn't start doing things, but maybe you went in and logged in and checked it out. All right. How many of you like now know that there are so many different things that you can do to set yourself apart from everyone in the entertainment industry? Like there are people out there like, oh my gosh, I want to do. Of course you do, Darrell. Darrell already has Canva. But how many of you like started using the tools? How many of you went to imsdb.com and downloaded the Joker script? If you did, type Joker in the comments. Type Joker in the comments. I want to see this. How many of you loved? Oh, good. Oh, okay. I see you guys. I like it. That's awesome. I have a lot of people here that want to be successful, and I applaud you for that. That's awesome. All right. How many of you loved Thomas G. Waite's story? I mean, he burned so many bridges. How many of you like would love now to like really dive into being an actor? Like after hearing him talk, every time I hear him speak, and I have zero desire to be an actor. I'm not going to lie to you guys, but every time I hear him talk about being an actor, I'm like, I could be a thespian. I love Shakespeare. Let's do this. But he's another one. Like he worked with the greats. You guys realize that you're now 1 degree of separation from Al Pacino, Robert De Niro. That's just to name 2 people that he worked with. Like they're the people that he grew with in the industry. You literally were on a Zoom call with someone who can call them. Say, yo, Mr. De Niro, whatever. I don't know what you would call him.
Don't forget John Carpenter.
Don't forget John Carpenter.
Halloween movies. Come on.
Yeah.
We're close to Halloween. You know it's on every channel. That's huge.
And also, and Mike and I met the guy who plays Michael Myers when we were in Rhode Island last year. Right? Yes, Forbes Riley. I mean, I feel like we started off talking so much about Forbes Riley, but how many of you were expecting our first speaker to come on and be like, and dance her way onto stage? I didn't know that was going to happen. I was like, what is going on? That's amazing. It was amazing. Just her energy. And you know what I love about her story is that she didn't have anyone pushing her ahead. When she was growing up, she was like the chubby girl that no one liked. She had all of that dental work done, so she couldn't even talk. She was her own cheerleader. That woman is 62 freaking years old. How many of us could say, hey, you know what? We look as good as that at 62 and we have that much energy. How many of you now have a goal? You're like, you know what? I don't know what she did, but I'm going to definitely try to figure that out. I didn't say 62 is old, but she looks damn good for 62. I'm just saying.
Well, she also has a 40-year-old fiance, Deneen.
Yes.
I think he keeps her young.
Yes, and 19-year-old twins. That keeps her young too.
I know. She had twins at 42, and I was like, oh my God, that's so cool. I had a baby at 44. I thought I was the only one. But you know what? You know what stood out to me really quickly was when she talked about not having any friends, and she lived vicariously through her shows. Her TV characters were her friends. How many of you guys live a life like that? I swear, I watch Gilmore Girls all the time, Friends. I'm like, I know it. Christine's like, yeah, right? But I feel as though like that's my community. So sometimes,
hey, sometimes you got to do what you got to do to get yourself to the next level. And if that's what you're going to do, that's awesome. Because you know what? Success leaves clues. And when you're watching those shows, study the people. We're going to do this in a couple of minutes. Study the people on those shows, figure out how they got there. Like, don't just be a viewer of shows anymore. Be a student of film. Like Mike talked about yesterday with script analysis. How many of you watched TV last night and your life was a little bit ruined? It's okay. I did. Literally I can't watch TV anymore. We're watching the last episodes of Better Call Saul right now. And instead of like sitting there and enjoying, I'm like, oh, did you hear this? Did you see that? Did you see that beat? Oh, why is it black and white here? Why is the color here? Oh my God. Did you see this? Did you see that? Like, you can't watch a film anymore. You can't watch TV anymore Because
not only that,
now,
but we're so connected. I heard a rumor that we're going to be working on a new movie with some of the cast from Better Call Saul.
yeah, I've heard that rumor also.
We were on the production meeting.
Yeah. Yeah, but like it's not only the connections, but it's just the artistry of how things are done.
Yep.
Even Alicia, since we were on set on Target, like we were talking about Target yesterday. Even since we were on set on Target, like something you guys, I'm going to tell you guys a little funny little story about Thomas G. Waits. He loves Target so much that he actually just, we had to take like for one scene, it was literally like 10 lines. We had to shoot it 27 times, literally, and I'm not even exaggerating. It was 27 times.
Janine and I knew the lines.
I
We
was
knew
like,
the
"Oh,
pauses, we
please,
knew the
coach."
breaks, we knew the rhythms. We literally are like, boom, we got this.
But literally, the reason that
Yeah.
we had to do 27 takes of one short scene was because he kept cracking himself
He
up.
was
like,
cracking up. He was behind this like $1 million camera, a red camera. It's like so expensive. And he was laughing so hard. And you know what was really weird about him being on set? He literally stood on apple boxes. You know how like you've seen
Yeah.
it in Hollywood, like where people stand on boxes. I know like Tom Cruise, right? Because of the height, but you have to stand on up. And he like layered them. And Deneen and I are like, don't fall.
And it
He
was
was
his
so
birthday
sweet.
too.
Yeah.
But yeah, he loved what he was doing so much. He cracked
crack-
himself up. Like literally, he was like, "Oh," and they were like, "Tom."
And then the actors start cracking up.
And they're like, "Tommy, stop laughing. Just stop laughing." And he was like, "Okay."
Every time you heard his laugh. Yeah.
It was
Christina,
awesome.
you're rocking that lipstick today, girl.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, I hope I know. Oh yes. So yesterday was pretty much tremendous, right? Yeah, we did. You know what? We did say business trendy. I thank you. You know what? Let's take a quick look and see who listened. Thank you for reminding me. Okay. I see you guys. All right. Very good. I don't know if like some of these people are business trendy because they don't have their cameras on, but that's cool. I'm sure they're working. Oh my gosh. Everyone, wave hi to Renee. Hi, Renee. Oh my gosh, Renee, those chocolates were so good, but I'll talk to you about those later.
Yes, Renee, thank you for the chocolates. Hi, Debbie. Debbie Davis is on. Hi, Deb.
Okay, awesome. All right. So yesterday was on a scale of 1 to 10, and if any of you say 10, I'm going to be really upset. How amazing was yesterday? Yesterday, I promised you at the beginning of the day, if you played full out, that by the end of the day today, you'd be a different person. But how many of you feel that already? How many of you, raise your hands. If you already feel that you're like a completely different person, that you see the world in a completely different way, raise your hands. Now, I just want to talk a little bit about yesterday too. How many of you, and I know the answer because I saw a lot of you write things in, but how many of you like were really impacted by someone yesterday to the point where like it's going to be something that's going to stick with you for the rest of your life? Raise your hands. Now, how many of you showed grace and gratitude for the speakers? Like I saw a lot of people who wrote and said that they did great things, that they were really impressed by the speakers. And I saw a lot of your comments and I saw some tears yesterday. I saw the emotions. But how many of you took oh my gosh, thank you. I missed Mark Schoenfeld too. Mark Schoenfeld just goes without saying. He's absolutely amazing. We love Schoenfeld. But this is what I want to say. How many of you actually showed the speakers grace and gratitude for the time that they spent giving you life, for the time that they spent imparting into your life? How many of you did that? Now, how many of you actually understand how important that is to speakers? It's so important when you are attending an event to show grace and gratitude to the speakers and to tag them in your post also. Because there's a lot of energy that we put into you. We put a lot of energy into you because we want you to be successful. And we understand, I can't tell you how many speakers I've spoken to who are like, oh my God, Denise, I wish that when I was getting started in the entertainment industry, I had an event like what you guys do. I wish that I had VIP Ignite. So I'm going to share one post that was shared yesterday. And I just want to give a shout out to Robin because when she posted her thank you, it really touched all of us. And we were talking about this last night. Okay. So, and the thing I love too is before she even got on the call yesterday, she was so excited. She was like, exciting news. I'm just going to read it. Exciting news alert. Yes, it's happening. Today at 4 p.m., I started a 2-day VIP Ignite Model and Actor Challenge where I get the chance to meet real casting directors and agents and see what current castings I qualify for right now. Make some great friends, meet some amazing people. I'm so stoked right now. So super excited. Massive thank you to Michael Fonkin and Deneen White for inviting me and giving me this incredible opportunity. So looking forward to meeting you and everyone else there. Also, a big shout out to Renee for seeing the light in me and putting me in contact with the right people. Thank you so much. You're an absolute gem. So when I saw that, I was like, I have to be on the lookout for this Robin person. I know that we're friends on Facebook, but I was like, you know what? I need to keep an eye out for this Robin person. And then this morning we woke up to this update on last night's Zoom. I was absolutely taken away by the level of information, empowering inspiration each one of the speakers brought to the call. I am so honored to have virtually met Joseph James, successful business owner / motivational speaker. Forbes Riley, a celebrity and award-winning TV host, billionaire business strategist, and motivational speaker. Thomas G. Waits, American actor and acting instructor. Mark Schoenfeld, a composer, writer, lyricist, and musical artist. This was all on the VIP Ignite Zoom call yesterday. I'm so honored to have got this close to such influential people in the acting, modeling, and music industry. And it's all thanks to Renee for recommending me and VIP Ignite for recognizing my talent and potential and the incredible work they do. Words cannot express how thankful, empowered, and blessed I feel to have been guided by these stars. I am super excited to see what speakers we have on tonight. Roll on 4 p.m. for day 2 challenge with VIP Ignite. Thank you, Michael Fonkin, Alicia Kabak, Deneen White, for the incredible work and efforts you put into finding talent, guiding, training, and giving us the tools and equipment to take action and make our passion come true within this industry. This is no longer a dream. This is a reality. And then she put some screenshots of the event. And by the way, you're the first person who's ever taken a screenshot of me on one of these events where I didn't look crazy. So thank you for that. But what I want you guys to understand is this was like waking up to that. A lot of energy goes into these events. Like literally at the end of the day, and I do this because I absolutely love doing what I do. And I will take the license to speak on behalf of all of our speakers. We do this because we absolutely love working with new talent, with talent that just need that kickstart. But sometimes when you see a message like that, you're like, okay, you know what? Let's do this now. It brings extra energy to us. Okay. So I want you guys to understand it's so important when you're on an event like this to post something like that on social media. And this is why. It's not only because maybe we need like a little boost of energy, but it's also because now you're showing your journey in the entertainment industry. Okay. Something else. How many of you went on Canva? How many of you took at least one quote from each of the speakers yesterday? Raise your hand. How many of you thought to go on Canva? Mike taught you about Canva yesterday. How many of you thought to go on Canva and create a quote card and then share it on social media? You know what? Yesterday, when I was on the call with Joseph James, this is who he is. He said this, and this is why it impacted my life. And this is how I'm going to apply it to my life. When Forbes Riley said this, it impacted my life this way. And this is the action that I'm going to take. Because this is why I want you guys to this is why we want you to do this. It's not just because, again, we want you to, it's not just because we want you to boost us and like thank us, but now you have you have a crumb trail of what you're doing in the entertainment industry. You have a trail of showing, okay, you know what? Maybe I haven't landed that role, that major motion picture. Maybe I haven't landed the cover of Vogue yet, But you know what? I'm making progress. This is the progress that I'm making. Because casting directors and agents, they're going to go look on your social media. If you were in Atlanta, one of the agents that we work with, Rodney, said, yeah, literally the first thing I do is go look on their social media. And if they're batshit crazy or I can't see that they're moving forward, I move on. So what we're giving you is tools to show that you're moving forward in the entertainment industry. Casting directors are looking for new talent, but they're not looking for people that are so new that they haven't done anything. Does that make sense? If that makes sense, type 1 in the comments. The other thing it does, not only does it show that you have grace and gratitude, which is something people want to work with, people who exhibit grace and gratitude, who practice grace and gratitude, but it also connects you to the speaker, right? Forbes Riley has earned over $2.5 billion gross. You saw everything that she's done. Do you not want to be connected to her? So on a go forward basis, when you're on these different events, start thinking about how can I up level my gratitude for people. It also shows a level of professionalism. If you sit down and you don't, and I saw someone, I didn't think I was allowed to take screenshots of the speakers. Yeah, you absolutely can, but don't just like put a screenshot up and then put 10 screenshots. Oh yeah, these are all the people I met this weekend and move on. Put thought and energy into the way that you're using those screenshots. Does that make sense? Because then it shows a level of professionalism. So then when a casting director or an agent wants to work with you, they're going to assume that this wasn't a one-off, that this is something that you do on a regular basis. You are a professional. This is someone that you want to work with. All right. So yesterday we literally gave you 8 hours of content. And we talked a lot about paying it forward, right? We talked a lot about paying it forward. How many of you want to pay it forward to other people? Yes or yes? So what if you taking a quote that you received from one of the speakers yesterday, creating a Canva post? It doesn't take too long. You do it once you get on it, you get used to doing it pretty quickly. What if one of the quotes that a speaker gave to you and you write a post with the meaning behind it? What if that changes the trajectory of someone else's life? Think about that. What if you sharing the information that you received yesterday changes the trajectory of someone else's life? Is that worth it to you? Would it be worth you putting some of the time into that so that maybe someone can take your experience and learn? Right? Yeah, no, you're right. Marcia does say that not sharing your story is selfish. So yesterday you had about 8 hours of content. You can start doing that today. You'll have 8 more hours of content today. Start giving back now. Start giving back before you hit that pinnacle of what you want. Because something that we do here at VIP Ignite is this is a saying that we always do. You always want to set up systems now for where you want to be. Because when you get there, you don't be like, holy crap, I have all this success. How do I do this? So start setting up the systems now for where you want to end up. Okay. So one of the things that we talked about yesterday was why. Why are we doing this? How many of you know what your why is? Raise your hand. How many of you are like, you know what? I think I may have a why, but I think it could really be, I think I need a deeper why. How many of you know that? Can I have your permission to share a story about one of the talent that we've worked with? So when we met this talent, he was really at a bottom. He was at a rock bottom. Okay. He's a single dad. Yeah, I think he has 4 kids. He lives in a small town in the west somewhere. I think it was New Mexico is where he lived. And again, when we met him, he was going through a really rough time. Like it was like every time you talked to him, it was like Eeyore, oh my God, this is wrong, that's wrong, this is wrong, that's wrong. And he always would show up to these 2-day challenges. Back then we called them boot camps. He would show up to every single one of them. And every time he did, he always had a reason why he couldn't do something. There was always a reason why. But you know what? He was super passionate. Like he wanted this, but there was always a reason why. And finally, we had the opportunity. He had the opportunity to come meet us. And he came to one of our photo shoots in, I think it was in Arizona. We had a photo shoot in Arizona. Actually, it was a year ago. We were in Arizona. And when he was there, all of a sudden he saw things starting to happen for him. Like he started to have that confidence, right? He started to realize that the things that he thought were his weaknesses were actually his strength. Like he's a little bit short. He has really long hair. He's a little quirky if you meet him. He's super quirky. And it was something he used to like really be ashamed of. But he started to realize that this was actually a strength for him. And he started to lean in to his quirkiness. He leaned into those things that really meant a lot to him. But again, like he had 4 kids and he went through a lot of different things in the time that we met him. And there was this one point where he pulled me to the side and he was like, "Can I tell you a story?" I was like, "Yeah, please. If you ever meet me, you'll know I love hearing all of your stories." And he's like, "Deneen, you know I'm a single dad, right?" And I'm like, yeah, I know. I know that you're a single dad. He said, when I first started working with you guys, I didn't know what my why was. Like I had no idea what my why was. Like I thought it was because I wanted to be famous. I wanted to get my story out there. But as you know, for me, like I have 4 kids. I work a 9 to 5, and then when I'm not working my 9 to 5, I'm like doing DoorDash and Grubhub and just trying to make ends meet. Like, yeah, I respect that so much. He said, but I have a son and he's 9 years old, and his favorite thing to do is to play baseball. And he's like, little league, he's really good to me. And I was like, I'm sure he is. That's awesome. I'm sure he's fantastic. Like that. And so recently he had the opportunity to play in his championship. And I was like, really? That's awesome. He's like, yeah. He was going into his championship game, and I was so excited to go see him. And my whole family came in. His aunts were there. It was awesome. Everyone was there. We're all ready to go to the game. I helped him get dressed. You know, he didn't like that too much, but you know, I'm his dad. I had to make sure he looked good for his championship game. And then I got a phone call. And I had to go into work. And so I sent my son off. I have to provide for my family, so I had to go to work on the day of his championship game. And I sent him off to go to the game. And his aunts were there and everyone was there and they were cheering for him. And it was the bottom of the 9th inning. And my sister was taking a video for me. And he got up to bat. He was already had his batting stance up. Bases were loaded. Right? Bases were loaded. He was ready. And then he took pause and he put his bat down. And I saw him look back into the stands, and I wasn't there. But he bucked up and he was like, okay. He got up and he hit the ball. He got a single. And we were so proud of him. Oh my gosh. The team ended up losing. But when I saw that video, I was crushed. Because I knew my why. My why was I never wanted to miss another baseball game again. So, like, as you could tell, I was very like, okay, well, you know what? Now you know your why. What are we going to do about this? You know what, Denise? I'm going to lean in and I'm going to really start taking this seriously. This isn't a game for me anymore, Denise. This is something I'm going to take seriously. So he started submitting himself out for castings. And a couple weeks later, I got a call from him. Denise, guess what? Guess what? Like, what? He said, I got a role. I got a really good role in a show out here. And you know what? I'm on my way. Because you know what, Denise? I know that for me, being a part of the entertainment industry is going to give me the freedom to never miss a championship baseball game again. And let me tell you something, I lost it. I totally lost it when he told me that. And now the thing that he understands is that you can make enough money in the entertainment industry to not have to miss those games. And when you get to a certain point, you can say, oh, you know what? I have a baseball game I have to get to. So the question I have for you is this, and I know this is going to be a little bit uncomfortable for some of us, but how many of you know what your why is? And how many of you, is anyone willing to share what their why is? Like that why that like literally keeps you up at night. Is anyone willing to share their why with me? Raise your Zoom hand. All right. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to share. Tina Harding, can you unmute yourself?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Sometimes your why finds you. So I lost my husband a year ago on August 1st to brain damage from football. He played professional football and college football. And my why is that he will not leave a legacy of an addict, that he will leave a legacy of the man he was, and that I will be able to help people that suffer from brain injury, whether it's football players or people that just slip and fall. It is not a mental issue. It becomes a mental issue. I do that. And I also help with human sex trafficking for children and the homeless. So it's just to help other people that are underprivileged or like myself that had this happen to them that you don't choose, but we do have an obligation to help, a responsibility to help. And so that is now my why. It's not about me anymore. It's about helping others. So I'll continue to speak up about that, even though I get pushed back from my family. I'm going to help more people than people that are upset with me right now. So that's my why.
Awesome. I love that. Thank you for sharing that. And I know you have the opportunity to meet someone in Chicago that's going to help you even further.
Absolutely. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Candace Rayford, can you unmute yourself?
I can. Hello, everyone. My why is for people that are abortion survivors, as well as who grew up in the foster care system. We need more people like me to be beacons of hope, to let them know that no matter what they've been through, as long as you keep your dreams really close to your heart, they can come true. And I am a testament of that, because a man had to fight for my right to even be born. And here I am. I'm giving back by being something in life. So that way that effort was not just thrown away.
I never knew that. Thank you for sharing that.
You're welcome.
30 minutes in, you already have her crying. Candace.
Well, it was my choice to let her talk, so. All right. Let's see here. Zandra Sterling. Wait, hold on.
Hello, everybody. I have to say my why is my children. And my other why is that right now I've been for the last 4 years in NCNW, which I'm not sure if everyone knows that that's the National Negro Council of Women. And we help the community with, poverty, anything that's going on as far as like, we do like this shelter as far as food pantry, Christmas time, the wish tree and different things like that, adopt highways and things of that nature. And I want to continue to do that as well. But I want to give back more than what I've been doing because we have dues, but it would be nice to be able to donate more money and give more to these things that we're a part of every year. And that's my other why. I don't talk about it that much, and maybe I should because it is a passion of mine and our color is purple. So it's just been on my heart lately because, even though I'm going through, I just feel like it makes me feel better to help others.
Awesome. I love that.
So, yeah, that's my why.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. All right. One more. Sid Rasul, can you unmute yourself, please?
Good morning, everybody. Deneen, Michael, and Alicia. My why is to help humanity and to make the world a better place, and to motivate others, to let them know that you can be the best that you could be. Just begin to pursue your dreams and aspirations and to be an example of that. Also, being signed with VIP and Truth, it helps to shape and mold us to go in that direction. Sometimes your why can change. Sometimes it could be further defined, specifically in what area. And so being a part of the agency helps you to grow not only professionally, but personally. And all of this, when you put it together, can lead to your why and further expand it.
That's awesome. Thank you so much, Sid. I love your heart. Every time we talk about your why, I feel like it gets deeper and deeper and deeper too. So thank you so much for sharing that.
You're welcome.
All right, guys, I would love to go through and literally talk to every single solitary one of us, but I have a feeling that we're going to get to know each other and you guys are going to have the opportunity to share your why more in the future. But what I want you guys to understand is that it's so important to know why you're doing this. Because there are days where this is absolutely the most amazing thing in the whole entire world. You're living on the mountaintop, you got that gig, and then there are other days where you're like, why am I doing this? And if you remember that there's a bigger reason out there, then it makes those harder days a little less hard, if that makes any sense. And I'm going to tell you just a little bit of my why, and then I have some really cool training, and then we have a packed day today. All right. So one of my whys is, and I'm going to tell you just a little bit of a backstory. So about 15, 20 years ago, I decided I needed to run away. And for me, the only way that I can run away is by serving other people. So whenever I'm like really running, I like dive into serving hard. And I went on a mission trip to Mexico, and I met this little girl, and I went by myself on this trip, and I went to serve in an orphanage because I had never done that before. So I went to this orphanage. I was like, okay, I'm going to go there and I'm going to like paint, I'm going to hammer. That's all I'm going to do. I'm not even going to talk to anyone. And literally as soon as I walked in, didn't God laugh? And I had this little girl on my hip for the whole day, for the whole week I was there. Her name was Andrea. And I was like, listen, kid, I don't know if you know this or not, but that's not why I'm here. Like, I wanted to tell her to bug her off, but of course I didn't. As the week was going on, I learned her story. And when they found her She was sexually and physically abused, and they found her in a dump, and they basically kidnapped her out of that situation. And that was my first time that I ever learned about human trafficking. And since then, I've learned much more than I ever wanted to know about human trafficking. And one of the reasons that I love working with VIP Ignite is because one of the organizations that we partner with, and I talked about this yesterday when I introduced Michael, is we work with Operation Underground Railroad, and they're literally Navy SEALs that go in and they literally knock down human trafficking rings. So for me, my why, when I met that little girl, I could tell I can go into the longer story, but she gave me the one thing that she had that was hers, which was this necklace. And it wrecked me in a way that I had never, ever, ever been wrecked before. Because I didn't hear about slavery, but I didn't know. So meeting that little girl wrecked my world. So the reason that I love doing what I do, and I've literally talked to talent that have been this close to being human trafficked. Like when I first started doing the podcast, I told you guys about this yesterday. Like literally, it was 3 in a row. Yeah, so I almost got trafficked. I was like, excuse me? Like that's so for me, being a part of VIP Ignite, I feel like I know that we're doing our part to eradicate human trafficking. And that's my why. So when you see me get up here, I'm like, oh, let's do this. We literally helped you. If you're a part of this community, you literally helped to free women and children from sex trafficking. So thank you. All right. Are you ready to get into a little bit of training mode, guys? Are you ready to, is it okay if I train you guys a little bit? So how many of you are like, okay, you know what? I am so ready to start getting castings. I want to get cast in something. How many of you are so ready for that? How many of you know that does anyone here subscribe to IMDb or IMDb Pro? Okay. So I'm going to teach, is it okay if I teach you guys a couple little tricks? Because there is something that absolutely drives me crazy. Because of what I do, I get targeted by those crazy ads just like you do all over Facebook. Hey, Deneen, do you want to be in the next Marvel movie? Yeah, I do. Oh, wait, hold on. I don't know about that. Let's see. Okay. So what I want to do is I want to help you guys. I did this presentation a couple months ago. We call these bad tacos. So I'm just going to let's start out by saying this. And I'm sure that Alicia will go into this deeper later down the road. But let's start out by saying this. Marvel, Disney, any major motion picture, they are not advertising to you on Facebook, on anything like that. Can we all agree to understand why? Because let's just start with the basics of why they're not doing this. How many of you have an email bin that is completely overflowing with emails right now? Raise your hands. Okay. So imagine this. Put yourself in the casting director's seat. Would you, as a casting director, say, hey, you know what? I want to cast for the next Miss Marvel. And just send out a cast. How many emails, and type it in the comments, how many emails do you think you would receive if you did that? None? How many emails do you think you would receive? Millions, right? Millions. So if you think that like you're 100, 200, 500, 1,000, 10,000, 20,000, imagine being a casting director, submitting a casting out, and you get gajillions of emails. But let's distill it down further. How many of those bajillions of people do you think would actually qualify to play that role? Exactly, like not even 1%. You're being kind. Less than 1% if they're lucky. And that's if like the people that are actually qualified are silly enough to fall for those ploys, right? Yeah, very few. So when you see a casting online that says, oh my gosh, Marvel, Ozark, by the way, Ozark stopped production. What was the other one that I saw yesterday? Wu-Tang Clan. Like you have to be in the know there's actually a show. I know you're laughing, Zandra, but there's actually a show about Wu-Tang. But what I want to do is I want to give you guys a really simple tool that you can use to kind of be a barometer to see whether or not castings are real. And it's called IMDb Pro. So let's go on IMDb Pro. Okay. Okay, here, can you guys see my screen? Okay, awesome. So this is IMDb Pro. So there are a lot of, I use this almost probably more than Google. Please don't tell the people at Google that, okay? They'll be very mad. Okay, but I use IMDb Pro more than Google because sometimes Mike will be like, look up this. And I'm like, oh, hold on. I have IMDb Pro. I can do this. So this is a huge resource. I think it's like $20 a month. So if you have a Starbucks habit, all you have to do is like not drink 2 cups of coffee. And then there you go. You can, this is like a huge resource for you. Okay. So the thing I love about IMDb Pro is, first of all, you can go through and you can search some of the people. Like when you're watching a show, you're like, who is that person? So for example, one of the, okay, so yesterday I was looking up Thomas G. Waits, right? So you can look up stars and see, oh, okay, got it. Thank you for the update. Okay. You could see different things that he has worked on, different things he's going to be working on. Okay. You could see his representation. Let's see here. So let's see credits. So these are the things that he's worked on. See, Target. Oh my gosh. Didn't we talk about Target yesterday? That's pretty cool. That's in post-production right now, right? So what you can do is you can go into IMDb Pro and you can see everything that one of your favorite actors is working on. Oh, New Amsterdam. Someone that we work with, Margot Bingham, was on New Amsterdam when we met her, and Thomas G. Waits was there. See, connections. All right, so this is the first thing I want you guys to do is like you can go back and you can kind of see like what different actors have worked on. So when we bring on people like Thomas G. Waits or different people like that, you can go in and see, okay, well, what exactly this is what exactly have they worked on? Okay. Something else I like to do, I'm just going to give you guys a couple of my little hacks, is the other day, and if I ever meet him, I'll deny that you guys said this. So just, if you guys are screen recording, you could stop right now. But we were watching a show, we were watching a movie, and Lawrence Fishburne was in the movie. And I couldn't remember his name, but I knew that he was in The Matrix. So I was like, hold on, let me go look at The Matrix. Oh, it was Lawrence Fishburne. Okay. So if you're watching a movie and you're like, I know that person, I know they were in this movie, what you can do is you can also go in and you can take a look and see the cast of the shows. But that's not exactly why I'm here. That's not exactly what I want to share with you. Okay. So how many of you know that on IMDb Pro, if you go into jobs, it lists all the different jobs that are in the entertainment industry right now. That's pretty cool, right? So what you can do is like, if you're looking for, say you're a SAG actor, you're looking for a paid role. Okay. You can go on to IMDb Pro and it's going, oh, hold on. Let's also make sure that we're actors here. We're just going with that. So now there are 76 roles that are out there that if you are in SAG, you can look. Okay, so maybe someone here is between the ages of 41 and 42. They feel like they can play a U.S. senator, and maybe they live in New Orleans. Oh, you know what? You know what I can do? I can look into the details of this. Okay, there you go. Okay, so if you go onto IMDb Pro, you can find different jobs. For a lot of you, you're not in the union, so you would click on non-union. And maybe you want to get paid. Let's see what kind of opportunities there are out there. Okay, let's see. They have some leads here that are non-union, that are feature films. I mean, this one's in Germany. That would be quite a hike. But this is a great resource for you. So if you are interested in acting and you're like, okay, you know what? Let me see what kind of opportunities there are out there. Here you go. IMDb Pro has it all for you. Something else that you can do is maybe you're just getting started. You're like, you know what? Maybe I just want to get on set. You can look for unpaid roles as well, right? Then you'll see a lot of smaller films here that you can be a part of, like The Nerd Project, Mad Flavor TV if you're in Washington, D.C. Angels Amongst Us, unpaid, non-union. There you go. New York City. So something I want you guys to think about is if you're looking to start getting castings, how many of you got your free gifts yesterday? How many of you like texted celebrity to 26786 got your free gifts? We gave you a casting guide on every place that you can get castings and like that we could think of. Okay. But this is another option for you. Something else that you could do here. Does anyone have any questions on where to go on IMDb Pro, how to like find things that are actually going on? I'm going to teach you guys. Can I teach you another hack? Is it okay if I teach you another hack? Give me a thumbs up or type 1 in the comments. If it's okay if I give you one more hack, type 1 in the comments. Show me some ones. Here we go. Here's another thing. Okay, let's go to titles. If you go into titles, you could see movies in production, movies in pre-production, movies in post-production, movies in development, released movies, TV in production. Okay, so if you are, let's go to released movies, just for example. Actually, you know what? Just kidding. Let's go to movies in post-production. Okay, so these are all the movies that are currently in post-production. That means the filming is done. They're doing the colorization. They're doing all of the stuff after the movie's already done filming. Okay. So if you're scrolling through the interwebs and you see a casting for, I don't know, Barbie the movie, are you going to click on it or no? Are you going to go, oh my God, that's a great opportunity for me? Or are you going to say, you know what? Let me go to IMDb Pro and see, is that in post-production? Is it in production? Is it in pre-production? All right. Let's see here. Ant-Man and the Wasp. There's another one. So if you see an advertisement, any company saying, hey, we are casting for Ant-Man and the Wasp, that is a bad taco. It's not true. It's already in post-production. They're done filming. We saw this not too long ago, didn't we, Alicia? Guardians of the Galaxy 3.
It drives me crazy. Yes.
Yes. So now, every person on this call, congratulations. You no longer have to worry about falling for anything crazy. Okay. We just we wanted to, Halloween ends. We actually know, again, we know the guy who plays Michael Myers in that movie. He's been posting. We're done production, right? So this is what I want you guys to do. Now that you've been on this call, we want to educate you, right? We told you that we want you. Yesterday, I drew the picture of the mountain. I want you to get to the top of the mountain. So now I'm giving you, do you think this is a good tool? One, yes or yes. Do you think that this is a good tool to have in your arsenal? Okay. So I hereby am asking each and every person to invest the $20 in themselves a month to be a part of IMDb Pro, because there's so much information here. So you can find jobs. Maybe you're not interested in being an actor. Maybe we'll clear all. Maybe you just want to get on set, and maybe you are a composer. I know Candace Rayford, for example, she writes music. Mike Trash writes music. So maybe you come on here and say, oh, let's see is there anyone looking for someone to write some music? Maybe. Yeah. Yeah. Even better, you can have your agent submit for you. So that gives you that extra level of credibility. Does this make sense to you guys? I just want you guys to understand that so many times, and I get so many emails, oh my gosh, Denise, guess what? I have this opportunity. I'm like, no, it's in post-production. And maybe you think I'm a wizard, but it's just because I have this tool at my fingertips. Okay. So Sid's laughing. You still think I'm a wizard. I understand that, but I'm letting you behind the curtain of the Wizard of Oz. All right. So does anyone have any questions about IMDb Pro or why you should use it or anything like that? If you have any questions, let me know. Okay. Tina Harding has a question.
I put it in the notes as well.
Oh, hold on. You have to unmute yourself again. I muted you instead of lowering your hand. I apologize. There we go.
Okay. So I also wrote it in the notes. So if you would just clarify, do you need to be SAG to access the site in general or just the jobs?
No, you don't have to be SAG to access IMDb Pro. Literally,
Okay.
all you have to do is pay $20 a month for it.
Okay.
$79 a year.
Yeah, so yeah, sometimes they have a special that's $79 a year for the whole.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't have to be SAG. I was just showing that there are SAG opportunities and there are non-SAG
Right.
opportunities. And we'll talk more about that later today also.
Okay. Thank you.
Also, I'm sure there are other free websites, but that's the one where you, as someone who is not an agent, that's where you can get the most recent castings that are that.
There's no free website for legitimate casting.
Yeah, there are no free websites with legitimate casting. So IMDb Pro is, I mean, again, you have to pay for it in the interest of full disclosure, but it's something that you definitely, yeah. Yeah, if you can't afford $80 a year, then this probably isn't the right industry for you, because the reality is there's a lot of investment that comes along, even if just traveling, different things like that. You know what I mean? You have to invest in it. Exactly, Shannon. It's not an expense, and it's an investment. Yeah, we just wanted to show you guys that because I think it's really important, because again, I get so many emails. Deneen, is this a good opportunity? Deneen, is that a good opportunity? And the one thing that we want you to be successful, and we don't want you to get taken for a ride. That's why we're literally I feel like we're laying out like all of the secrets that we have for you guys this weekend so that you have the opportunity. Okay, let me talk about Backstage. So Backstage, I know yesterday Forbes mentioned Backstage, but in what she said was she got the Backstage newspaper. So how long ago was it the Backstage was purchased?
Over 30 years. 22 years ago.
So 22 years before, like in the past, when you hear a lot of agents and managers talk about Backstage was the one place where you could go to get castings. Like literally, it was a newspaper, and you would see actors walking around. They'd have a big newspaper and they'd have things circled, and they would go to the casting places where you could get castings. But about 22 years ago, it was purchased by a corporation, and that corporation now anyone can advertise things on Backstage. Before I actually got on to do this presentation, I was experimenting a little bit, and what I could do if I wanted to, as a regular person, like not being a part of VIP Ignite and Truth Management, if I was just a nefarious person, what I could do is I could go onto Backstage and I could list a casting. They don't vet you at all. All they ask for is your credit card. And sometimes you don't even have to do that. So when you're going on Backstage, when you're going on different websites like that, it is actually a website. It's not, I don't need air quotes. But when you're going on websites like that, they're not vetting the actual opportunities. So, and you know what, once in a great while, like Mike uses an example, like if they need like a person with like one arm and like no ears, and they're like, okay, this is the casting, and they can't, like, there's no agency that represents someone like that, then they might put that on Backstage in hopes that someone would find it. But you're going to get a lot of crap. Dawn, is the same thing with 99. Literally, can I just show them, like literally on their website it says the unagency.
It's for the 99% of people that wouldn't qualify for the agency, for any agency.
Literally telling you you're a
Like,
loser.
hold on, literally on the website, and I pulled it up today too, because I was like, okay, let me like do a little deeper research. It literally on the very top, it says the unagency.
They were actually shut down in the state of California for running an illegal operation.
Oh yeah, that they were shut down in California. They can't even operate in the state of California.
You know what's great about our company, Deneen? We're friends with all the attorney generals. They actually
we are.
endorse our company.
Yes.
So while they're getting shut down, we're like, hi, let's produce another movie. Let's produce another Broadway show. We have some of the biggest names in the industry. We are supported by the industry. We've had Academy Award winners that are part of this company. The head writer for Saturday Night Live is part of this company. How much research do you think they do before they even say, yeah, what is your company? You want me to speak here? Like, how much research do you think they do? When we had the head writer for Saturday Night Live, I had to talk to his agent, his publicist, his manager.
Yeah.
I don't think people really understand how much red tape there is to even get these people at this type of level.
Yeah. So, all right. So there we go. So don't look for castings on Backstage. Don't go to 99. All of that is like literally anyone can post anything. And here's the scary part about that. And then I'm going to turn this over to our first speaker of the day besides myself. The scary thing about that is that if you were a human trafficker, where would you post?
It's like going on Craigslist.
It's like standing outside of an ice cream store with ice cream. Here, little kid, you want ice cream? It's the same thing because people fall for it over and over and over again. And I'm not making light because I'm certain that there's probably someone on this call or watching me on YouTube or Facebook that's had this experience. And I'm not making light of this experience at all. But what I am saying is that if it seems too good to be true, it probably is.
Well, not only that, Denise, but casting directors now are worried about their safety. I mean, have you guys watched the news lately? Are there not psychopaths showing up to churches, to grocery stores, to high schools? So why could you imagine them like just hire, oh, I swear I'm not crazy. And then they show up.
All right, guys. Okay, so are you guys ready? We know our whys. We know that we're never, ever, 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 ever going to go to those other crazy things again. Now we know how to find real casting or how to figure out if this is real or fake, right? All right. So are you guys ready for our first speaker of the day? Shall I introduce him? Hold on 1 second. All right. You want me to introduce you again?
Let's keep on track.
Okay. We're going to keep on track. It's 12:02. So are you guys ready for the one, the only, Mr. Michael Bogan?
All right, can everybody hear me? Yes, we can hear me? Okay, good. All right, and let me share my screen. All right, so I haven't done this in a while, but I think it's a good thing to do, especially because we have so many changes going on. So we're going to do some really great trainings and so forth. We have some really great speakers coming up. And boy, oh boy, I'd love to do a training with you guys on IMDb. I could show you so many ways to get legitimate castings all day long, but unfortunately that's not a part of the program today. But that is something that I do with people in our inner circle and with talent that we work with. But what I want to just do for the next 25 minutes or so is I just want to kind of go over with you guys what I like to call the State of the Union. So that's just kind of giving everybody in our community an update, what we have going on, what we've just recently completed, what we're working on in the future, and so forth. So that way everyone can all be together on the same page. So with that thought in mind, this is the State of the Union. So I just want to give a couple of shout outs first. I just want to give a shout out to Alicia Kabak, to Deneen White, to Debbie, to all our speakers from yesterday. I just want to give them definitely grace and gratitude and blessings for being here and sharing such amazing content with you guys today. But most of all, I want to thank you guys for being here, actually taking the time out of your day and spending the 2 days with us. And, we really love to over deliver. So definitely give everyone here a round of applause for you guys for being here. Okay. So, because this is what we love doing. We love serving and helping others. So just give you a little update. Medea, she couldn't be here today, but she's one of our success stories. She can see here one of the original photos when she first started with us back in 2020. She's somebody, Deneen always loves talking about. So I just want to give her a special shout out and a thank you because she's such an inspiration to everybody here to see what's possible. When she first started with our company, she was working working in a church. She was working as a receptionist in a church. She was making $30,000 a year. She now makes $30,000 a day. And she's had such an amazing journey. I know she got to speak a few weeks ago. And I just wanted to kind of give a special shout out just to show appreciation to our talent who follow the process, trust the process, and for people to really see that anything is possible. When you surround yourself with the right people and you do things the right way. You don't try to shortcut it. You don't try to, save 5 cents here and $1 there. You have to change your story. You have to change your mindset. And she's really a great example of that. Sweb, who's one of our speakers, her new book just came out. So I just want to give a shout out to her. She's actually down in the Caribbean. She's really doing phenomenal. Little update on our magazine, New Guard magazine. For those of you not familiar with it, we have a quarterly magazine that comes out. So our next issue is almost completed. A lot of our talent get featured in it. A lot of our speakers and the people we work with have submitted articles for it. So our next issue is going to be the biggest issue ever. That's in final production right now. So definitely look for that. I believe you can go to New Guard magazine. I'll post the link and you can get a free subscription. So you can kind of follow along the journey of some of the talent, some really great articles, some content. We cover everything from fashion, TV and film, to business and entrepreneurship and so forth. Want to give a talent to one of our recent talent just was signed to an agency out west. James Dimmock, he couldn't be here today. He's actually on set, but definitely those are actually photos he took with us that his new agency is using. So obviously the importance of having everything ready. When you want to get, this whole weekend's about how do you become the person an agency wants to sign. And, yesterday we talked a lot about mindset, but at the end of the day, you need the right tools. You need to have the right training. You need to have the right tools. You need to have the right marketing materials. You have to be prepared for being in this industry. Okay. There's millions and millions of people trying to get in this industry. It's the top 1%. And I'll tell you something, the 1%, when you know what you're doing, it is so easy. When you know how to walk into a room, command a room, you know how to audition, you understand script analysis, you have the basic principles of acting, of posing, of being in front of the camera, your life will change in so many ways you cannot even possibly imagine. I'm really excited. One of our business partners, Bill Walsh, that we work with, we're actually going to be celebrating his birthday in Chicago in September. We actually have a private suite. We're going to be hanging out with Post Malone, a whole bunch of superstars in the music industry. And I'm not trying to tell you this to impress you. What I want to do is impress upon you that this company, I sat down with Bill and we kind of went through a lot of financials. We invest over $1 million a year into our events. Okay, think about that. We invest over $1 million into our events alone. We invest another $1 million in future protecting the company, going out and meeting with people, meeting with high-level executives. We're doing all the hard work. Okay. So it may say, oh, wow, Mike, that's so cool. You're getting to go backstage and you're in a private suite and all these cool things. Yeah, it's cool and it's fun, but it took us 2 decades to do that. It's so many times people will say, oh, that actor's so lucky. He's an overnight success story. An overnight success story takes 20 years to happen. And every time we go out, it's all about building relationships to be able to have our talent accelerate their careers even further. Okay. One of the things we're working on with Bill is going to be an online Zoom called Speakers Theater. And it's going to be the ultimate place for speakers, trainers, authors, models, actors, entrepreneurs, and even small business owners to speak, connect, and grow. This is going to be something that's going to be launching in a couple of weeks. This is free. This is literally free. There's no cost. You can literally jump on the Zoom call and you get 30 seconds to make a pitch. So maybe you're an actor and you're looking to get booked work. Maybe you're a model, you're looking to get booked work. Okay. This is your opportunity to be seen and heard. So there's so many things that we're working on in the background. Okay. We just recently got back from Atlanta. One of the most amazing events I've ever done. Was absolutely a phenomenal. JJ, who's traveled around the world. He's a phenomenal dancer, motivational speaker, host. He's actually going to be coming up next. We are so honored and lucky. He actually just spent 3 days with Greg Reed. For those of you who don't know who Greg Reed is, he's an author and speaker. He wrote the book 3 Feet from Gold, which is probably, if you've never read that book, I would write that down right now. 3 Feet from Gold. Go on Amazon. You can probably buy a used copy for a few dollars. Go to your library. It's absolutely a life-changing book to read. 2 books you should definitely buy and have in your library is 3 Feet from Gold and Think and Grow Rich. Those 2 books have created more success stories than anything in the entertainment industry. Not only the entertainment industry, but in life and overcoming difficulties and obstacles. Always remember, when you feel life is the toughest, that's when you're about to have a breakthrough. That's when your mind is working on pushing you forward, and that's when your life is going to change. So I'm so excited because JJ is going to share some information with you guys today that's going to literally change your life. One of the other cool things we did when we were in Atlanta, we had stunt training. So all our talent actually got level 1, level 2 certified in stunt work and firearm safety. It was super interactive. So not only did they get to work with the lead stunt coordinator from The Walking Dead, but they got a certification in it, which means now that adds to their credibility and it adds to their resume. So whenever we put together events on a go forward basis, they're all going to be what's called learn and go and teach and go, which means it's going to be all about being very interactive and making sure that the lessons we apply, because obviously being on Zoom is cool and it's fun and you can learn a lot, but how you really learn is to be able to actually interact and actually have that hands-on feeling. Here's a little bit about Bill Walsh. He might be joining us later today. He literally travels the world. He's one of the top 7 successful business coaches in the world. His network and connections are absolutely phenomenal. So you can read a little bit about him. For those of you who work closely with us, especially in our inner circle, we're going to be doing a lot of exciting things with Bill. He's worth over $1 billion. And he really, he's not only is he a speaker, business coach, he's an actor, he's done a ton of things, and he works with some of the top people in the world. So he literally can open up doors that a lot of people would not have the access to. I was just recently in Chicago with them, had to have dinner with one of the top number 11 in the NFL Hall of Fame. Okay, his name's Edge, the coolest, nicest guy in the world. I was sitting there, literally players from the Colts, from the Cowboys, just like the who's who of the NFL. And it was such an opportunity to hear their struggles, to hear what they overcame to become who they were and where they are in life, because it was so in tune with what we do also. And you're going to find that whether you're an actor, you're a model, you're an entrepreneur, you're a writer, these struggles and the things that you go through, the investments you have to make in yourself, the seeds you have to plant are the things that will produce the results you're looking for in the future. But if you do nothing, you're going to get nothing in the future. If you don't plant the seeds now, you don't make the commitment to go all in to change your life, then you can't expect anything to change. Nobody's going to come knocking on your door. In order for you to be successful in life, the one thing I learned from Bill is you have to go out there. Your story is too big to not tell. Okay. Everybody here has a story to tell. You have the creativity. You're all artists and you have to take on that identity. Yesterday, we talked about you are a model, you are an actor, you are a musician. You have to accept that's who you are and do everything in your power to push forward to become that person. It's your moral obligation to the world to make that happen. Okay, we have so many exciting things that we're working on. Obviously, I recently got to speak with Bill a few different times around the country. That was absolutely phenomenal. Not only are we representing now models, actors, and musicians for Truth Management, we also represent speakers. One of our highlighted speakers is Eileen Wilder. She's a multi-7-figure earner. She started her life as a pastor. She's an entrepreneur. So what's really great is some people say, well, Mike, why are you representing entrepreneurs and speakers? How does that help me as a model and actor? Oh my God, there's so many opportunities for you to be able to work with them, doing voiceovers, doing ads, doing commercials, all these things. I got to spend probably about a good hour and a half on a call yesterday with Forbes Riley. She is absolutely phenomenal. She was so happy after the call. She loved the interaction. She loved the smiles. Everybody who was on camera, you guys, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. You made such a good impression on her that we're actually going to be working on some amazing projects with her. So not only do we have some amazing projects coming up with Bill, we have some amazing projects coming up with Forbes Riley. And what the greatest part of all this is, you guys get to be a part of all this. You know, so especially for those of you, whether we're representing you, we're working with you in our programs, or you're in our inner circle, you literally will have the highest level access to some of the most powerful people in the industry who literally will hold your hand and guide you to success. Like, honestly, I wish I had this 20 years ago. It would have made my life so, I could have accelerated so much further, so much faster, okay? And I accept things. There are things I can change and things I can't unchange. So I accept where we're at, but I am so excited for the future and all the things that we're going to be working on. In addition to that, we're going to also start now representing celebrity makeup artists and photographers. This will help build up our repertoire of being able to not only gain access to some amazing talent, to work with our talent, but even better, here's one of the realizations. When you represent major people like celebrity photographers and makeup artists, well, guess who reaches out to them? Clients, magazines, commercials, TV, film. So now when we represent those people, guess who they have to come to? Us. Guess when we're on the phone with them, what do we get to say? Absolutely, we want to book that makeup artist for your project, for your new movie. Oh, by the way, we also have some amazing talent. We have this gentleman by the name of Mike Trash. He is absolutely phenomenal. I was looking through the script. He would be perfect for that role. Or Tina Harding. Oh my goodness. Okay. She's great, right? She would be absolutely phenomenal for the role. This now opens up and accelerates doors for us. So these are some of the things that we're currently working on. Some other stuff, again, Forbes Riley, for those of you who weren't here yesterday, she was one of our keynote speakers on day one. She's a celebrity TV host, movie, TV, Broadway actress, motivational speaker. She's done over $2.5 billion in sales. She works with everybody from QVC to HSN, 3 times best-selling author, right? And she made a really great comment yesterday about writing a book. Everyone should be working on their book, okay? Because even the worst book will do better than no book. And I love that comment. She's the co-host creator of the ESPN's X Games, owners of Forbes Riley Media. She's absolutely amazing. And I am so excited because later today, I'm going to make an announcement to you guys. We're having the opportunity to actually be able to work with Forbes Riley and actually be able to have access to her at a level that very few people on this planet would have access to, having access to people like Bill, myself, to Alicia, and so forth. So she's absolutely amazing. So I am so excited about that. Again, we have some amazing projects we're working on with her, and I'm so excited to be able to share those guys with you as all these things come to fruition. One of the other things we're working on is going to be revamping some of our podcasts. We're going to be working with a company that actually has a huge podcast network, and they're actually expanding into the entertainment division. I know Tina should be familiar with this with Michael Silvers. She was there in Chicago with us. So we're actually going to be creating a whole entertainment division podcast. We're going to be bringing on celebrities and we're going to be bringing on talent. So now you will have, and for some of you like, well, I don't know how to do a podcast. I don't want to do a podcast. No, but you want to be a guest on podcasts. You want to be able to surround yourself. Some of you guys might recognize Tina Greenbaum. She's one of our speakers. Jeffrey Hazlett. He's the former CMO of Kodak. Okay, he's one of our speakers in New York City, the most amazing guy in the world. And being able to place yourself in positioning to them, people start recognizing you as an authority. People start recognizing you as a brand. And this makes my job so much easier when I want to submit you for larger projects, okay? Because now I can say, yeah, Mike Trash, he was just interviewed on a podcast with Jeffrey Hazlett. He was just on an interview with Forbes Riley. Okay. Wow. Really? That's awesome. And people start seeing you a lot differently. So it's really helping accelerate your brand. This is something I'm really excited about. I will be making more details about that in the future, but this is going to be phenomenal. Our next thing we're working on for next year, Hollywood Showcase at Sea. Who would like to go on a 3-day cruise to the Bahamas? Right? Being able to spend time, making it work. Yes, will it be work? Will it be challenging? But making it fun, right? There's no reason why you cannot have fun while living your life and being able to meet with people and literally being on board a ship. Those agents can't go anywhere. We got them right there. They're trapped, right? So how cool would that be? How much fun would that be? The other thing we're going to be doing is a private mastermind. We're going to be leasing out a jet. And we're going to be taking our inner circle to San Juan, Puerto Rico. How cool will that be? I am so excited about this. For those of you who've never been to Puerto Rico, it is absolutely phenomenal. The food, the people, the textures, the colors. This literally will accelerate your brand. And again, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be surrounded by some amazing people, to work with some of the most successful people on the planet. You have to if you want to be big, you have to think big. You have to take charge of your life. And there's no reason why you can't have it all. Okay. Because other people do, and you deserve it. Each and every one of you that are on this call, you're putting this time into this. You're dedicated to this. You have the passion. I heard your whys. I got such a beautiful text message from James this morning, saying he loved the why. He was so touched. You guys are moving people. You're moving and touching people's lives, and you don't even realize it. Just sharing those stories this morning, how impactful that is. Imagine if we can amplify that. Imagine we could put the right people in your life who can take that to the next level. Okay. Do you want to write a book? Everyone on here should be working on a book. Okay. We're going to be doing a special training with Bill Walsh, where you literally can have your book ready and published within 30 days. Within 30 days, and not only that, but having it as an Amazon bestseller, okay? So there are so many amazing things we have working on. Target, the movie, and finally in post-production. I've been so dying to share this with you guys. I cannot wait. We are now going to be submitting this out to film festivals. And what's really cool about film festivals is you can win them by filling in the theater. It's like a little secret film festival hack. So it's going to be really great. You guys will have the opportunity to come out to these film festivals, to meet the cast, to meet celebrities, to be behind the velvet rope and being a part of something, because that will give us, just like you guys, we need the credibility, we need the boost in filming. This will lead us next to our movie, right? Our movie now is in pre-production. We just finished storyboards. We're finalizing scripts. There's Marcel. He's actually playing the character of one of the lead vampires. For those of you not familiar with this movie that we're doing, it's called Vampires versus Zombies. How cool is Marcel? Tell me, does he not make the most awesome vampire in the world, right? And he is the nicest, sweetest person in the world. I got to spend so much time with him in Atlanta, and he is so excited. I am so excited, so proud of him. He is the hardest working guy you can imagine. So he is absolutely phenomenal. And what's really great, as we move into the casting process, we had two of our talent who dropped out of the project just because their lives shifted in a different way. One of them is going through a really a mental breakdown right now, which means this opens up opportunity for you guys to now step up to the plate. Okay, how cool would it be to be in a movie, Zombies versus Vampires, called Project Hemingway? Okay, so this is something, again, something we're working on. Another thing, I know Deneen touched about this. One of our inner circle, Wendy Fout, she's actually on set today. She couldn't be in Atlanta. She's on set. She started with us a little over a year ago. She was a nurse, and she was really shy. She was so quiet. And I was like, man, I really want to see her shine. I really want to see her successful. But it's like, sometimes you just like, oh my God, like, I don't know what to do. And just, there was someone, I don't know who it was it Deneen or a speaker or something that just triggered her? She stepped up to the plate. She has been filming literally every single day. But what I want to bring up, the point why I know her so well, is because she updates me every day, right? Just to keep you updated on what I'm doing. Audition for 3 of the roles. They sent me 3 separate one-liners, right? Early on, just a one-liner. And I created my self-tapes to them as instructions that they wanted. They sent them to the director in California. That is all our training. That is our training, keeping updated, making sure she knew her script analysis, knew she knew how to deliver her lines, knew she knew how to do her self-tapes, and boom. Okay, even on vacation, I'm getting work. I just got another speaking part, a movie filming in San Diego, California. Okay, she updates me literally on everything she does in this industry. There's not a single day go by where I do not get an update, where she's submitting, who she's talking to. She sends me the scripts. She does all that. That's what when you follow the process and you trust the process, doors will open up for you when you work with this company that you cannot possibly imagine. So again, I just want to give a special shout out to Wendy Fout. She can't be here today. I'm sure Deneen and my VA will send her the tape. Wendy, you rock, and I love you. Okay, we just came back from Las Vegas. We had such an incredible time. Thank you to Deneen. You guys don't realize, you guys see Deneen on the camera, and you may see Allie's videos. Let me tell you something. These 2 girls are powerhouses in the industry. This company would not be where it is without them. They literally work 7 days a week, 12 hours a day. Like, they are the epitome of the praise you get in public is for the work you do in private. Deneen was helping me with my presentations literally till 2 a.m. We were here at 6 a.m. this morning, getting everything ready, set up the lights. Allie, we do calls every single day. We talk about what can be improved, what can be done better. Alicia has dedicated her life to helping others succeed. So you guys are in the right company here. And that's why we're so protective. We're so protective of making sure that the people we work with, that we can help them and that they fit in with the community, because that's the most important part. Because if you don't fit in the community, one bad apple spoils the bunch, okay? Okay, I know I'm going over a lot right now. You might feel like you're in a food coma right now, right? Like that little baby, or I might feel like I'm overwhelming you with water. For those of you who don't recognize that little baby, that is Caden. He just actually completed his one of his first photo shoots for a Japanese clothing company. There you can see Allie has him on screen. So a little shout out there, him in his food coma, okay? I know Deneen touched upon this, and just to kind of go back to something a little bit serious, We are continuing our support with Operation Underground Railroad with the help of Tony Robbins and Russell Brunson, two of our business partners. That were both a part of their platinum network, part of their inner circle. We've helped free over 3,500 children from sex trafficking around the world. Okay. And, that's really, Deneen will talk about, that's one of her strongest whys. On the days when she feels she cannot help, when she can't get up, she's tired, she's exhausted, all she has to do is think about some child somewhere in this world suffering, and that gives her the energy and the stamina to push through. So I want you guys to realize this, and I think I don't stress this enough, and me and Bill talked about this. This is something that we do from our passion, but for every person, every time one of our talent comes to one of our events, gets a photo shoot done, a portion of those proceeds is not only donated, but matched by the company to help free a child. So when you're on set and you're working and you're having the best time of your life, I want you to say, you know what? Just me being here has helped somebody, because I want you to be able to inspire that, because there's going to come a point in your life where you reach a financial abundance where you're able to now be able to do that on your own. Okay. So really so proud of that. That was Deneen last year presenting the check at ClickFunnels Live. So really absolutely amazing. Okay. We have so much new things we're doing, so much new content we're working on. We're going to be doing something really special with our inner circle. One of the things that because we for almost 2 decades now, we've been working with some of the top agencies in the world, some of the top clients, everybody from Disney to Apple to so forth. And one of the things I've always seen with agencies that they suffer with is they never have really strong manpower. There's always this, remember yesterday when I talked about, most people think when they think of modeling, they think of tall, thin, and that's really the misconception. Really, anyone can be a model, right? When you ask me what does an average model look like? I'm like, well, it depends upon the client. It could be somebody tall, somebody short, could be somebody African-American, somebody Asian, somebody Eurasian, right? So I understand this business very well. I've been doing this for 20 years. I'm 4 times an expert, right? And the average time it takes you to become an expert is 5 years. I've done this 4 times. But what I noticed in speaking with a lot of the high-level agencies, they're always really short manpower. So their boards always just represent that top 1%, that top 2%. And one agent, an agent's just not sitting by the pool having a martini waiting for the phone to ring. They're literally having to call and get new clients. So imagine being an agent, and they don't get paid a lot. The average agent in New York City makes less than $40,000 a year. Okay. So that's with some of the biggest agencies in the world, which means that this has to come from their heart to do this. But their job is really difficult. They have to not only deal with the clients that they have, not only do they have to deal with the models, the new models, the models' questions, whether the models are showing up, whether the models fall down in a manhole cover, whether the models got drunk and disappear. Bad things happen to models all the time. Models they get kidnapped by UFOs, right? But they also have to bring in new business. It's like a law firm. When you're hired as a lawyer, first thing they tell you, you got to go get new business. Well, the phone's ringing. Can I take that customer? No, that's our customer. You got to go out, go to golf clubs, go to join networking events, go find new clients, right? So agents are the same thing. They have to always be out and about. They always have to be drumming up new business. So what we're doing is we're creating a system. We're going to be starting this with our inner circle, where imagine if there was, so imagine there's 100 models, but there's only 2 agents at that agency. Well, that means they're responsible for 50 models each, right? If they spent an hour a week with each model, that's 50 hours. They're ready. Now there's no time to call clients. What we're doing is we're putting together a program where we're actually going to be training assistants and executives, talent executives is going to be the title, to actually one person will have one talent executive or one agent for them. So that person's only job is not to go and find new clients, it's to book that model. That's their only job, to turn up every rock, every stone. Just so imagine if there's 100 models, there'd be 100 assistants. And each person would have their own assistant, okay? It's something that will revolutionize how the industry works. I'm really excited about it. And what it's also gonna do is allow us to start acquiring other agencies. So we're actually now going to start expanding our mother agency and start actually purchasing larger agencies and actually creating our own network of agencies and clients and so forth, okay? And this will allow us to expand to get better castings. Literally, we want to be the forefront of recognizability that when Paramount, when Netflix, when Disney needs talent, they will turn to us. Okay. Because as you grow the network, because at the end of the day, these clients, they don't want to hassle. They don't want to have to call 4 or 5 agencies. They don't want to deal with, well, hold on, let me call the model, see if she's available. Let me, take a look at the script. There's time, everything's speeding up. Okay. Everything's speeding up. And through the use of technology and our own in-house proprietary systems of training, we're literally going to revolutionize the industry and how talent and clients and castings work together. So I am so excited about this. We are bringing some heavy hitters in this. There's going to be a multi-year, multi-million-dollar investment, but we have the right partners right now to do this. So I'm so excited. We're going to be launching this next year. So I'm so excited about this. Okay. And at the end of the day, it's about having fun too, right? It's not only about being on set. Here's a picture of Deneen. I thought was really cute. We were in Arizona. We got the opportunity to go to Tombstone, hang out with the cast there. And literally everyone else is so enthralled with the cast and living in the moment. Deneen's actually interviewing them. She's like, okay, so I see you're an actor. So this is kind of like theater, right? What else are you doing? And they all took a group photo. It's kind of early in COVID. So this is why everyone's a little bit far away. Or even Ryan Colby, you guys are going to get to hear from him today. He's going to talk about Fashion Week. And a lot of you guys are excited to be able to walk New York Fashion Week, or even have the opportunity to get tickets and go behind the scenes at New York Fashion Week. He has a 40+ year career, not only as a model, but a super agent in Hollywood and New York. But he's also a celebrity stylist. He handles makeup. He oversees our shoots. Now, is he challenging to work with? Yes. But does he get the job done the right way? Absolutely, right? Tina's laughing. She knows Ryan, 2 p.m. comes on a Saturday, he blows up, right? I always like to say he's like Devil Wears Prada, right? He's like, Emily, where are you? Hi, I'm Ryan Colby. How are you? I'm fabulous, right? You guys are going to get to meet him. So if you never got to see him, he's like a cartoon character, right? But I can joke like that, but I also know him. And he works. Like Ryan is up at 2 a.m. booking people in Asia. Okay. Imagine that kind of dedication. Okay. Literally making calls all over the world. So this new program, he's so excited about it because this now will give him the opportunity to really expand his agency. We're partners. We're partners with him, but this, he runs it for us. But the point is, this will now really get to accelerate what we can do. We're going to be those of you that were in Atlanta, we really went hard on posing and headshots. We're going to continue that process because the photos we took there were phenomenal. And I know it was challenging. It was hard. It was a lot of work. It was hot. But you know what? The photos we took there were absolutely amazing. And at the end of the day, this is all going to be, our company is going to be focused on bringing you to the next level, creating that brand around you, getting you on set, getting you on castings, getting you to where you need to be in the industry to be as successful as you possibly can. Okay. Because I'm going to be honest with you. Okay. For most people, when they first start, and I'm going to kind of just go through this really quick because I know we have our speaker waiting in the wings. But for most people, think about like tying your shoelace, right? There was a point in your life that you didn't even realize you needed to tie your shoelaces, right? That's called being unconscious incompetence, okay? That means you didn't even know what you're doing wrong. A lot of you guys were amazed by what Deneen went over on IMDb. She only went over 1% of what we will train you in our programs. Okay, so a lot of you guys just didn't realize that. You just thought, I go on the internet, I see something for Disney. Wow, I can apply to it, not realizing you're applying to a scam. Okay, so you were unconscious incompetence. Then all of a sudden, there comes this aha moment. We didn't realize what you were doing wrong. You had no idea. I didn't know I couldn't do that, right? Maybe you were traveling in Saudi Arabia and you were with your husband and you were holding hands, and all of a sudden somebody comes over and they start arresting you. You're like, why am I getting arrested? You're not allowed to hold hands here. These are the rules of our country. I didn't know that. That's being unconscious incompetence. Then all of a sudden you start realizing, oh, wait a second. I understand now that I'm doing this wrong, but I still don't know how to quite do it right. So now you're supposed to tie your shoelaces, but you're not good at that. So that's called being conscious incompetence. So you're aware of what you're doing wrong, right? For a lot of you guys right now, you're kind of like, holy cow, I'm learning a lot this weekend. I didn't realize all the things I was doing wrong. And now I'm starting to concentrate, right? Script analysis, great example. Now with script analysis, you went from being conscious incompetence to being conscious competence. Now you're going to look at a script a lot differently. Okay. Now, for me, when it comes to looking at a script, I've been doing this for so long that I become unconscious competence, right? How many people here can tie their shoelace in the dark without actually, all I had to do, turn the lights off, hand you your shoe, your foot, put the shoe on it, hand you the laces, it's completely in the dark, and you could tie your shoelaces. If there's anybody on here who can't do that, you shouldn't be on this call. Like, this is not for you, okay? This is definitely not for you. That's called being unconscious competence, right? How many of you can drive and you're not thinking about driving, but when you first started driving, you're like, oh my God, what do I do? My blinker, you're worrying about your foot. Am I on the gas? Am I on the brake, right? That was being conscious competence. But then there comes a point where you become unconsciously competent. That's called mastery, okay? That's when the world changes for you. When you put in the time and the effort, you change your story, you find your why, you start learning this business, you start surrounding yourself with successful people, that's when mastery comes. And that's what this whole program is about. That is what our inner circle is about. That is what the script writing is about. That's what this whole company stands for, is bringing people up to that mastery level. Okay, that's what gets us backstage. That's gets us to be able to work with some of the most powerful people in the world and bring everybody on that journey because we want to share that with them. Okay, our VIP Talent Academy, we're going to be doing so many wonderful things with this. For those of you not familiar with that, we do live trainings on Zoom twice a month. We do what's called office hours every week. You can jump on a call with some of our biggest speakers, ask them questions, learn from them. This weekend does not have to end today at 6 p.m. We can continue the journey together, okay? Because it's all about surrounding yourself with the right people. It's all about bringing yourself to the next level, okay? You know, being able to be a part of the inner circle, being able to be a part of our other programs, okay? So my name is Michael Fomkin. This was the State of the Union. I just wanted to give you guys a little bit of a clear picture of our passion, our drive, where we were, where we are, and best of all, where we are headed. And I'm going to turn this back over to Ms. Deneen, and I will see you guys later.
Who's even more excited about the future now than you were 5 minutes ago? I know I was. So before I introduce our next speaker, I got a hilarious text message. So Mike's like, yeah, so how many of you heard Mike talk about Wendy Felt? Raise your hands. Yeah. So I just got a text message from her literally like at 12:34 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So literally 3 minutes ago. Hey, Deneen, I'm on set playing a high school student in the 60s. And they said, I nailed the look. Love ya. Look at that.
I got the same message.
Oh my God. It's like a Wendy Felt.
At least she's keeping us in the loop.
So
That's
how
what it's
cool
all
is that?
about.
So literally like
She's on set.
bam,
Yeah.
that's how it happens. Awesome. I just thought it was funny. Like, I have to share this with you guys. All right, guys. So we have so much more to do. I know our next speaker is waiting in the wings. He is so stinking excited. We actually talked to him for about an hour this morning before we even got on. We do a lot before we get on these calls, which is why all the caffeine is necessary. But yeah, oh, hold on, guys. Can we do something real quick? I'm ad-libbing for 2 seconds. JJ, don't you worry. This is what I want you guys to do. I'm going to have you guys all unmute yourselves really quickly. Okay. And this is what you're going to scream. Congratulations, Wendy! All right. So everyone unmute yourselves. Hold on. Let me get you all in gallery. Not yet. Wait direction, people. All directions. Quiet on set, please. Quiet on set. All right. Ready? And congratulations.
Congratulations.
She's gonna be so excited she's gonna cry. I'll send it to her. I'll tell her not to listen to it until later because we don't want to mess up anything on set. All right, guys. Thank you so much. All right. So are you guys ready for our next speaker? Okay, so let me introduce this gentleman to you. He is a world champion performer. He is an award-winning choreographer. He's an artistic director and show designer, actor, model, dancer, motivational, inspirational speaker. He's a neuro encoding specialist, confidence and high performance coach. His credits include Michael Jackson, Cirque du Soleil, Dancing with the Stars, American Billboard Awards, Ellen DeGeneres Show, sorry, Jay Bavlin, J-Lo, Pitbull, Gloria Gaynor, Boyz II Men, Temptation, Kids' Choice Awards, Tony Braxton, and he also happens to be a world-class MC who helped each and every one of us in Atlanta absolutely rock the world. Everyone, please give it up for the one and only JJ Villar.
What's going on? What's going on? Can everybody hear me okay? Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Yes, I am so excited to be here. Guys, we're about to change things up. I know I got about an hour with you guys today to drop some amazing gems for all of you guys to really level up your game. How many of you guys are ready for this next hour? Are you guys ready? Give me a thumbs up virtually or give me a visual thumbs up. All right, so first and foremost, let me go ahead and do a real quick housekeeping. One, do I have sharing capabilities? Perfect. Let me get that going right here, sharing. Okay, and two, I'm going to go ahead and see, do I have, okay. Beautiful. All right. So we got all that set up. So now as I'm scrolling through, guys, I wanted to stand up because I'm bringing all a different kind of energy today. I'm pumped. I'm excited. I hope you guys are excited because what's about to happen is going to blow your mind. And I hope you guys are ready with some paper, some pens, some pencils, whatever, and get ready to get up because this isn't about me just talking. We're about to have a conversation. Is it okay if we have a conversation today? Yeah. Are you guys ready for this? Give me a thumbs up right here. Type a 1 in the chat. Go ahead and go into the chat right now and type a 1. So I'm looking at all these beautiful faces right now. You guys are either looking at me with a smile. You're looking at me like, who the hell is this guy? You're looking, wait, what? Somebody is someone really laying down? Oh, hell no. Hell no, you ain't. I'm not even going to say your name right now. I'm not even going to call you out right now because we're going to keep this nothing but love. And I'm looking at a whole bunch of blank screens with a bunch of names and profile pictures like, all right. So if you guys have the ability to turn on your cameras, turn on your cameras. Guys, we are at a VIP Ignite Bootcamp event where it's about being a better actor, model, entertainer, all-around person. And if you're hiding behind the wings, unless you are in the bathroom butt naked or at work, turn on your cameras. Okay. All right. Well, I mean, if you're butt naked and you want to turn on your cameras, go ahead and do that anyways, because it's great for morale. Okay. So, all right, you guys, I want to have a lot of fun with you guys. Give me a thumbs up and type a 1 in the chat if you want to have some fun today, because I want to drop some 3 key elements, key points that has helped me have an amazing and successful career for almost 30 years. Now, how many of you guys have ever been in a career for more than 10 years? Hands up, hands up, hands up. More than 15 years, hands up. Doing the same thing for more than 20 years, more than 30 years. Guys, it takes consistency. It takes resilience. It takes tenacity. It takes a special kind of person to be doing the exact same thing over and over and over, decade after decade. And I want to give you the 3 most valuable tools that has helped me in the entertainment business, not only as an actor, but also as a dancer, as a director, as a producer, as a writer, as a videographer, as a music editor. Like the list goes on and on. Guys, my special skills list in my resume is probably longer than the things I've done in 25, 30 years. Okay. Can I get an amen? Woo! Guys, I'm pumped. And I hope you guys are getting ready to get pumped. So I need to have everybody get off your seats. Everybody stand up. If you're laying down, stand up. If you're sitting down, stand up. If you're in your car, keep driving. Okay. Yeah. I mean, if you want to pull over and do this, stand up, guys. Real quickly, I want to ask everybody to stand up. Okay. This means that you're going to need to get off your booty because we need to shake it out. And I want to ask all of you guys, as I flip through all you guys, if you see me looking up, I've got screens up here. I got some of you guys up here. I got some of you guys down there. So I need you guys to right now kind of just shake out your hands real quickly. I want you to shake out your hands. I want to shake out this energy real quick because right now we need to have our body ready for what's about to happen. And I want you to rub your hands together. And I want you to look at the center of your hands. And I want you to think, if you had the ability to control everything that happens to you in your career as an entertainer or just as a human being, and that control or the ability to manage it was in the middle of your hands, you would be rubbing harder and faster, harder and faster. Can you feel the friction? Can you feel the heat? Oh yeah. And just focus on success, nothing but success. And you're getting ready to do something special. And I want you to think of it. Okay. It's not just me talking. I want you to look at your hands right now and think to yourself, oh yeah, baby, it's about to get on. It's on like Donkey Kong. We're about to do something serious. All right. And now put your hands apart just a little bit, about a couple, 2-3 inches apart. Can you feel something? Maybe a little tingling sensation. Maybe a little bit of electricity. And rub it again, rub it in, rub it again. But we're not done. Oh, no, 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 no. We need to get more energy, more friction. And I want you to look at your future, your success, what you want to achieve, everything you want to accomplish. Look at it as if though it was already happening. Little pictures inside of your hands. And now take your hand, right hand, and start patting all that energy into your left arm, left hand, into your right arm, into your chest, into your hands, into your head. Okay, back of your head, into your neck, your chest, your rib cage, your back. Okay, don't forget your butt. Don't leave your butt out. Okay, give it a squeeze. Give it a nice squeeze. Oh, yeah. Don't touch me like that. No, go ahead and touch me like that. No, don't touch me like that. Go ahead and squeeze it. Give your legs, tap your legs, knees, feet. Shake it out, shake it out, shake it out. Take a deep breath in. Exhale. Woo! Take a deep breath in. Exhale. Woo! One more time. Take a deep breath in. Exhale. Woo! How many of you guys notice the difference? Now, stand up. Stand straight up. Close your eyes. Feet apart, shoulder width. Check in with your body. How many of you guys feel different right now? How many of you guys feel more of a vibration of energy, electricity going through your body right now? How many of you guys are more awake, more aware? If you're sitting down, you're not doing your job. This is a job. This is what I want to convey to you guys. This is work. This is a job that you have to show up for. Keep your eyes closed and just take it in and absorb it. And acknowledge it and realize how much better you feel. Now open your eyes. Go ahead and have a seat. Why did I do this? I wanted to change your vibration. I wanted to change your energy frequency. I wanted to get you guys more aware right now, because when you're sitting down, information goes through one ear and out the other, and your body doesn't retain it as well as it does if you're aware, if you're awake, if you're alert, if you are ready. I want you to write those words down. Be awake, be alert, be ready. Guys, I'm going to give you guys so many nuggets, but there's 3 principal key elements to my success. And it's not only just as an entertainer, but it's just how I live my life. And if I can inspire you, if I can go, you can, and give you all of my energy so that you guys can, hey, I see those smiles. Some of y'all know what that meant. Some of y'all know what that meant. If I can give you my, you can energy, I want you to feel it like bam, bam, bam. And I want you to go out into life with nothing but energy. So the first thing that I'm going to ask you to write down, if you heard me speak, I always start it this way. This needs to be your mantra. It doesn't need to be, but I'm inviting you to get this into your body and realize, write this down. I am where I am because I choose to be here. Woo! What in the hell does that mean? I am where I am because I choose to be here. Everything that we do in life and in entertainment and in our careers and in business and friendships and relationships, we choose to be there. Now, you're probably thinking, but JJ, I didn't choose to get into that car accident. No, you probably didn't. Okay, and if you did, we probably have a different conversation. Okay, but no, you probably didn't choose to be in that car accident. But if you choose to be in a bad mood after the car accident, days after, weeks after, that's your choice. Then you're choosing to be there. We may not be able to choose everything that happens for us and recognize that I just said what happens for us. Because everything happens for us, not to us. But you may not choose everything that happens for us, but you can choose what you do with it afterwards. Do you hear what I'm saying? Does this make sense? Type a 1 in the chat if this makes sense. So that's why I always start out everything that I do with, I am where I am because I choose to be here. Now stand up, and I want you to jump up and down. Whoa! Because we want to put this into your nervous system. I want you to jump up and down. I want you to say it out loud. I want you to say, I am where I am because I choose to be here. And I want you to repeat that again. I am where I am because I choose to be here. I am where I am because I choose to be here. Now, let me ask you guys, type a 1 in the chat if you want to be broke. I'm looking at the chat. Type a 1 in the chat if you want to be broke. Type a 1 in the chat if you are exactly where you want to be financially in your life. If you are exactly where you want to be financially and living abundantly, type a 1 in the chat. Thank you, Tabrina. She was like, no, I'm not. Donavi, thank you. Go ahead and jump up and down one more time and say it again. Say that mantra. Put it into your nervous system. I am where I am because I choose to be here. Now imagine, take a break. Check this out. Listen to this. What happens? What if you believe in that? And you know this with every fiber in your body. That means, guess what, guys? We have a choice to get out of wherever we're at. Because if you're in a situation that you don't want to be in and you believe I am where I am because I choose to be there, that means if you're in a toxic relationship, choose not to be there. Get out. If you're in a shitty, excuse my language, but if you're in a shitty job and you ain't making no money and you crying about it, I am where I am because I choose to be here. Do something about it. I promise you all of this has a point to the 3 keys of what's helped me get to where I am. If you're not booking work and you believe I am where I am because I choose to be here, that means that you're not looking at every single nook and cranny and picking up every rock and talking to every person and studying and learning and growing and communicating and being a part of the right networks and meeting the right people. That means that you're choosing not to be successful. Woo! Are you feeling me? Type a 1 in the chat if you're understanding what I'm saying. Type a 1 in the chat if you know what I'm saying. Because I'm about to hurt somebody by saying this. Somebody's about to get offended. They're going to be like, nah, well, I didn't choose this. This, this is my mama's fault. This is my neighborhood's fault. This is my upbringing. I got abused when I was a kid. And we can use every excuse humanly possible in the books to prevent ourselves from success. But at the end of the day, we are no longer our story. Write that down. I am not my story. I am not my story. That's powerful, guys. Woo! I love it. I love it. Robin Piper, she's going. She's in it. She's in it to win it. That's right. Some of you guys chose to sit down. Some of you guys chose to stay up. This is amazing. This feeling, guys. How often do we just go through life sitting on our butts? We got flat booty. We going around, walking around life with flat booty. What does that mean? That your booty's flat because you're sitting down when you should be standing up in your life. You should be standing up for your life. You should be standing up for the things you want for your life. But we go around life sitting down, waiting for an opportunity, waiting to get rich, waiting to be famous. Now, I want you to stand up real quickly and look at your butt. Is it flat? Mm-hmm. Or has it got some gadunk back there? Ada, she's smiling. She's like, I ain't looking back there. I ain't looking back there. No. Unless you're blessed like Marja, where you got a big old gadunk. That was just God-given, right? She could sit down for the rest of her life and she still got some curves. I love it. Guys, this is important. This, what you're seeing right now, isn't an act. It's called conditioning. Write that down. Conditioning. And I want you to, underneath that, say, what is my conditioning? Now you're probably asking yourself, what are these 3 keys? Come on, Jay, give me the 3 keys of greatness. Give me the 3 keys of greatness that tells everybody how to succeed. Guys, here's the facts. Greatness is always within, but we always spend our whole life looking outside to find our greatness. We're looking for that book, that nugget, that event, that virtual event, that live event, that connection, that network, all of this, yes, all of this matters. But that greatness comes within. And I'm going to give you these 3 keys, okay? And they're really simple, okay? I want you to write this down. Number 1, own it. I'll explain that in a second. Number 2, do it. Number 3, done. It's real simple. Own it, do it, done. And I'm going to break those up in a second. If you are able to truly understand that you are where you are because you choose to be there, you can make better choices. You can ask better questions. You can surround yourself around better people. And so the first key is own it. You need to own everything that you do. The good, the bad, and the ugly. How many of you guys type a 1 in the chat? And I want you to be honest. I want you to be honest. How many of you guys, by type a 1 in the chat, find every excuse possible to justify why you're not successful, why you're not where you're at, why you make the money that you make? And I want you to be real, because you were probably thinking about, no, that's not me. I don't make excuses. I want you to be honest with yourself. Are you the type of person that makes excuses for why you are where you're at, why you make the money that you make, why you have the relationships you have? Or are you the type of person that makes every excuse possible to succeed? So when I say the first principle about own it, right, it's because you got to own what you're good at. You got to own what you suck at. You got to own what you don't know. You got to own what you do know. You got to own that everything that you do in life and in this business, it all comes down to you. I'll give you an example. When I got signed with one of my first agencies, one of the biggest agencies in Los Angeles, I ended up getting cut halfway through towards the end of my audition. I got cut. They said, get out of here. And I drove like a bat out of hell almost 35 minutes from the audition studio to my house in Los Angeles in traffic at over 100 miles an hour, because I knew that if I owned what I did, and I may not have been great at the audition, but if I owned my truth, that I had something to offer, that I had something different to show, and that I did not do my best at that audition, but I owned that I had something special, and I did not allow anybody to get me down or tell me that I wasn't good enough. I drove all the way home, and this was back in the day of VHS tape, and I put a sizzle reel together. I literally edited as fast as humanly possible, and it looked like garbage. It looked like garbage. And then I got in my car, I put it on VHS tape, and I drove at 100 miles an hour all the way back, 35, almost 40 minutes back to the studio. And I drove up, and I literally, in the parking lot, the door to the studio was facing the parking lot, and I kind of pulled right up to the door as the two main agents were walking out. They were locking the studio door because they had just finished the audition, and I opened up the door. I'm sweating, I'm breathing hard, and I don't know why I was breathing hard. Maybe I was nervous because I was driving, not like I was running. But I give him my VHS stuff, and I said, "You gotta see this." You got to look at this. I know you cut me, but when you watch this, you're going to want me. Woo! I know you cut me, but when you watch this, you're going to want me. 2 weeks later, they gave me a call, and I was one of the first 8 dancers that they signed to their brand new agency. I owned what I do. I knew I wasn't good at something, but I owned what I was great at. So in this owning your reality, you got to ask yourself, how many of you guys are active on social media? Raise your hand. Like seriously active on social media, right? A couple of you guys. So let me break something down to you. It's called social media. You need to be social if you want to be a part of the media. Mind blown. All of you guys are here because you want to be part of entertainment. You want to be an actor. You want to be, oh my God, I'm a model. Yes, take my picture. Give me money. I'm an actor. Put me on camera. I'm famous. But are you willing to do the work? So if I were to go on here and go on any one of your Instagrams without looking at your name, can I actually tell what you want to do? Right now, grab your phones. And if you're on this call on your phone, it ain't going to work. But I want you to grab your phones real quick. Is everybody on Instagram? Awesome. If you're not on Instagram, you're on Facebook. Either which way, if you're not on Facebook and you're not on Instagram and you want to be entertainment and you're not on those platforms, own the fact that you ain't doing the job that you need to be doing to be able to help yourself get discovered. So right now, I want you to grab your phones. I want you to go whatever platform you use, whether it's Instagram or Facebook. I want you to go to the stories. I want you to click on story. I'm right here with y'all. I want you to go to your stories. I want you to go to record. And I want you to declare to the world right now, literally, we're about to do this in real time, guys. Okay. Now, some of you guys may be scared. Some of you guys may get like sphincter pucker, right? You might be going like, oh, no, I don't want to do this. No. Oh my God, what is this guy making me do? But we're a part of this because you guys want to be somewhere. If not, why are you here? Why are you really here? Grab your phone. Stories are about 15 seconds. Take 15 seconds, or maybe do 2 blocks of 30 seconds, but I'm going to give you about 15, 30 seconds to film something and declare to the universe what you are, what you're doing, who you are. Guys, my name is JJ Riyad, and I am an amazing actor, speaker, coach, transformational, motivational speaker, and I'm here to inspire the world. Post. Do it right now. Come on. This is not sitting on our butts on our flat ass. This is getting to work. You have to own what you're doing. So you can put me on mute. 30 seconds. Here we go. Do, 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 do. Do 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 do. I'm seeing phones. I'm seeing phones. Guys, it's the action and the law of attraction that helps you get somewhere. You can't wish for success. You can't wish to be discovered by osmosis. You got to do actions, uncomfortable actions. We good? We good? We good? Shouldn't have taken that long. Declare it. Post it. Post it. Have some gumshoe right now. Ava was said, I'll do it later. Hey, Ava, unmute yourself. Ava, unmute yourself. Where are you, Ava? Say hello, Ava. Can you unmute yourself? Ava, Busy Mom Media. Where are you at? I told you we're gonna do a conversation. Are you here?
What's
now?
your name?
Ava? It's under Busy Mom Media. Where's she at? She hiding.
I found her.
You found her? Ava, I'm coming for you. Where's she at?
Either unmute yourself or we'll say goodbye. How about that?
Come on, Ava. I want to ask you a simple question. Unless you're on your phone, why are you doing it later? Or is it that you're at work? Real simple. No? No? Doesn't matter?
I can see oh, she's on her phone.
I hear you. I'm on my phone and have people here. So? Oh, you're on your phone. I get you. Okay, so your people here. Awesome. I'll get you. I'll get back to you in a second. Okay. So the first thing is, one, own it, right? The second thing is do it. Do what's necessary to get yourself successful. Do what others are unwilling to do so that you can have what others will never have. What does that mean? How many of you guys, if I were to put you on the spot, matter of fact, you know what? I'm going to do that. I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to call on, let's see, the first person that I see is Emily Martinez. Right here, Emily Martinez. Boom. Right there. Unmute yourself. Emily. Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. You can do this. All right. You can't unmute yourself. It won't let you. Can we unmute her? No?
I just unmuted her.
Okay, I'm good. I
All
don't know
right.
why
Okay.
It wasn't letting me.
Emily, hi, Emily. How you doing?
I'm good.
Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Belmont, California, Bay Area.
Beautiful. Love it. Okay. Are you an aspiring actress, model? What's going on? Tell me real quickly.
I'm
20 seconds left.
actress.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm aspiring actress, but I am willing to say yes.
Okay. Beautiful. All right. Have you done anything?
As far as in
That's like, look, watch the question, guys.
I just posted it.
Hold on. I'm saying, have you done anything as an actress?
Besides rehearsing my bedroom.
So no. Okay. So look, guys, the questions aren't complex. They're real simple. Yes or no. Have you done anything? No. Have you done something? Yes. Super simple. This isn't about putting anybody on the spot in a negative way. I want to make sure that we are all on the same page. This is to understand so that you guys can see the value of owning something and doing something. Right now, I'm on tip number 2. You guys want to know what it takes to really have a long career? When you own what you do, when you own who you are, when you own what you're good at and what you're not good at and what you don't know, you're able to seriously make a difference for your career, for yourself. And when you start becoming a doer, you're going to help propel yourself quicker. So you say, Emily, that you want to be an aspiring actress, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Give me a 25, 30-second monologue right now. Ready, go.
What y'all doing today? Oh, good. Well, I hope.
Stop.
I
Done.
don't hear myself.
That's it. Done. That's all you get.
Okay.
Can we get a round of applause for Emily? That takes courage. That takes courage. Thank you so much. Thank you, Emily. I appreciate you. I'm going to call on somebody else real quickly. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and call. Let's see. The next person that I see on my screen is Tayana Bennett. Tayana Bennett. Go ahead and unmute yourself. How you doing, Tayana? Did I say that correctly?
Tayana. Yeah.
Tayana.
Yeah.
Where are you calling from?
Virginia.
Virginia. Okay. And so you're an aspiring what? Actress, model, singer, dancer. What are you doing?
Model.
Model. Okay, beautiful. Now, I want you to do me a favor and go ahead and give me your best seductive pose. Stop. Too long. Okay, go ahead and give me your best happy pose. Stop. Too long. Guys, what I'm saying is you should be able to be practicing and doing your craft before you ever get asked to do your craft. Does this make sense? So now do me a favor. Give me your biggest, your best confused look. Awesome. Wasn't too far off than where you were right now, which is amazing. All right. Can we go ahead and give her a round of applause? Go ahead and mute yourself. Awesome. So guys, what I'm saying is when you start learning the value of owning who you are, what you know, what you don't know, what you're good at, what you're not good at, what you have, what you don't have. And then you start going to step number 2 of owning and doing. Guys, right now, everybody should have, if you're an aspiring actor, I should be able to call on you and you should have anywhere between 1 to 10 different monologues already memorized in your head. Type a 1 in the chat. Type a 1 in the chat if you already have 10 monologues memorized in your head. Type a 1 in the chat. Beautiful. I got 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 5. All right. 6. So it's about being doers, guys. La La Land, Hollywood. Everybody wants to come to Hollywood that wants to be an actor, a model, a singer, a musician, an entertainer. But when they get there, they're waiting for everybody else to do the work for them. So you need to own who you are and start doing more of what you want to attract to you. Does this make sense? If this makes sense to you guys, type a 1 in the chat. All right, everybody stand up real quickly. I want you to take a deep breath in. I want you to breathe out. So now that we're doers, in my career, I got far because I did things. I did things that people were like, no, I don't want to do that. No, I don't want to memorize monologues just because I have to memorize monologues if I don't have a booked paid gig. I don't have work. I'm an employee. I work at Starbucks. I drive Uber or Lyft. I don't have time. But if you start doing what's necessary to get you to where you want to be, you're going to get there a lot quicker. Does this make sense? Go ahead and jump up and down. Bring the energy to your body. Okay? Rub your hands together. Move your energy. Condition yourself. And start being more of a doer, less of a talker, less of a thinker. Less of a, I wish, or I woulda, coulda, shoulda. So now, here's a couple of other things. How many of you guys have ever heard this saying or have said this to yourself? I'm a jack of all trades and master of none. Type that in the chat. If you've ever heard that saying or have said it to yourself. Oh yeah, you know what? I'm a jack of all trades or master of one, or master of none. I've heard it. I've said it. Okay. So there's a thing that's always talking about, you know, making sure that you hone into one craft. If you're an actor, people say, if you're an actor, stay as an actor. If you're a musician, be a musician. If you're a model, be a model, right? People have a negative connotation on being a jack of all trades. As doers, you want to be a jack of all trades. And I'm going to tell you something. Most people have that wrong, because that is not the rest of the saying is cut out. That saying really is a jack of all trades is a master of none, but oftentimes better than a master of one. A jack of all trades is a master of none, but oftentimes better than a master of one. So as you stand up, as you shake it out and you keep breathing in this energy, because I'm having you stand up and change your vibration and change your frequency and change your energy so that this sinks in, because this is how you condition your body. It's by doing, it's by acting, it's by moving, it's by posing. It's by knowing that on call, on demand, at any given moment, you're ready to go, because that's what it is to own who you are and what you know and what you do and what you don't do, what you're good at, what you're bad at, what you succeed at, and what you fail at. And the second one is to do what is needed for you to get to where you want to be. And now if you look at what I am and what I do, from being a choreographer, a director, a dancer, an actor, a model, an MC, a speaker, an author, right, a videographer, an editor, all of these things, it didn't just happen. I did them because I didn't know how to do them. And I figured, if I'm going to be in this thing called the entertainment industry, I might want to know what it's like to be behind the camera. I might want to know what it's like to be in front of the camera. I might want to know what it's like to maybe write a script, maybe how to put together a proposal. I might want to know how to do music. I might want to know how to do maybe a little bit of editing. Doesn't mean that I have to be a master of all of them, which is where the jack of all trades comes in. But if you start doing a little bit of a lot of different things, you're going to start finding that you become more valuable to people. Is this making sense? Type a 1 in the chat. If this is making sense, type a 1 in the chat. Because a lot of us do a lot of nothing. Every morning, every single day, you need to wake up and say, Jesus, Lord, thank you so much, because I got air in my lungs. I got food in my belly. I got clothes in my back. I got a roof over my head, even if it's a crappy roof, even if it's secondhand clothing, even if it is top ramen for a year, every day, 3 times a day. So if you really want to make something out of this, and you really want to make something out of yourselves, and guys, I promise you this, that what I'm telling you isn't just about entertainment. It's about being a better human, showing up, not showing off. And write that down. It's not about showing off. It's about showing up. It's not about showing off, arrogance, conceitedness, self-righteous, any of those things. It's not about any of that. It's about showing up. I booked my first dance job before I ever took my first dance class, because I was always at home watching videos, learning, studying. And we have the greatest gift known to men, which is called your phone. Hello. You got YouTube University. Any of you guys ever use the excuse, I can't because I ain't got no money? Own it. Own it. Own the fact that you made an excuse on why you don't know what you don't know, and why you haven't studied your craft, and why you haven't learned something new. Because if you have a phone, which all of you guys do, if you have a device, if you have a computer, if you have a tablet, you all have the ability to jump on the internet and study something somewhere from someone. Do something about it. And the last most valuable one is done. Don't be a person that's doing, be a person that gets things done. So what this means is, if somebody says to you, hey, can you do this? Yeah, sure, I'll try, I'll figure it out or whatever. Yeah, I'll get around to it. I'll do it tomorrow. Don't be the person that says, yeah, I'll do it. Say, you know what? Consider it done. That's how we get ahead. Be the person that has owned your truth, that does something about it, and gets the job done. And that applies to life in general. So now we're going to change the vibration. Is this valuable for you guys? Give me a thumbs up if this is valuable for you guys. I want to see those beautiful faces. Are you guys getting something out of this? Are you enjoying this energy? Yeah? Guys, how about this? You ready for this? I'm going to throw you a big Michael Jackson curveball. How many of you guys would believe me if I were to tell you that I'm an introvert? If you believe me, type a 1 in the chat. So say yes or say no, whatever. If you believe me, do you believe me? If I were to say that I'm an introvert, and those of you guys that have been around me, you'll know that I am by nature an introvert, except this is conditioned. This isn't an act. This is a part of me that I have conditioned to call upon demand when I need to show up. And what is that for you? So we're going to do a quick exercise. I want everybody to stand up. I think I got like maybe about 20 minutes left. If I'm not mistaken, please let me know if I'm right on the clock. I got my timer here. So I want everybody to stand up. Yeah. Am I good on time?
You're good.
Okay. All right. So I want to do an exercise. And I want you to everybody think. I want everybody to think about who you are really. And this is no BS. You can't BS yourself. Because you can be on this call and you can ask yourself, do I do Zoom calls? If you've been through the pandemic, you probably have. If you're on this call, you probably use Zoom. How many of you guys know how to use Zoom masterfully? Besides just turn it on, turn it off, or know where your mute button is. Have we all been on Zoom calls before? Yes? Right? Why haven't you learned how to use Zoom masterfully? That's a tool that's being used to connect with people that could be potentially adding more value to yourself so that you can be of value to you and to others. Everything that we are doing here, learn how to duplicate. Get the job done before somebody asks you to do something, before somebody asks you to learn something. If you've been through the pandemic like all of us have, right? And you're going through events, virtual event after virtual event, you're like, oh my God, it's amazing. And I'm just a participant, but I want to be a part of like entertainment. And I want to be able to connect with people. And you don't know how to use the platform. Why? Own it. Do something about it. Get it done. If you want to be part of entertainment, you want to be an actor. Hola, I'm an actor. You want to be a model? I'm a model. If you want to be a singer, whatever it is that you want to be, and you at home and nobody knows about you, and you're not picking up the phone and posting every single day on social media. Be social to get in front of the media. See, people confuse social media as like the gift of gab, the platform for kids or this and that. It's your working tool. It is the way that you can be in Tubukt, Egypt, and have nobody know about you, but have every opportunity for people to see you. How many of you guys know how Justin Bieber got discovered? How many of you guys know Justin Bieber got discovered? Anybody? 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 No? That's right, Justin. That's right. Justin Bieber was discovered on YouTube. There are so many other actors that were discovered on YouTube, on TikTok, on Instagram, on Facebook, because they're putting themselves out there. So I want you to think in your minds right now, close your eyes, take a deep breath in. What do I need to own? What do I really need to own right now in your life? What needs to change? What do you need to do more of? What do you need to do less of? And own it. Be true to who you are. And say, you know what? I'm a shitty actor. I suck at posing, but I want to be a model. I can't remember my lines, but I want to be an actor. Own it. Then go do something about it. Do it. Be around the people that can teach you. Go on YouTube University. Go and invest in yourself. Do more things with VIP Ignite. Get to be a part of the inner circle. Go and explore social media and follow every single person that you want to model and learn from them and copy what they're doing until you find your own voice. And be done with it. Get it done. So now, as we're here, shake it out, open your eyes, shake it out, shake it out, shake it out, shake it out, shake it out. Okay. Now, everything that you say to yourself I want you to do right now, I'm going to play this song, and I want you to pretend like you're like this disempowered, weak little, I don't know, I make up excuses, I'm not where I want to be person. And I want you to really listen to the music and act out the weak and disempowering identity. And I want you to say things out loud. And I don't care if you're around people. I was just on a call with Masharad in the middle of a restaurant acting a fool while everybody was watching me because I don't care. I'll own who I am. I'll do what's necessary and I get the job done. So right now, I'm going to play this song for about a minute, and I want you to act out the energy of this song, and I want you to walk around and say, oh, poor me, or oh, I don't know how to do this, or, you know, whatever it is that you want, but I want you to pantomime and act out a disempowering identity. You guys ready? Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. All right, here we go. And can you hear it? Nope. There we go. Go. Action. What is not serving you? Who is that poor you? Bigger movements, more dramatic, more dramatic. Let it out. What is no longer serving you? And end scene. Take a deep breath in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. That was before learning how to own your truth. Before becoming a better doer. Before being the type of person that just gets it done. Before you're ever asked, before you're ever needed. It's better to be ready for an opportunity than have an opportunity show up and not be ready for it. Can we agree on that? If you agree on that, say yes or type 1 in the chat. It's better to be ready for an opportunity than have an opportunity show up and not be ready for it. And now, as I close out, I want you to stay standing. And I want you to put your feet firm onto the ground, shoulder width apart. And I want you with your toes, I want you to grip the earth. If you got your shoes off, grip the earth. If you got your shoes on, crunch your toes in there. I want you to feel it. I want you to squeeze your butt. Squeeze them. That's right. Why'd y'all smile? Y'all like the butt squeezing? You guys like the butt squeezing, don't you? Look at y'all, Robin. She's smiling. Laura. Laura, you don't have to rub the butt. You don't have to rub the butt. It's okay. It's all right. Keep it PG. Keep it PG. But I want you to stand firm. Stand strong right now. I want you to take a deep breath. And I want you to close your eyes as we close this out. And I want you to think about what it would be like in your life, in your business, if you truly owned it. What you know, what you don't know, what you're good at, what you're bad at, what you fail at, what you succeed at, who you know, who you don't know. If you were to learn how to be that doer, Go the extra mile. Learn it before you need to. Study it, practice it, perfect it as much as possible before it's ever required of you. What would your life be like if you no longer said, I'll do it tomorrow? If you truly were that person that just got shit done. I want you to take a deep breath in. I want you to keep your eyes closed. I want you to put your hands over your heart. Take a deep breath in. Exhale.
You're broken down and tired of living life.
I want you to ask yourself, what's missing in your life that can change right now if you own it? If you become the doer rather than the talker. If you just show up to your life and say, I'm getting it done. Through thick and thin, through failure, through success. If you just learn that no matter what happens, it happens for you. That you will no longer let somebody put you down, including yourself. Where would you be? I want you to take a deep breath in. What do you have to say to yourself? What do you have to believe? Who do you need to be around? What inner circles do you need to invest in? What does your social media look like? What does your real life look like? Do you call people and connect with them? Do you study scripts? Do you look in the mirror and practice your poses? It's time to rise up. It's time to be the person you were designed to be by our greatest creator, whatever it is that you believe in, and rise up. I want you to take a deep breath in and feel it in your bones. Make it a part of your DNA. Understand that you own you. That you do what's necessary to become the better version of you. That you can look in life and everything and everyone around you and say, I will get it done. No matter how hard, no matter how long, no matter if I've got to be vulnerable and ask for help. Breathe it in and understand that this is you. And in your mind's eye right now, say what needs to happen, say what needs to change. And I'm going to be silent for the next 30 seconds and feel it in your heart.
In spite of the ache, I will rise 1,000 times again.
That's it.
And we'll rise up.
Feel it.
I like the waves.
Believe it.
Rise up. In spite of the ache, we'll rise up. And we'll do it 1,000 times again.
It is you. It's within you. Become you. You have the power to own it. The understanding to do it. And the will, the drive, the tenacity, the resilience, the resourcefulness to get it done. Because at the end of the day, it's all up to you. what you want to do, who you are becoming, and where you're going. Own your truth. Do what's necessary and get it done. Thank you guys so much for a wonderful time. I hope this was of value to all of you guys. Not only in entertainment, but in life.
JJ, you take my breath away. That was so good.
How does one follow that is the question I have. JJ, thank you so much. Everyone give JJ a heartfelt thank you for, oh my gosh. I was sitting in the background listening and I'm like, how is he making me cry right before I have to get on and say thank you? But guys, on a scale of 1 to, hold on, Diamond's putting eye drops in. We got a whole bunch of things going. Oh, she's wiping her eyes. No, but thank you so much for everything. And for all of you that played full out during that session. And I was going through Instagram and I saw so many of you just declare who you are. That was amazing. That was so beautiful. Thank you. Thank you so much.
And
I
if you guys
appreciate it.
follow our Instagram, you'll see JJ, he just got photos done in Atlanta. He was working with all of our talent on poses and moves, and it was phenomenal. So thank you.
Guys, I just want to say thank you to the team and everything that you guys are doing for everybody, and I want to make sure that I reiterate this. Be part of those that are doing it, that have been there, that are doing it better than you, that you can learn from. Don't ever let money, finances be anything that stops you. There's always a way, and just for this last food for thought is this. Does anybody know the difference between a street performer and a homeless person on the street asking for money? Anybody know the difference? No? The difference between a street performer that's on the street working for money and a homeless person that's asking for money is the value that they decided to be on the street giving and providing to be able to earn what's being given to them. And I say this because if you've ever thought or needed or wanted to invest in yourself into a program, whether it's this, whether it's Inner Circle, whether it's your life, and you say that I don't have or there isn't enough, and you're an actor, dancer, musician, model, be a street performer and go and practice your craft in the middle of a busy street. Put a bucket out. Don't be too proud to beg because you're giving value. Use random strangers as your audience and use your talent to see if you can start getting paid. Because if a stranger's willing to give you $1 for it, a production company is willing to pay you millions for it. Thank you guys one more time. My name is JJ Villar. Mwah. I love all of you.
Thank you so much.
We love you.
On a scale of 1 to 1,000,000, how many of you had your lives transformed in ways that will never be repaired again in the best way? I am Masharat. I know that you've been working really closely with JJ, and so many people who were in Atlanta had the opportunity to as well. And I just want you guys to know we are so humbled and so blessed to work with someone like JJ. Like having him as a part of our team, our community is priceless to us also. And the way that we met JJ was because we were investing our time and our resources. And when you put yourself in the position, the right people come into your life at the exact moment. So just remember that. And as you're moving forward, you guys can all sit down now. It's okay. You can sit down now. Everyone's like, I'm afraid to sit. I heard, but it's true. When you stand up, you show up for yourself in a different way. That's why when I do these events, if you notice, I'm always on my feet. I don't sit down. I don't sit down and do presentations because I bring you the energy. If you want to stand up, I am not telling anyone to sit down because we have so much more to go over the next couple of hours. We still have New York Fashion Week we're going to talk about later at the end of the day. We're going to have Ryan Colby come on and talk about New York Fashion Week. We have one of Oliver Stone's best friends coming on in a little while. and we just have so many opportunities for you. So we want to keep this ship moving forward. So guys, I want you to know that we are really excited. Mike is going to come on with an amazing presentation for you. How many of you, maybe before JJ spoke to you, were saying, oh my gosh, you know what? I don't know how I'm going to do this. How many of you know that you already have something that you do on a daily basis that could potentially earn you 6 or 7 figures? Raise your hands. The New York Fashion Week discussion is when the New York Fashion Week discussion is. So stay on till the end. All right. But you guys, I just want you guys to know that you have something inside of you that someone else will pay you to do. I know it sounds crazy, but we're about to blow your minds right now. Are you guys ready to hear from the one and only Mr. Michael Pumpkin again? If you are, show him some excitement. All right, everyone's so excited.
Hey guys, how's everybody doing? Okay. I saw Ava Busy Mom Media asked about New York Fashion Week. I would change your name for these types of things, as Busy Mom automatically means that you might be too busy to actually show up. So I'm sure it's a separate company that you have, but for these things, I would definitely consider changing it. Because I know that's the first thing Ryan would say, but she's busy. All right, can everybody hear me? Yes? Good, all right. All right, let's get started. Yeah, I had a long talk this morning with JJ. So let you guys know we're gonna be working on some amazing projects. He's gonna be a really big part of our future. So you guys, let me tell you something, there's gonna come a point where you guys are gonna be somewhere in the world and you're gonna be pointing at a screen, you're gonna be somewhere, somebody's gonna be talking about a conversation and you're gonna say, I know JJ. He's absolutely amazing. His story is just so incredible. The energy and the level of knowledge he brings to the company, to the world, to the people he works with and so forth. There's so many things. I can't wait for you guys to get to know him more personally, especially for those of you who just met him for the first time today. So definitely big shout out to JJ and a thank you for everything he's bringing to our company and sharing with the world. So what we're going to talk about today is about masterminds. Everybody here, no matter where you are on your journey, you should be a part of a mastermind. And if you're not a part of a mastermind, you should go out and you should form one. You should go into your own local area. You can search for the Film Board, Colorado, the Film Board, Ohio. You can search for meetups. You can search for groups that photographers are a part of or other actors. But the most important thing is you should only participate in a mastermind with people who are doing things that you want to do. You shouldn't be in a mastermind with a group of people who are at the same level, because then you guys are all going to be stuck. So if you're not already a part of a mastermind, you should go out, form your own, figure it out, so forth. Obviously for us, part of our community is part of being a part of our mastermind is part of being with some of the most influential people in Hollywood and the TV, fashion, film, Broadway, theater communities. People can snap their fingers and change your life in 30 seconds or less. And if you're not familiar with the concept of a mastermind, what I'm going to discuss with you here is the 9 key benefits of participating in a mastermind group and kind of go over why it's so important and why every single successful person in the world is a part of some mastermind at some level, okay? And here's reasons why. In the best mastermind groups, you'll find exceptional, highly motivated leaders who solve problems together, share advice, and push each other to achieve massive success. Okay. For most people, the difference between failure or success is because they're trying to do this alone. Okay. It's like, think about, why do people go out and hire somebody to train them at the gym? Right? Because the most important thing is it gets you up in the morning. You spent that money. You're going to get in your car. You're going to go to the gym, and then that person's there to push you. They're not there to be your friend. They're not there to listen to your problems. They're there for one specific reason, to get you in shape. Okay. So a mastermind group is the same thing. It's people who are motivated to help you achieve the success that you want and also to learn from you. Because part of a great mastermind group is not only learning from others, but also being able to see the steps that you're taking and being able to learn from those steps. Okay. You'll share challenges and successes. It's easier to overcome challenges when you have the support and counsel of people you respect. It's also more rewarding to celebrate your wins with people who truly appreciate your milestones. You know, so many people I know lose their way in the industry because they're surrounding themselves by people who are negative, by people who don't believe in them. And it could be your friends and family who are the least supportive. And they may love you and they may respect you. They may, you know, want the best for you. But at the end of the day, you have two hands. You have to separate your life. This is my life. This is what I want to do. You know, especially when it comes to parents. You know, the greatest wisdom I ever heard was from a business mentor that I work with. And he said, you know, your parents are living the life that they chose. Everything they wanted to do, whether it was having you, buying a home, a car, where they live, where they work, those were all the choices they made, good or bad. Nobody stood in their way. And you, as being your own individual, have to be able to make your own choices. And if you feel that there's somebody in your life holding you back, you need to say that to them. You need to be able to sit them down with confidence and look them in the eye and say, you're living your best life. Allow me the honor and respect of living my best life. And maybe it's your husband, maybe it's your wife, whoever it may be. If this is what you want to do, the first thing you need to do is to be able to have a community that supports you and respects you. Because if not, on those days when you are down, it's going to be really hard to get back up. You have to have somebody there sometimes to help you. We've all learned this weekend, you can't do this alone. You need a team of people who believe in you. You'll get instant high value feedback. A good mastermind allows you to get honest advice from accomplished entertainment industry leaders. Over successive meetings, your mastermind group can help you refine each part of your personal and career strategy as a model or an actor. Later on today, Deneen will bring on some of our success stories, some of our individuals from an inner circle, and they will share with you where they were, the struggles that they went through, and how being surrounded and being a part of a mastermind and a group of people helped them get and achieve levels of success they might not even have possibly imagined. And there's nothing better than having momentum. The greatest thing in the world is having momentum, because that's when things start happening so fast. The hardest part of life is getting that momentum started. And when you're in a group, you can get that feedback. You know, you can jump on, you know, for us, you can jump on a call and speak with a Tony Award winning actor, a Broadway actor, a film star, a top level coach who can literally refine the words you're saying, refine your posing. You know, it's so great. You know, in football, I'm speaking with one of the NFL coaches and one of the NFL players, and he was talking about how important it is to have the right coaches on everything from running to throwing to fitness to health to mindset, you know, and we provide that in our community. So getting instant high value feedback is so important. You'll get new ideas and insights. I belong to so many masterminds. I've traveled all over the world, and I cannot tell you before doing that how lonely it was to not be able to have new, fresh ideas, being able to see things from a different perspective. Okay, you can expect to learn specialized information from industry leaders within your group, find opportunities to improve your career, get ideas that will help you tap into new revenue opportunities, gain insights that will help you become a better model or an actor. When you're surrounding yourself with people who are all achieving the same goal and working as a team, so many opportunities will open up for you. If you're trying to do this alone, you don't have a mastermind group, you don't have peers, you don't have anybody other than your phone or your dog or people not in the industry trying to give you advice and you're struggling, I'll give you the most value you can get this weekend. Change your surrounding, change the people. You know, Bill Walsh says, go through your phone, find every single person in your phone that's negative, that's not helping you achieve your goals, that's not pushing you forward. Call them each person up and leave them a message. Say, hey, I'm really sorry, but I'm deleting you from my phone. Okay? And people always are shocked when he says that. But it's the truth. When you get rid of the negative people in your life, like Bill likes to call them life-sucking vampires. Okay? Surround yourself with people who give you new ideas and new insights. Be a part of something. You'll collaborate and synergize. A mastermind group is an opportunity to leverage the talents of people in your group, right? How great is it to be able to spend time with somebody who's worked with 50 Cent, who's appeared on national television shows, who's walked runways, who, just being able to see the experience. Like, just think about that hour long you spent with JJ, all the things he's accomplished in his life. And he only had a split second to share with you, just the smallest little motivation. But imagine being able to spend time with him. Imagine being able to learn the art of dance from him. Imagine being able to learn the art of posing, how to host a TV show. Imagine being able to spend time with people like Forbes Riley, okay? Or all these wonderful people that are a part of our network. Because in that, you're going to find mutually beneficial opportunities. There are so many times in this business, it's all about who you know, but even more importantly, who knows you, okay? Your network is equal to your net worth. I can guarantee you, if you're struggling financially, the 5 closest people in your life are struggling financially also, okay? I surround myself with people who are billionaires. My life has changed in ways I can't even possibly imagine. And not even so much just financially, but just on the mindset, the opportunities that open up. And it's the same thing that we offer our talent. Our network and every single person we work with becomes a part of your life. Share resources to reduce expenses. So many times our talent, the greatest part of our being a part of our community is our talent. When they travel, they'll get an Airbnb together. They'll carpool together. They'll get an Uber or a Lyft together. I've seen Mike Trash come drive his brand new Tesla and pick everybody up, part of our inner circle. Because it's all about being in a community of people who want to help you and give back and not take from you. You can exchange referrals. Hey, I'm on this casting. I see that they're looking for somebody that matches you. Let's get on the phone with Deneen. Let's get you submitted too, right? Imagine having a community of 100 people, 200 people, 500 people, all working on your behalf, all there to help you, to see you successful, to celebrate your success. So many times I see people who are negative, they'll see somebody successful and they don't click like, they just keep scrolling, right? Bitty little Bettys, right? You get to collaborate on joint ventures. Be a part, a lot of our talent, they're working on films, they're working on projects. Mike Trash has a podcast. Become a part of his world, become a part of all these things so you can share, become a part of a community, synergize. You'll improve your career by thinking bigger, right? A good mastermind group should help you focus on the big picture of your career, okay? Your story's too big to not tell. If you're an actor or a model, your group's outside perspectives can be a tremendous asset. When I sat down with Bill and I spent the day with him, I flew out to Las Vegas. He has this big mansion overlooking the lake. And we were just sitting on the water talking. We just watched the basketball game. And he turned to me, says, how come you don't start acquiring agencies? And I was like, I don't know. I've never thought about it. He goes, you need to think bigger. Okay. Sitting down with people, me and Alicia had the honor to go to dinner with Tom DeSantos. He's the producer of the X-Men movies and Transformers. And we were talking about some different films we were working on. And he says, well, my film started $100 million. This is how I get the financing. See, all of a sudden, when you surround yourself with people doing great things, your mind starts going, why can't I do this? Here's the roadmap. Here's the framework that they're following. Okay? There's no reason why you cannot shoot for the stars. There's no reason why you couldn't do anything you want to do. Okay? We live in a world now, people always talk about the negative. Gas prices are high, food prices, inflation, this and that. But think about what the world was like 100 years ago. Disease and famine and no technology. Now, literally, you can pick up your phone and have anything you want in a split second. You can be on the other side of the planet having a conversation with somebody. There's so much unlimited opportunity. Concentrate on what you have and how to leverage that instead of focusing on what you don't have. When you start living in a world of grace and gratitude for what you have, I'm on this community now. I'm a part of the VIP Ignite. I'm a fearless rebel. Focus on that instead of focusing on, but I'm not where I want to be yet. That's your goal. What can I do now? Who can I work with? What can I do to make my life better to get to that goal? So many times people get focused, but I don't have this, I don't have that, and they shut down. Okay? Because when you're a part of a bigger group, a part of a great community, their viewpoints and suggestions can help you open more opportunities, and you'll have better access to better tools for your career. You'll get ahead of your competition. I'm not going to lie to you guys. Being in this industry is challenging. It's probably one of the most competitive industries you can be, especially at the highest possible levels, winning the Academy Award for Best Actor, winning for Best Film, winning a Tony. I know, I've been through this, okay? But a mastermind group can help you stay ahead of your competition. When your group members share their experiences, it's an opportunity for you to get insights into what is working, what isn't working, and why. And sometimes the greatest knowledge, the greatest golden nugget you can ever get is when something doesn't work, right? Because then now you know somebody else has been down that path, and then you can follow a different path. You take and you learn, you improve. We spoke about this earlier. This is how you get to the level of mastery. This is how you become a recognized person in the industry. You'll create new opportunities by growing your network. Okay, we've been doing this now for close to 2 decades. We know this better than anyone. Alicia is one of the greatest networkers I've ever met. A mastermind can give you access to people you otherwise would not have access to. Okay, the reason we work with people like the vice president of Warner Brothers Casting of all of North America, the head of Universal Motown Records, we didn't go knocking on their doors. We built it up by meeting with people that were in their network. And then those people opened up doors, and then they kept opening up doors. The one thing I could tell you, when you reach the highest level, those people are so nice to work with. They are all about giving back. Look at all these speakers this weekend here sharing decades of knowledge with you guys. And we only had such a small opportunity to really take you guys down a path of mastery. Just can give you a little sample, because people in a mastermind group take networking very seriously. They're likely to have a strong Rolodex of contacts and resources, and a habit of providing value where they can serve to people in their network. This combination makes for powerful business allies, right? Who here, if you could have Alicia's phone right now, how valuable would that be, right? Be able to sit there and be able to call actors and models and agents and casting directors, right? Because when she presses dial, guess what? They answer. So imagine being able to have access to that network. Imagine being able to come to an event, whether it's in Hollywood, Miami, New York, and having somebody like Alicia personally introduce you to some of the most powerful people in the industry, having you prepared and ready. How powerful is that? And now imagine you taking those connections and even further elevating them. You'll accelerate your growth through accountability, and that is so important, guys. Let me tell you something. One thing I've learned about working with JJ and Tony Robbins and Bill, it's all about accountability. I'm literally on the phone with Bill 3 or 4 times a day. Did you get this done? Did you get that done? What are we doing next? How are we pushing forward? People who are attracted to mastermind groups care deeply about helping other motivated people to succeed at their goals. The result is a high level of support and accountability. If you're the type of person who can't wake up in the morning, if you're the type of person that just everything's falling down upon you and you're not willing to make the change, these people will reach out and they will pull you up. But you have to pull yourself too, right? You know, there's a great story I learned one time about a helicopter pilot. He was working for the Coast Guard, and it was the very first day. He just graduated from Coast Guard school, and he's a helicopter pilot. And of course, on his very first day, he gets a report that a boat overturned, and there are all these people in the water, and that they're drowning. And they're all the way out. They're like a 20-minute ride all the way out. So it's a 20-minute ride out and then a 20-minute ride to bring them back. So it's 40 minutes round trip. When he gets out there to where these people are floundering in the water, he starts counting the people in the water, and then he looks behind him and he counts the seats in the helicopter, and he makes a realization. There are more people in the water drowning than there are seats in the helicopter. And he goes, I have to make a decision now on whose life I'm going to save and whose life I can't, and they're going to die. And he calls his supervisor and he explains the situation. And his supervisor says, you're going to make the hardest decision in your life right now, but I'm going to help you. I'm going to help this. He says, what I need you to do is start bringing the helicopter down closer to the water. The people who are meant to be saved, the people who want to be saved, the people who will do nothing to stop themselves from being saved will start swimming towards you. The other people will be in a panic. They'll be floundering around. He says, remember this, and I remember this for the rest of my life. You can only save the people that are swimming towards you. How many people do you have in your life that for years they've been struggling? You keep giving them the best advice and they don't listen. I'll give you some best advice. Those are probably somebody you need to delete from your phone, right? I see you, Michael, right? Yeah, it's true. It is absolutely true. I know that, and I know from my heart I want to help everybody, but I just know that we can't. I can only help the people who swim towards the helicopter. Accountability is the number one way to push yourself to strategize for your business, your career, accomplish your daily tasks, continue learning to further your growth. You know, I had a great talk with Thomas Waits. He had just recently spoken with De Niro. De Niro still works with acting coaches to this day. He's always perfecting his craft. He's always perfecting his writing. And I noticed that about great people, they're always reading books, right? There's that old saying, you know, successful people have big libraries. People who are not so successful, they have big TVs. Really successful people have both. They got a big library and a big TV, right? That's the person you want to be. But there are 3 levels of commitment. The first commitment is to make to yourself. You have to make the commitment to yourself. I'm going to give this my best shot. And even failing, never let failing hold you back. The greatest saying, another saying that I've learned that's always stuck with me is fail forward fast. It's better to fail forward fast, get back up and do it again. Okay? Because that's a part of mastery. You do it again. You change something and then you do it again. You change something, you do it again until you perfect it. And in a mastermind group, you can sit and you can say, I just don't feel this. Who can help me? And sometimes, you know, I play chess a lot. And sometimes when you're so close to the chessboard, you don't see the move. And it's somebody else, they come and they're standing above you. They're like, oh, wait a second, checkmate. I didn't even see that. I was right there, right? How many times you have to go look for something in your closet and you're like, I know it was here and it wasn't, I can't find it. And all of a sudden your wife or your husband or whoever comes, it's like right here. It was right in front of you, but yet you couldn't see it because you're so focused on not finding it. So the first thing is you got to make a commitment to yourself. A commitment you share with at least one person. Being a part of a group, being an actor, being in the entertainment industry is about sharing feelings. Being successful is really sharing feelings. You feel the energy in everyone that you're speaking with. You have to be able to share that. You can't be, you know, being introverted is awesome, right? I love sitting at home and just being able to focus on myself. But when I'm out, I have to bring that energy in. You have to be willing to do that. And it's just being, you know, speaking from stage or speaking on camera, you're going to have butterflies in your stomach. But when you're with the right team, you're going to learn how to make those butterflies fly in formation. There will come a point in your life, and I will tell you this, you never want this to happen. The day you step out on stage and you don't have those butterflies, means you lost the passion and you need to re-find it. The butterflies will always be there. Okay, they're what gets you to go out and make things happen. And you just learn how to fly, have them fly in formation. A commitment you share directly to a group you respect. You have to be in a group that you respect their advice, right? When you make conscious commitments to a group you respect, you're far more likely to meet your milestones. I cannot tell you how many times people will join a mastermind or a group and then they don't show up. They're not there. They don't do their homework. Okay. The stakes are simply higher when you want to continue winning the approval and respect of your peers. And it can also be more fun. It's inspiring to know that you have an advisory board rooting for you to succeed and willing to do what they can to position you for success. I cannot tell you, one of the greatest things that I love about being on set with the talent, especially our inner circle, is how motivated they are to help and bring the new talent on board, making those little tweaks, those little adjustments, listening to their stories, being able to relate to, hey, I was just like you not too long ago. Let me show you the way. You supercharge your energy. There's no doubt one of the best advantages of participating in a mastermind group is the energy that you can get from engaging with your group members. A great mastermind session can leave you renewed, have you renewed focus and enthusiasm to face your week's challenges and opportunities. I look so forward to our events. I look forward to the mastermind things I'm doing. I so look forward to all the groups I'm a part of because I always need my batteries recharged. And when you come out of an event, like this event, you guys are charged right now, ready to take on the world. How awesome would it be to continue that, to not lose that, to not have to wake up Monday morning knowing you did nothing to move yourself forward, right? Because at the end of the day, I can motivate you, but you have to motivate yourself. The saying is, who motivates the motivator? You have to motivate yourself. And when you make a commitment and you schedule something, that's when it becomes a reality. It's no longer about a dream. You guys are going to have an opportunity to change your life. Some of you guys, it's going to be the right decision for you. For some of you, it won't be, and that's okay. So with that talk, let's talk a little about side hustle jobs for models and actors, right? There are so many things and so many opportunities out there that people just don't realize. It's about having a new perspective, seeing things a little bit differently. One of the programs we just launched for our inner circle and for our talent that we're in Atlanta, and we're actually going to be going full force with this really soon, is a program where our talent can actually bring other talent on board. They can be a part of different masterminds, different things, and they can actually make an income. But for those of you that may not be a part of that, may not have access to that opportunity because you have to be a part of the company, there are other things you could be doing. There are things you could be doing that can help you focus on your modeling and acting career, while at the same time giving you more financial freedom and more time. Because you never want to be that person. I listened to Denise's story and I was reminded of it. You know, the greatest thing about success, money is a result of success. You can't chase money, okay? You can always make more money. That's easy. You can always get another job. You can always do something. There's ways to figure out. Money will always come back to you in your life. But the one thing you'll never get back is time. Every single person on earth is only allocated so much time. Once that time runs out, that clock finishes ticking, that's it, it's over, okay? The most successful people in the world and the most impoverished person in the world each only has 24 hours. So time is your most valuable resource. Remember that, time is your most valuable, who you give your time to, who you spend your time with, okay? You're giving away your most valuable resource because it can't be replenished, okay? For a lot of you guys, there's a site called acx.com. Be an audio book reader. You can make anywhere from $100 to $1,000 to $3,000 doing audiobook narrators. Audiobook narrators narrate many different types of books you can listen to on the go, whether they're narrating the text of short stories, novels, biographies, audiobooks. Narrators must possess various reading and speaking skills to gain success. We did a whole training. We have a whole training in our vault. We call it the vault. For the past 2 years, we've been doing Zoom trainings and live trainings. Every one of them has been recorded, from Broadway stars to Academy Award-winning actors to the voice of Prince Hans in Frozen, where we give access to talent to say, hey, you don't know how to do this? Great, we'll show you. We'll show you the equipment to go buy. But this is something you can do. This is a side hustle you can do. Become an audio book reader. Okay, it's right there, the Audible, Amazon, iTunes, right? Dancer at parties. There's a little site called Gig Salad, right? Dancers perform dance numbers on stage and movies, on television and music videos, theme parks, cruise ships, and more, right? A whole site dedicated to gigs, right? Little side gigs you can do. It's called Gig Salad. Maybe you're really good at juggling. Maybe you're a magician. Maybe you can solve a Rubik's Cube in 30 seconds. I don't know, but there are people out there that want to hire people to come to parties and do these events, okay? Focus groups. That's a great one, focusgroup.com. Okay, we are so many of our talent. Ryan Colby booked so many of our talent. Even Alicia and Deneen both did this while they were in New York. Like 10 of our talent were at the shoot. They wrapped the shoot and they got to do a focus group. They made $500. Advertising agencies and other types of companies, organizations need to hire people to give them feedback on products or ideas. This is literally what you get to do. They give you the new iPhone, they let you play with it, and then you fill out a questionnaire saying what you liked and what you didn't like, what you struggled with. It's called a focus group. It's worth millions of dollars to companies. So they pay very well. And here's a site online that you can get these kind of gigs all the time. Now you can't repeat them over and over again. So if you work for AT&T, you might not be able to do it for Verizon. So they have the little, safety things there. But the great part about this job is that you can do it from home. You can accept or turn down jobs depending upon your schedule. So that means if you're on an audition, great. You can get another opportunity. You don't have to take it. Okay. House sitting, right? Here's a site. You can get paid for staying in and looking after somebody's house. And you might not have to rent the place for yourself. This can save you a lot on monthly expenses. I know people who do this for millionaires, who literally house sit for millionaires and they get to live there. Their rent is zero. Like I'm telling you guys, there's just like when you change your mindset and you see things from a different perspective, there's so many opportunities out there. Here's a great one for actors, mock jury trial. Did you guys know about this? ejury.com. Attorneys will hire people to give them feedback on an upcoming trial. The attorney can test out an opening argument or ask about other aspects of the trial. Who here could be a juror, right? You're literally getting paid to be an actor for an attorney to practice his pitch before he actually has to go live. God, blew my mind, right? But when
I bet you Johnny Depp hired them. That's great.
Guess what? You learn all of these things. Murder mystery. Here's another site. Whether you're looking for consistent paid work in the performing arts industry or want to join a crew, there may be a job for you. You don't have to live in Hollywood or New York to find a good theater job. Okay? You can be a part of crew. I cannot tell you, I don't care what opportunity you get. If you get to be on set, because it's a networking opportunity. It's an opportunity. When I go to events, I go to business events all the time. They have nothing to do with the entertainment industry. Do you know where I met JJ? At an entertainment event. I mean, at a business event. I didn't meet him at an entertainment event, right? Because successful people are drawn to other successful people always. Personal trainer, right? I know some of our talent are already doing this. They have businesses, right? Personal trainers assess their customers' bodily strengths and weaknesses and create customized workout plans. They provide physical and mental guidance and monitor customers' progress on a regular basis. They also make sure the customers don't get injured while training. You don't even have to be at the gym to do this. I have a friend of mine. He brings in probably close to $20,000 a month. All of his clients are online. He meets with them online. He goes through an assessment with them. He plans out their dietary needs. He tracks their calories, and then he gives them a fitness program for them to go to their local gym and do. And then they take photos, they'll take some videos, they submit them over to him. He makes sure they're doing it right. Okay. For those of you who know how to work out, there are special skills you have that you don't realize people will pay you to do. Product reviews, right? You test the product as explained in the directions and write a solid review of the product. Companies do not want to read simple two-word reviews like great product or didn't like it much. They want carefully explained quality reviews that describe all of your experiences testing their products. How cool is that? Literally getting sent to you different products, right? To make up to $500 doing this. Imagine you start compounding these and stacking these, right? Promotional work. Here's a great site for promotional work. As a sales promoter, as a trained professional dedicated to creating awareness of products through demonstrations, distributing samples, making presentations, and creating general public interest. He or she should create a positive brand presence and come up with innovative marketing strategies. These are like being like influencers, like promotional modeling. Promotional models can make up to $750 a day on weekends, handing out products, handing out flyers. And you don't have to be the Budweiser girl. You could be the geeky, nerdy guy who's working at the gaming convention, the comic book convention, the cosplay convention. They need so many employees. They can't stack them. They can't get enough. There's so many sites that offer this opportunity, but this is a great one. This is a recommended, approved one. Reading for a casting director. Oh my God. When a scene has more than one character, traditionally a casting assistant or the casting director acts as the reader. A reader speaks the lines of the other character in the scene during the audition. This way, the auditioning actor can hear the lines, react to them, and respond to them appropriately. You can get paid to do this. You don't even have to be on Netflix. You can just get paid to do rehearsals with somebody who is on Netflix. But guess what? You're making connections. You're learning. You're improving, right? Role playing. Role players perform as actors in diversified settings and environments, such as practical and situational training exercises for Army intelligence. Virtual role players are needed to conduct role plays and provide written feedback to participants of a virtual leadership development simulation. Boom, there's the site. How cool does that sound? That sounds like some upper level, top secret stuff. I'd like to role play. What happens when the aliens come? Ooh, that would be fun. Sell your service. If you have a special skill like graphic design or illustration, you can sell it online, Fiverr.com. A lot of you guys, I do another presentation where I talk about hiring people from Fiverr. People who can go out and do research on castings, pull up casting directors' names, emails, phone numbers, what projects they're doing. You can hire people, it's like $5, but they also have higher level people that are really skilled. So maybe you're good at something. Maybe you have a great voice, a great singing voice. I've seen people on there make hundreds of dollars a day setting up voicemails for companies. Hi, you reached ABC Company. We're not available right now, like literally doing voiceover work. Okay, again, opportunities. I'm showing you a different one. Not all of these are going to be right for everybody. Okay, here's a great one. This is a great one everyone should do. Standardized patient work. Actors are hired by some teaching hospitals and medical schools. It gives the medical school students or residents the opportunity to have more experience with examining patients. The actor is told about their disease. After the exam, the actor writes a report and grades the student doctor on how well he or she did during the exam. This is also a great opportunity to practice improv, right? Who here could be a patient, right? You get paid to do this. Survival jobs. Survival jobs are also known as temporary jobs that save a person from being completely unemployed. While survival jobs are often associated with actors, they can be necessary for people in all types of creative fields, right? Here's a whole site for side hustle, survival jobs that when you're a full-time actor, these are the kind of jobs you can find. They list all kinds of jobs. I'm just showing you a sample, but now you can go into hundreds of opportunities. Transcription services, right? So for maybe a lot of you guys are really good typers. Maybe you took typing in school, you like typing. I'm not a fan of typing. I have somebody to transcribe all my stuff. I talk about it in the phone and then I get it transcribed. And then yes, there's AI, but the AI is not as good. So a transcription service converts speech or voice recordings into a text format, provides clients with documents transcribed from meetings, interviews, dictation, and speeches. So even though it may do AI, but you need a human to actually go in still and do that. And they get paid well, especially because they're looking for people that are from the United States that can speak and write well. Because a lot of times people, oh, but foreigners do this. No, they suck. No offense to anybody, but they don't have the same linguistics as we do. Their speech patterns are a little bit different, how they put words in order. And when you're working for a high profile public company worth billions of dollars, you can't have those kind of documents put out that have misspellings and typos and sound like it was written by somebody from outside the United States. They pay top dollar. Tutoring, okay? You know the great thing about tutoring is you only need to be one chapter ahead. Think about that. Whatever the student is studying, you just need to read the next chapter and understand it. That's all a tutor does. The greatest teachers in the world, all they are is they're just reading the next chapter. They're one chapter ahead of you, okay? Over time, of course, they master it, but tutoring offers a systematic, structured learning experience in a more individualized way. A tutor is a person who provides assistance or tutelage to one or more people on certain subject areas or skills. And a lot of you, when you first heard this, you just thought math and reading and science. No, there's tutoring for everything. Home organization, okay? So many things, so many skills that people want to learn. And they don't mind paying because guess what? When people pay somebody to teach them, they learn it faster and they get the job done. I'm willing to pay anyone. I need to learn something. I don't try to figure it out myself. I pay somebody to come show me how to do it. I go out and I hire the best person in the world, show me what to do, okay? Writing articles or blogs, right? As a person who uses written words and different writing styles and techniques to communicate ideas. Writers produce different forms of literary art and creative writing. Some of you guys have stories to tell. Some of you guys want to be writers, right? Whether it's short stories, books. You can write a children's novel and get it out and published on Amazon. Amazon has its own publishing company. You can literally have it done in 30 days, hire somebody on Fiverr to do the artwork, and literally have residual income coming in every time somebody buys that book. It can be small reports. It doesn't have to be a whole novel. You have to shift your mindset, see things differently, right? If somebody was a millionaire and they had a problem, and you could solve the problem in one sentence, and that sentence would help them make another $1 million. Do you think that person would be willing to pay $100,000 for one sentence? Yeah, right? Hey, think about that. Shift your mindset, right? There are so many places you can get paid. Here's a great one, writers.com, where you can get paid for writing. If you want to do a free blog and stuff like that, great, do it. Okay, I got a blog. No, who cares? Get paid to be a writer. Valet parking attendant. My goodness. My friend from Michigan, he makes like $1,000 on a Friday night and $1,000 on a Saturday night. Okay, valet parking cars. There's literally so many restaurants. Go around the higher zip code zones in your area, and you'll find so many restaurants on Friday and Saturday night, hire valet companies to valet park the cars because there's so much traffic coming in and out of the restaurants. There's like opportunities everywhere. I don't care how small your town is. I can guarantee you within a 15-minute ride, I can find a restaurant that needs valet parkers. And here's a national site. So now, boom, they'll put you in touch with anybody local. Like these are gigs. These are gigs you can make. Instead of working 9 to 5, why not be able to make $1,000 in one day? $500. Even do the part-time just for the extra money to support your career. Virtual assistant, okay? I have 8 of them. We have 8 virtual assistants. They are rock stars, okay? A virtual assistant is an individual who provides administrative services to clients while working from a remote location. Virtual assistants are often independent, self-employed contractors, though you can work with a virtual assistant agency. You have a person who owns a small law firm in Chicago, hires you. I need you to book my flights. I need you to do this. I need you to send this message out, send this email. And they may pay you $25 to $50 an hour, and you only have to work 10 hours a week. So now you're making like an extra $250, $500. You don't have to do this full time. There are people just hired by tasks for virtual assistants, but you may still be on payroll for the entire week. You never even have to come into the office. You never even have to meet them. You're literally doing it by email or by text or Voxer. So this is side hustle jobs for models and actors. And I can go over so much more, but I know I'm limited on time here. So what I want to do with you guys next is I want to show you some of the things we're working on and kind of go through a little bit of training. But I just want to open up your minds that there's so many things you can be doing and why excuses are no longer needed. All right, if you like that and you learned something from that, type of 101 in the comments, just so I know Allie's tracking that, just to make sure that I'm giving you the content that will really help you guys. Because I'm not checking the chat.
It was unbelievable,
so
Mike. I'm
let's
reading all
talk
the
about what we
comments.
got
It was
next. This is my favorite
unbelievable.
part. All right. So for those of you who know, we offer all these wonderful opportunities and experiences, getting the opportunity to travel all over the country, meet with our talent, do incredible trainings and photo shoots and agency meet and greets and some amazing, amazing things. We have so many coming up. We have an event coming up in Hollywood. We have an event coming up in Miami. We have an event coming up in Las Vegas. We're working on stuff for San Juan, the cruise, all these cool things. Like, it's like the coolest stuff you could ever do. Oh, sorry. Hold on, guys.
Does anyone here like traveling?
There we go.
Let me see.
So obviously we talked about finding your why and you'll find your way, right? So, you know, I'm a big fan of Tony Robbins. He's really cool. Lisa and myself have gotten to meet him and meet his wife and travel around the world and do so many amazing things. And, you know, a lot of his advice is from, you know, over 5 decades of working with some of the best people in the world, some of the brightest people in the world. He's worth over $12 billion, you know, and JJ, you know, worked with him. I met JJ separately, but then of course we had the common connection of being able to both work with Tony. So the only thing that's keeping you from getting what you want is the story you keep telling yourself. It's the simplest quote, but it's so powerful. right? When you're saying, I can't do this, why, right? That's the story you're telling yourself and saying, how can I figure out how to do this? How do I make this happen? And the greatest thing is I can guarantee you, I know you guys have been to presentations, you've been through all these scam companies. I know for a fact we blow you guys' mind. We over deliver 1,000 times 1,000%. Because people who succeed at the highest level, they're not lucky. They're doing something differently than everyone else. And the only way you're ever going to find success is the path to success is to take massive determined action. Okay. Every single time I lived in fear, I lived in doubt, I was stuck. The moment when I closed my eyes and I'm willing to take that massive action, do things that were outside my comfort zone, that's when my life accelerated. Okay. So find your tribe and love them hard. You guys are all part of the Fearless Rebels now. That's something no one can ever take you away from you. You guys are going to get to hear from some of them. You're going to get to meet some of them. Some of you guys will have the opportunity to be a part of them and be friends with them. The people you will meet in this community will become your friends, your peers, and your mentors for decades to come. Okay. Obviously, we talked a little bit about Inner Circle. That's our highest level of talent that we work with. We get to do some amazing things. We have some incredible experiences and opportunities for them now that the world's opened back up. You know, we have our San Juan mastermind on a private jet. You know, we're going to be going backstage in New York City, hanging out the Phantom of the Opera again. I haven't gotten to see Ben in a few years. You know, he's rocking and rolling. When we're out in LA, we have some incredible experiences lined up for our Inner Circle. We're renting a multi-million-dollar mansion in the Hollywood Hills. We're going to have some A-list celebrities. Bill Walsh is flying out. He is bringing some gangbusters. I'm going to have Forbes Riley there. Her circle of celebrities is bar none. Like she is like running, she and Allie are like neck and neck for networking and high profile skills. The two of them are going to be best friends. And imagine now that's your circle, right? That's who you're a part of. You're getting to do all these experiences. And is it work? Is it challenging? Absolutely. But I always believe things should be fun. You should live your life having the best experiences while working. And being a part of Inner Circle is definitely not for most of you. We're going to open it up. This is something so unusual for us to do. We're just going to open it up for 1 or 2 people. That is it. Our Inner Circle is our tightest knit community. Okay. What I'm going to talk to you about today is having the right photos, right? Whether you're a speaker, whether you're a model, whether you're an actor, whether you're a musician, because having the right photos for your cover, for your social media makes all the difference in the world. Okay. Our talent soon will have the opportunity to work with TEDx speakers. There are talent that will now be speaking from stages. Our talent will be appearing in television shows beyond even my wildest imagination of what I thought was possible, because now I'm working at a higher level. I'm working, my story's too big to be not to be told. Okay. So our next big event, okay, this is what everybody's waiting for, will be in St. Petersburg, Florida. And it's going to be on the Gulf of Mexico. Right there, if you've never been on the Gulf of Mexico, it's on the west side of Florida, and it's going to be January 2023, so it's only a few months away. And I am going to be proud to announce that our shoot will actually be held at Forbes Riley Studio. And this is a multi-million-dollar studio. It is one of the most gorgeous studios I've ever seen. She has multiple sets. Members of Shark Tank have filmed there. Karen Harrington's been there. Damon John's been there. It is absolutely phenomenal. And what's going to be really cool about this is this entire event that we're doing is going to be a learn and go experience. Plus, we're going to have a bonus TikTok masterclass and reel class, because that's definitely where the world's headed. Reels are your fastest way, and you're going to be shooting in a high-end studio. So everything from filming to photography to all of that will be done there. And what's really great is not only does she have a talk show set, she's able to set it up for seminars, but she has the green screens, the white background. She has a boardroom set. She has an indoor kitchen set. Like this is literally like being able to shoot like your own cooking show. So we'll be able to do different headshots and different looks. This will be the most stylized, highest end shoot we've ever done. Okay, in 20 years. She even has a gym set. Like it is absolutely incredible. And we're going to do a lot. This is going to be totally different than anything anyone's ever done in the past, or any of you have been to our events. We're literally, working on stuff with JJ and some other partners but this is going to be $1 million set. We're going to be doing posing training. We're going to have live stream table reads. We're going to go over walking and posing. We're going to break everyone up into what we call group pods. So this is going to be fully interactive during your entire time there. So not only are you going to get these high-end photos, but you're also going to have an unparalleled immersive experience for models and actors. How cool is this? Okay. So, but let's talk about the importance of photos, right? This is cool, but why is photos so important? Okay. When we do our shoots are all designed exclusive around each individual talent, because the photos that you use will determine your level of success in the entertainment industry, bar none, whether it's headshots, your portfolio, and so forth. And getting the right photos is so important, okay? You know, what and age doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how old you are, how young you are. It's all leaning into the character that you can be, right? And what it's called is versatility. It's about being able to play the doctor, the lawyer, the mom, the gardener, the police officer, the president. And we really specialize and nail that down. Here are some more examples, right? From fitness to commercial print to comedy, right? To editorial. It's about getting the shots that will determine the amount of castings you can get and putting you on rapid fire to the highest level of success. Okay, again, some more great examples of some of our talent and some of our past shoots. And we're now going to accelerate and elevate this. And as I always say, we always get the best studios in the world, and being able to have the opportunity to work in a studio like Forbes Riley Studio is going to be beyond amazing. This studio is incredible. It's literally, like I said, multi-million dollars in equipment and lighting, specialized sets. It's going to be very limited because our studio is limited to 45 people. So this is unlike where I can say, hey guys, I want everybody to be a part of this. Unfortunately, no. Okay, so it's going to be very limited. We're going to have our top makeup artists there, our top photographers there. We're going to be flying people in from LA, from Miami, from New York. So you guys are going to have the opportunity to work with some of the best people in the world, people who work with celebrities, people who work with major stars and musicians, okay? And what's really important about this, and I always stress this, and some people listen, some people don't, but, and I said this early about our representing now some of the top photographers and makeup artists in the world. These are like billion-dollar brands, just to let you guys know that we're going to be working with. And what's so important is when you tag them in the shoot, they share it. And when they share it, now, like, think about this. I'm going to make this really simple. I think sometimes I get overly complicated because I'm very strategic in my thinking. We're very scientific. So just to make it simple, imagine you were a musician and you had a new song. No one's never heard of you before. No one's never heard the song, but you were connected and friends with Lady Gaga. And then she shared your song on her TikTok and said, here's the link. Go buy this new album. This is amazing. How fast do you think your album would go to #1 if somebody like Lady Gaga shared it? Pretty fast, right? So that's the whole point. So our shoots are just not about the shoots and the experiences, but about connecting you to the people that literally will elevate your career just by proximity, just by being in the same room with them, right? Christina, there you go, right? Exactly. Because a picture's worth 1,000 words. Casting directors see thousands of photos every day. They have the ability to know who can book a job or not just by looking at their portfolio. So if you want to stand out from the thousands of freelance models that are discarded every day, you must make sure your photos are excellent quality and that they grab the attention of the casting director and they pull them in. Okay? Having great photos is what makes all the difference. And again, here are some great examples. These are phenomenal headshots. These are great. You can see versatility. Your focus is on the person. So the photos we do are designed for the casting directors and producers. These are designed to get you work in the industry. These are not designed for grandma and grandpa to say, put you up on the wall. They should, because we want to create iconic photos. Okay, because you want to grab the casting director's attention. Having the right lighting, the right makeup, the styling. We handle all that. We understand what it's like to work with new people. That's what we do, okay? Having the right headshots, the right portraits, the right portfolios, the right images to really stress who you are and in your versatility. It's not about glamour shots, okay? Here are some great examples, great headshots. These are done correctly. Your focus is on the talent. Your focus is drawn to them, to their facial expressions, their bone structure, okay? Here's photos that are not good, okay? Nice girl, she paid a lot of money for these, okay? But her styling was done wrong, her makeup, her hair. You're not drawn to her. Look at these versus look at these. You're a casting director, you had to make a decision. Your career was on the line. You don't realize casting directors are independent contractors. They suck. They don't get another client. They're out of business. They're driving for Uber. So it's important for them to always find the right person, right? Without even me going into details about these individuals, if you can only go by their photos, you're going to pick one of these options off of this, okay? Common sense. We talked about this. Sometimes you got to learn what you don't know, right? You don't know until you don't know, okay? Another great example of photos that don't work. Okay, your eyes are drawn to the necklace, to the blue, to the pink. Her hair is all frazzled. The earrings, absolutely wrong. She paid a lot of money for these. Even if you want to say she's using them for real estate, looks cheesy, doesn't look good. Here's another example. Great looking girl, right? But again, the styling done wrong, the colors, the stripes, the glasses, they're not strong. Casting director is going to walk right past these. He's going to turn the page. He's going to choose somebody else. And you don't want that. You only have one shot to make a first impression. Another really attractive woman, photos done wrong, wrong styling, wrong colors, her hair not done properly, rush job, okay? Call them hacks, okay? I'm gonna give you guys a little stat. I never shared this before, but I'll share it with you guys, especially in New York, because I've been doing this for 2 decades. At any one time, pre-COVID, there were around 200,000 individuals in New York City who listed 200,000 who listed themselves as photographers as a primary source of income. Less than 200 actually worked for any of the major magazines. Those are the people you want to work with, okay? And until you're really in this industry, most of the high-level photographers, they're not advertising online. You have to know them. You have to, ways you find out and learn, pick up magazines like Vogue. They're going to have photo credits. Then research that photographer, see the type of work they do. Compare it to somebody you may be looking at in your local market, and then see what the difference. If you're paying good money for photos, you shouldn't wind up with photos like this. And I've seen it over and over again. And you certainly should not be dictating your photos, right? You should have a stylist. You should let the makeup artist, let the professionals do it. If you want to do your own photo shoot, that's great. But don't come to us because we know what's going to book you work. We have talent earning $30,000 a day. We have people on major motion pictures. We have people walking runways of all over the world. Some of them fought us. They're like, no, I want my photo like that. We're like, no, trust us. Trust the process. Trust the experts. Okay? Get headshots like this. Do it the right way. Get yourself a portfolio done with the right lighting. Light makes everything right. If you're not in $1 million studio with great lighting, with great sets, with great people, you're going to be disappointed in the product. And you're going to look at it and they're okay. Okay is not going to get you anywhere, okay? Think about this. Think about the difference between being great and being phenomenal, right? Imagine a dad who says, I was a great dad, but my son still overdosed on drugs. I don't understand why. And somebody turns to him and says, well, you were a phenomenal dad, right? Think about that. Think about when you're going on an audition. I did a great audition, or it was phenomenal. When you see Ben Crawford perform as the Phantom of the Opera, he performs, I spoke about this yesterday, he's performed 6 days a week, twice out of those 6 days, he performs twice. Every single night he has to go out and give the best performance of his life. That audience needs to stand to their feet and cheer. That's the expectations and the bar I set for the shoots that we do and for the people that we work with, okay? So our next shoot is going to be St. Petersburg, Florida. It's going to be at the most amazing studio you guys will ever be in, at least on this part of your journey. And I will set your expectations when you come through this experience. What you're going to learn, the people you're going to meet are going to change your life. And as a little bit of a bonus, who would like to be able to actually get to meet Forbes Riley at the studio and do a mastermind with her? Who would like me to have Bill Walsh fly in and spend some time with you guys? Okay, this is literally going to be like a $20,000 experience once in a lifetime. This is going to be absolutely incredible. And to be able to have this like this, guys going to put something together for you guys later today that I'm going to show you that literally there'll be no one on this call who won't be able to do it. Okay. So again, this is going to be super limited. This is something special. This is like literally like this is like the most excited shoot I've ever gotten to put together and be a part of. So this is going to be tight. This is going to be on point. And what if I brought JJ and flew him down the same period? Would you guys like that? Hang out with JJ for the day? Yeah, work with him for 3 days. Let's make that happen. But anyway, let me turn this back over to Miss Denise because we have some of our inner circle up next. And then we have some more speakers. And then we have the one, the only Ryan Colby will be joining us live from New York City. Hi, guys.
Well, we get to go to my favorite place in the whole entire world. I love St. Petersburg more than there's one other place in Florida I love more than that, Sanibel Island, but this is going to be such a phenomenal opportunity. Like, imagine going on set and having the opportunity to shoot in the different studios within the studio. Like, imagine the versatility. Like, if you're someone who has been working with us for a while and come to several shoots, you've not had photos like this. And if this is your first time, imagine how badass your portfolio is going to start in a multi-million-dollar studio. So
I just want to add really quick, how cool would it be for you guys to do an Instagram or Facebook reel walking through the studio, right?
Yeah.
Huge.
Oh my gosh.
It's like being on the set of the Today Show. Like everything you need.
I know everything.
You can even do a pretend cooking show, Janine. You can watch me burn stuff. It's going to be great.
You know me, I love to cook. Well, you're quite the sushi chef.
I am. I've gotten really good at it. Really good.
You can totally help us with the sushi and
hi, Avinash.
Avinash is here. What? Hi,
I'm so proud of you. Okay.
It's awesome. All right. So what I would like to do now is, you've heard from me, you've heard from Mike, you've heard from Alicia, you've heard from so many amazing speakers, but how many of you would like to hear from some of the talent that we've been working with? So that they can kind of share their stories. So if you are team shy, I don't care. So Diamond, since you are, she's like, I'm going through a tunnel. I can't hear you.
I saw her practicing her sexy poses in case JJ called out. How many of you guys saw that?
Did you also see her just try to hide behind her camera? Like, her camera always flipped off. But
you're always on stage, my friend. You're always on stage.
I got you, Diamond. All right. So Diamond Benford, thank you for unmuting yourself and being a good sport. So let's talk a little bit about your journey. Okay. So I'm going to tell everyone, when I met Diamond, she was so shy. She's still kind of shy, but we're working on that. But she was so shy. And Diamond, when you started working with VIP Ignite, what were your goals?
My goals have always been acting and modeling. I think when I first started with VIP Ignite, I was more into the acting part. I don't know, I have body dysmorphia and like self-confidence issues, or I had more of that in the beginning. So then like I didn't really see myself as actually being able to become a model. But now I feel like with working with VIP, I've grown more confident through encouragement and all the teachings and lessons we have. And then getting closer with the VIP family, you make a bunch of great friends here. And then you have a support system that helps build you up whenever you get down. So
that's awesome. Now, what were you doing before you met us?
Right before I met you guys, I was working customer service at Nordstrom. So that's what I was doing.
Were you doing anything in the industry? Had you worked with any other companies, or are we your first?
You guys are my first.
Oh, thank God. That's awesome. And I know you had a tremendous experience in Atlanta. You had someone actually come up to you and say something that totally changed you. So can we talk a little bit about that as well?
So in Atlanta, I guess when I it was day 2 of Atlanta when I did my actual photo shoot. That wasn't the headshots. When I came in, I was like, I always get a little bit nervous before a photo shoot because I'm just like, oh my gosh, I have so many ideas and I want this so badly and it's not going to translate, or I'm going to freeze. And then before the photo shoot, JJ was in there the day before and we were working with him. He had us go through poses and he had us show different emotions. He'd call out something and you had to do a pose for it. And I think that really helped build my confidence. And then the day of the shoot, I went into the shoot and I just gave it my all. I was just like, you know what? The picture's gonna come out however. I'm just gonna put me forward. I'm gonna try to be the most confident I've ever been. And that's what I did. The photographer after he asked for my Instagram and he was like, oh, I see that you put high fashion on there. That's why you were speaking to me through the camera. And then also Mr. Foster came up to me after and he was like, I see a model in you. So
How did that make you feel?
it made me feel validated, like all the work that I've been putting into it. And it also made me feel a little frustrated because like all that time I spent worrying or spent overthinking things, I could have been putting that aside and putting more into it so I can be further along and just be doing better than where I'm at. But it also gave me the encouragement I needed to know that I could just grow and expand from here.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing. And let me tell you guys something too. A couple months ago, she would have had a heart attack. Even if I would have called her, she would have like turned off her camera and run away. So thank you very much for showing up for yourself. I know I texted you this the other day, but I'm just so proud of you. I can't even.
And your photos are beautiful.
Oh my God.
I saw them. They made me cry.
You know what? I really wish that I had a screenshot of one of them. Like the girl that you see, the woman that you see here, her photos are up. Hold on. Vishal might come in for the win. Vishal's like, hold on, Janine. I got this. But her photo, when I saw her photo, I was like, who is the supermodel? So good job. Thank you. Vishal, you know what you can do? I'll have you share one of those photos later. How's that sound? Awesome. Awesome. All right, Diamond. Thank you so much for sharing. I am so proud of you, girl. Oh my gosh. All right. Let's see here. Let's see. What other inner circle members can we call upon? We have here, we have Classy Mike Trash. Classy Mike Trash, can you unmute yourself for us?
Hi there.
Why, hello, Classy Mike Trash. So, tell me, what were you doing before you met VIP Ignite? What were you doing before you started working with us? And how long were you kind of peeping us before you started working with us?
I knew about you guys from, I think, 2015, 2016. I went to one of the New York events and I was really psyched about it, but it wasn't the right time because I was still working full time and didn't really think I could give it the amount of time and dedication that it needed to. And I retired in 2017 or 2018. Wait, 2018 I retired. And I was doing my band full time, trying to figure out what the next step was, where we could make the breakthrough. And we were doing all original music, which is a tough gig. I mean, to go out there and play your own stuff and get people to pay attention to you. If you're not doing cover tunes, you're not going to really get too far, but unless you have the right audience. So then my partner died, my co-writer died. So I had to really had to change my mindset on what we were going to do because we couldn't do it because I was the only member left of the band. So, you know, I was thinking about, you know, I was thinking that actually before he died, I was thinking about going to VIP because I knew what they were about and I knew that it was time to investigate it. So, but he died the day that I got to talk to you. And so it was a real mess, but, you know.
But you still spoke to her. You didn't call out sick. Do you know what that means? Like for your integrity? Like, I can't even. There's so many people, I have cramps, you know what I mean? Like, or like whatever excuse they have. like you had something traumatic. I remember when Deneen told me and she had tears.
Yeah,
You
I'm
showed up and you were
Cried
ready.
together on your interview, I remember.
that's the way I am. I just, when I say I'm going to do something, I do it. I am a person that,
Integrity.
yes, and I, you know, if you don't have integrity, you don't have anything. And because that's the only thing that you can, if you have nothing at all, you still have your integrity if you do it right. So then I decided I would see what it was, what VIP was like and what it could do for me or what I could do for them. And I was just thinking of music. But then I thought maybe acting, because I've acted all my life in one way or another, through 12 years of wrestling, through a lot of different things that we all are actors in our own way, because we have to act every day like we love our job or whatever it is. But I've always been a person that I tend to open my mouth and get myself in trouble when I say I can do something and I can't do it. And then I have to prove that I can do it, and I have to do it. And then I have to really learn how to do it in a quick way. And that's how I got into music 40 years ago. I opened my big mouth and said I could be that I'm a musician. And so one time at an open mic night, they challenged me. They said, all right, why don't you come up and play with our band? And I'm like thinking, uh-oh, now I'm not prepared. So I got up and I played and I knocked them dead. And next thing I know, I'm in a band. And actually I have a band that, from 1985, that still gets comments. I even get comments on Facebook. Are you the Mike Trash from the Barking Rats? It's like, I can't believe people remember that. That band was a fun band, but that's not what I wanted to be remembered for. I want to be remembered for my originals. You know, I'm going to do a shameless plug here. That's my album, Love in a Blender.
No.
And so it's available in iTunes and Amazon and all your favorite digital places. And but anyway, then I went to VIP and decided I was going to throw everything at it that I could possibly do. And if I'm going to make this, I'm going to do it the right way. So.
And how has life changed for you since being a part of VIP Ignite?
It's changed in a lot of ways because I've always been a loner. So I didn't know how to react when all of a sudden people were cheering me on in the background. And I still, to this day, am not really good at accepting my successes, I guess. You know, I've submitted my trailer and my one of my songs, the last song that Ken and I wrote together, which was Love is Love. I submitted them into film festivals, and I've had a little more confidence about what I'm doing because everyone's telling me I'm doing it right. So I'm used to people telling me you can't do it. Now I'm having people.
How many film festivals have you won?
The Love is Love has 22 awards, and my trailer has I think 18 awards right now. And I just haven't applied. I haven't been in festivals for the past 2 months, so I haven't lost any. I just haven't won any. And I have a bunch of festivals coming up that are decent. I'm concentrating on New York and LA and maybe Texas. Those are my 3 markets that I'm now concentrating on instead of worldwide.
So how cool is it that like you went from just like you knew you had something inside of you, right? And then you were just literally sending your stuff out to all these festivals. Then through the mentorship, you worked with someone, Lily Drew, who's one of our mentors here at VIP Ignite. She's an actor, a model, she's a playwright, she's a screenwriter, she's a producer, she does everything when it comes to
She's going to be doing office hours. She's going to be doing office hours again.
Yep. Yeah, she starts Tuesday. But I'm sorry, Mike Trash. But how, like, you were like all over the place, and now you're hyper focused on major markets. Talk about the impact that's had on you as well.
Well, I mean, the thing is, I needed credibility. I needed to know that what I did was worth something. I needed to hear it from people that don't have any idea who I am. So going to these markets that are like I've won in France, I've won in England, I've won in a bunch of places overseas, and I've won in the United States. So it gave me a sense that maybe what I have is something, and the credibility. The trailer for my TV show is at a 90% win, according to And the other one's at an 88% win, but that was entered into more competitions because a lot more people want it, or a lot more festivals wanted music videos than they do trailers. So I think that gave me the validity and the courage, if you will, to go into the markets that I have to go into to make. I mean, I've hit a lot of New York and LA awards already, but I just got to keep going, and I got to hit the right people. So it's out there and people do like it, which is awesome because, you know, all that work didn't go in vain. And now the next step is let's get a TV contract for the show, and we'll be right where I want to be, because that incorporates my music and my TV show together in one, and that would be a win, a big win. So.
Yeah. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much has being a part of our inner circle changed your life?
I couldn't put a number on that because the people in my inner circle are probably the most fabulous people in the world. They just mean a lot to me because I never had that, and I really appreciate it more because I never had that. And then again, Trash's Angels are there to make sure that I make it. So.
One day we'll tell you guys the backstory, but if you have to be there to understand.
You know, the thing is, you know, through these shoots, I mean, the first shoot I went to was New York, and I was terrified because I had no idea what to do, and the pictures show it, and but I still got good pictures out of it, and I keep thinking back to I was shy. I am a shy.
Super shy, which I was shocked at.
And everybody was in New York. Everybody walked the runway, and I'm sitting back thinking, "Oh, that's not my gig. I don't want to be a model." And I'm sitting back there watching everybody walk the thing, and I think that's cool. They're doing pretty cool. And everybody ran the walkway, and Ryan says, "Now, what about you, Mike Trash?" And I said, "What? I'm not a model." He goes, "Now you walk it." And so I did. I once again was dared. I once again was said, "Let's see you do it," and I did it the best I could do it, and everybody was clapping and cheering and stuff. And I'm like, everybody was cheering. I'm like, what's this about? Nobody else got cheered. How did I get cheered? And it was fun. Because and now I feel like I just might be a model.
I don't know. I saw your photos from Atlanta, sir. I think that you are a model.
I've come a long way. I've really come a long way. I feel confident. This last shoot was so awesome. The pictures came out great, and I don't know how it could be better. I think I should quit while I'm ahead.
Nope, there's no quitting. Winners never quit, and quitters never win. But thank you so much for sharing your story, Mike. That you're an inspiration to all of us. And
notice that I smile a lot more now too.
I know you do. Trust me, I see it all. It's my job to see it all. It's awesome.
It's been a great thing. And if you're going to do this, do it right. Get in the inner circle. That's what
Go all in. Go all in.
Go all in. So that's my story. I'm sticking with it.
Thank you, Mike Trash.
Expect a check in the mail.
Thank you, sir. All right, let's see here. Marcia Clark, you're up to bat. Can you please unmute yourself?
Oh my goodness. Hi, why am I up to bat?
Because I said so, that's why. So Marcia Clark, before you started working with VIP Ignite, what were you doing to start moving ahead in the entertainment industry? And your hair looks really pretty today, by the way. I was noticing.
Thanks,
that.
I fixed it just for you. I also did my hair and makeup.
Okay.
Before I came across VIP Ignite, I had affiliated myself with some photography model network groups in my local market. I'm out in the Pacific Northwest, Seattle. And I was doing what they call TFP shoots in the area, working with different photographers on different calibers and levels. Some of them highly acclaimed, well-established, esteemed photographers that have done big-time stuff like what we do with VIP Ignite. But the vast majority of them are young photographers learning their craft, trying to figure it out, trying to understand their camera, get better composition, better lighting, just so that they can be better photographers too.
Right. So where did that get you?
Nowhere.
No, it's
Just honest, nowhere.
and what has changed for you since you started working with VIP Ignite? And how has being a part of our inner circle helped to propel you forward even more rapidly?
Just really, it boils down to the education and knowledge, the proximity that we are given with our celebrity coaches and mentors. They share very, very candidly with us about their experiences, pitfalls that they've gone through, successes that they've had. Gosh, if I knew this, I would have done that differently. And they're help guiding us around hitting some of the pitfalls that they hit. It's kind of a no holds bar. They tell us the truth about everything, the good, the bad, the ugly. Some stuff is kind of frightening. It's like, really, are you kidding me? Like you still have to deal with that, but it's the truth. I mean, it's the industry, and getting that into our brain and understanding it and having that knowledge moving forward, then it doesn't seem so daunting. It's simply part of the process. It's part of the job. They're keeping us on the right path, and you guys have really been awesome in giving us that proximity. I mean, how many people can say, oh, Robert Galinsky knows me by name and he calls me out, or he'll like send me a message just randomly. Hey, have you been working on your monologues?
For those of you guys that don't know Robert Galinsky, that's 50 Cent's acting coach. That's huge.
Yeah, exactly. Lily Drew, Ali Grant.
Ali Grant from
Gosh,
the Goldbergs. She studied at Harvard University. She starred on a hit show called Weeds. She was on Sweet Life of Zach and Cody. That having proximity is everything.
Randy Goodwin, Christopher Mark Christopher Lawrence, sorry.
From the show Chuck, and Randy Goodwin is from the show Girlfriends with Tracy Ellis Ross. He also was on Vampire Diaries.
I mean, the circle that I have built is incredible and priceless and could never be replaced. Mark Schoenfeld. I mean, my God, Mark freaking Schoenfeld.
He's on here right now watching.
Hi, Mark.
He doesn't need to be here, but he just loves us. We're all his babies.
Yeah, I mean, I'm proud to be one of his babies, and I learn from him every single time we have an opportunity to meet. Every time.
Awesome. Now, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much has being a part of Inner Circle transformed you as not only as an actor or a model, but just as a person?
Exponentially. I can't put a number on it. When I first dipped my toe in the water, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna buy a package and I'm gonna see if I can make this work. And I went to Orlando and I was scared to death. I thought, like, Ali, sorry, I was frightened of you.
I think most people are frightened of me until they actually meet me. But I remember the first time I met you and you sent me your photos and I'm like, what the F is this? They suck. Remember I told you that? I said, they're downright scary. This is why you can't book work. And then even having those photos affiliated, like when we started working with photographers from Vogue, I'm like, you can't have this shit. It's like literally tainting your growth. Right?
Yeah.
It's the truth. Everybody wants to be a model. Your photos say 1,000,000 words about you. You need to work with the best.
Yeah. Pictures really do speak 1,000 words.
Yeah. Having a great photographer, having somebody working with you, showing you what to wear, what not to wear, doing your hair, doing your makeup. Like literally when you guys meet Ryan Colby, it is orchestrated. It's a science. We're giving you the photos you need to book work, not the photos that you want. This is not for your friends in Facebook to go, oh, you're a model. No. This is for marketing.
My portfolio book, Ryan actually put together my portfolio book for me while I was in Atlanta. I was pleased that I actually chose some excellent photos. I was grossly surprised at some of the photos that he put in and how he put the book together. I learned a lot. I know it's something that is not easily trained. It's something that you learn through experience. Years and years of experience. But I learned a lot about myself. I learned a lot about my book. I learned a lot about the process. And I am so stoked to be courting some of the local agencies out here in Seattle.
Awesome.
And you recently met the owner of Ford Model Management, which was huge.
Yes.
I mean, you've gotten voiceover work with Santino Fontana, who won the Tony for Best Actor in Tootsie. He also voiced Prince Hans in Frozen. I mean, getting to add those people to your resume, what does that do for you? Like when you're going for those local castings?
It's phenomenal because it literally, yeah, I don't have a lot of actual work experience to say, hey, look, I've done this. But when people look at my resume and they're like, you worked with this person, you worked with that. How are you
had
getting
Jerome
access to these
Lamar,
people?
guys? Were you at the photo shoot with Jerome Lamar, the head of
Yes.
Beyonce's team?
Yes.
So everybody wants to work with Beyonce. We had the head of Beyonce's team. For those of you that know Ivy Park and Adidas, he ran Baby Phat. Now he runs Beyonce's team. And he was there taking pictures with everybody, following our talent, sharing our stuff on his page. Gee, I wonder who's in his inner circle.
Right. Talk
He
about
did
the
a photo shoot all
coolest.
day. Yeah.
He is legitimately the coolest, most down-to-earth, humble cat on the face of this planet. I mean, I thought when he walked in, I'm like, oh yeah, he thinks he's all big hot stuff and he's got this great big ego. Oh my God, no.
Right
he
before
is
he
so
came to us, he was working with Rihanna. I think Michael was outside when he was talking to Rihanna.
yeah.
That is insane. And he was
Yeah,
right there
he's-
talking to you.
He's all, and he was just as humble and friendly and personable as could possibly be with every single one of us, and treated us with the same caliber that I'm sure that he treats Beyonce and Rihanna and those highfalutin, like they've made it and they're successful.
It's the proximity. It's a secret recipe. Proximity plus proof plus power equals authority. I mean, that's everything. You know? How many of you guys
Yep.
want those types of connections? Would that help you a little bit or a lot? Type it in here. Because I mean, anybody can go get photos done. Anybody with a credit card, you can go find people to do them for free. That's awesome. But are they what you actually need to book work? And then even if you got photos done, where the hell are you posting them? Like, what are you going to do with them? Yeah, a lot. I don't know where Deneen went. Hi, Deneen.
Janine's hiding. But I mean, even from a personal level, the training that I received from a personal level has, quite frankly, given me a leg up professionally in my 9-to-5 job, which I'm trying to work towards making an exit out of and doing this full time. It has helped me in my personal life. I'm going through quite a bit of strife. I'm really in the middle of a nasty divorce right now. And I had to laugh when Mike said, call everyone in your phone book that's a negative Nelly and tell them goodbye for the last time. I'm like, dang it, there's one person I really need to do that to, and I can't because he's half the DNA for my child. But you know what? It's like it's boosted my confidence and given me a lot of self-esteem and a lot of personal guidance direction. The tribe is my family. I mean, you guys,
you literally got a tattoo, Deneen.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, that tattoo?
Yeah.
Awesome. All right.
Yeah, it's just it's not just elevating your pursuit in the entertainment industry. It's elevating your life in total and in whole.
Remember, friends and family here, people in the entertainment industry here, they don't go hand in hand. Could you imagine if you wanted to get into show business and you were asking the people in your inner circle before us what you should do, what you should not do?
Awesome.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, night and day.
Night and day.
Well, Marcia Clark, we're so proud of you. We love you. Thank you so much for sharing your story.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, guys. So you guys have been blowing up. My phone is like literally blowing up right now with people asking me, oh my gosh, how do I get to St. Petersburg, Deneen? How do I get to St. Petersburg? So would it be okay for me to have Mike come on to like go over how you will get to St. Petersburg? Would that be okay with you guys? Okay. I don't know if I told you this earlier, but when I ask you something, I want to see some. How many of you are a little bit excited, or tremendously excited to have the opportunity to work in that studio. If you're excited, show me some excitement for the love of everything good and pure. Thank you very much. Now, with that energy, we are going. Kiara, you're laughing at me, but this is really who I am. Okay, so with that level of energy, please join me in welcoming to the stage the one, the only, Master Michael Pumpkin.
I gotta fix, I'm too tall. There we go.
Short, what can I say?
Hey guys, how's everybody doing? All right, so I just want to go over this really quick. We have a fan favorite coming up next, right after this. So I'm gonna have to kind of go through this kind of quick, but then any questions and all that, Allie and everybody will take those in a little bit. But incredible weekend. This weekend's been really super cool. I've been getting a lot of really great text messages, a lot of really great comments. So really glad that this is working out perfectly. Obviously, we're limited by how much time we can spend together here. So what I did was I put something together for you guys, just so that way we can kind of continue the journey together. So with your permission, I'd like to show that to you guys. I also just want to let you know our next speaker, she's going to be going over how to work with high profile people. So how to build a network of really high profile, successful people. So definitely do not want to miss that. And of course, we have Santa Claus will be arriving right after that. Colby Claus, Mr. Ryan Colby himself. Will be calling in live. So definitely, if you never had a chance to meet Ryan, brace yourself. He is like super cool, but he's been doing this for 40 years. And I always joke that he's a cartoon character, but he's so knowledgeable on the industry. So that definitely is he's a great person to have in your life. And I think everyone who's worked with him will agree with that. So with your permission, let me show you what we got. All right. So we call this the Accelerate Your Career Gulf of Mexico Experience. Okay, so what this is going to include is going to be a 4-look photo shoot in St. Petersburg, Florida, at the studio we discussed before. Value of that, if you had to do your photo shoot on your own, it's going to be $24.97. You're going to get a set of professional headshots also. So this is something that's new that we're doing. So not only will you get the 4-look photo shoot, but you're also going to get a set of professional headshots done in the studio, which will allow us to really build your characters, to lean into the different sets, the different type of characters you play. We'll actually be doing an entire call on that to get everybody ready for this shoot, because this is going to be the highest level shoot that we've ever done anywhere in the United States. We will have a celebrity stylist on location. Okay, $9.97 for that. We will have a celebrity hairstylist and makeup artist there on location. So not only will you get the 4-look photo shoot in St. Petersburg, Florida, we're going to be doing in Gulf of Mexico, celebrity stylist, professional headshot, celebrity hairstylist, makeup artist, but you're also going to get representation by Truth Management. So we will be your mother agency. So for those of you who don't have representation, the benefit of this is not only can we submit you out for work and opportunities, but you also have the opportunity now that on a go forward basis, and all our talent will agree, anytime somebody approaches you, anytime somebody jumps out of the crowd, anytime somebody reaches out to you on social media and is looking to work with you, you say, great. You don't give them your name, you don't give them your information. You just say, great, here's my agent's information, contact them, thank you, they will handle it, bye-bye. So that way we'll handle all of that for you. We go really in depth on submitting for castings and so forth. So this is something that's going to be really cool. And now with us acquiring other agencies, having new talent to represent nationwide is all the more important for us, because this really will give us a strong foothold in the industry. So not only will you get the 4-look photo shoot in St. Petersburg, Florida, value $24.97, set of professional headshots, $9.97, celebrity stylist on location, value $1,500, celebrity hairstylist and makeup artist, value $19.97, representation by Truth Management, priceless. We're also going to give you access to the vault. So that's over 400 hours of content. That is every single training we've ever done. This is unlike anything else out there. This destroys anything, because these are the highest level people. There is no way you could go through all 400 hours. It's going to be really difficult. So it's all searchable. So kind of think of it like Netflix for the entertainment industry. You're going on a casting, you need to get some monologues, you type in monologue, boom, up come all the trainings on monologues. You need to work on your story, your posing, so forth. Well, our trainers include everybody from Ben Crawford to Emmy Award winners, to Tony Award winners, to talent from America's Next Top Model, some of the best people in the industry. You have a full access to that. one of the first things that you'll jump in for is going to be creating your vision board. And our next speaker, that's actually the very first video you're going to have to watch. So for those of you who are brand new, this is a really great thing because that was one of our very first videos we ever shot. So you guys are actually going to get to meet the person who you're going to be watching that very first video. That's like a mandatory thing. You can watch any video in any order, but you have to watch one single video, and that's going to be that person's video when you first log on to the site. So that there's priceless. I couldn't even put a price on that. You're talking, we spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to put this together. So not even going to go there. So not only are you going to get the access to the vault, but you're going to get the 4-look photo shoot in St. Petersburg, Florida, set of professional headshots, celebrity stylist on location, celebrity hairstylist, makeup artist, representation by Truth Management, in addition to access to the vault. Plus, you're also going to get to be a part of something we're doing in the next 2 weeks. Stage to Screen virtual weekend. That's a $10,000 program. You're going to get advanced table read secrets from pilot to series, release date training, auditioning for pilots, 12-page monologue, on-camera audition, self-tape workshop, and also a bonus, become a musical icon, which the speaker who's going to be handling this is some of our top speakers in the entertainment and acting divisions will be doing this. This is going to be an entire weekend dedicated to this. This is what's going to be considered an immersive, interactive weekend. By the end of this weekend, you will be able to submit yourself out. You'll know how to do self-tape. You'll be able to really be in-depth on script analysis. You'll be able to audition. You'll be able to go on castings. So this is something, will be recorded. It will only be available to our members, but this is something that's really important. You need to make sure you clear the time for this. We'll be doing a preparatory call the Friday before the event. But this is going to be super, super important to be able to get your career accelerated as fast as possible. And that takes place in 2 weeks. So you definitely figure it out. Call a babysitter, get a dog walker, whatever it needs to be done. You do not want to miss this. So now you're going to get the Stage to Screen virtual weekend, but you're going to get the 4-look photo shoot in St. Petersburg, Florida, set of professional headshots, celebrity stylists, celebrity hairstylists, makeup artists, representation by Truth Management, access to the vault, which is life-changing, Stage to Screen virtual weekend, which will accelerate your career. But we're going to do some bonuses. One of them is going to be, you're going to get a ticket to the Ultimate Wealth Camp. That's a separate event that Bill Walsh holds. And I'm going to tell you something, it's life-changing. You're going to literally get to spend 2 days. There's 4 different cities that will be available for. But you'll literally be in a room filled with millionaires and contacts that will change your life. For those of you who've ever thought about being an entrepreneur, starting a business, just meeting people who think differently and having access, this is a bonus that I'm giving to you guys because of our relationship with Bill. So this will be an incredible thing. Those tickets alone online sell for $997. That's our bonus gift to you guys. Just get yourself to the event and literally, I can guarantee you will have the most amazing experience ever. Not only that, but we're also going to do a special agency meet and greet virtual event. So once you complete the training, once you go through all this, we're actually going to have an online virtual meet and greet with some of our top agencies that are looking to sign talent nationwide. So not only are we looking to place you in national markets, we also want to place you in what's considered some of the top agencies in local markets. So instead of like, not only you'll have dual representation, so we'll be your mother agent, but then you'll also have local representation. From there, we'll then start expanding your career to both national and international representation. Eventually, you will have specialized agents that will handle your commercial division, will handle your editorial, will handle your TV, your film, your acting, your voiceover. So you will have multiple agents representing you that specialize in one direct aspect of your career. Okay. But at the beginning, our main goal is to just get you out working, get you on set, and get you the experience. Okay. So I don't want to overwhelm you with too much, but this is the right process. It's just following the process the right way. So now you get the 4-look photo shoot, set of professional headshots, celebrity stylist, celebrity hairstylist, makeup artist, representation by Truth Management, access to the vault, the Stage to Screen virtual weekend, which is going to be life-changing. You're going to get to come to the Ultimate Wealth Camp. And remember, that's a bonus. We're paying for this for you guys. If you don't want to come, that's fine. But I highly recommend you to come do it because surrounding yourself with other people, it's like I said, I met JJ at an event like this. I met Bill Walsh. I met so many people. Joseph, I met at this event. So all these people that are making a huge impact on my life, you're going to get to be surrounded by 100 more like that.
and we'll be there. So like literally Alicia can take you by the hand and introduce you to people. So even if you're like a little bit nervous, scared, trust me, by the
I
end of the
drag
weekend,
you by your hair.
yeah, by the end of the
Introduce
weekend, you're
people.
going to learn a lot. Like you literally will come out of this literally learning so much. You're going to be totally blown away. Okay. So if you thought our weekend is great, Bill's weekend is like literally at that level, if not even a tad above it. And then a mega bonus. Okay. Mega bonus. We're going to do a live mastermind while you're here at the Accelerate Your Career in St. Petersburg. Mastermind is going to be with Forbes Riley herself. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity to get to spend a day with one of the most successful TV hosts. Her connections, I cannot tell you how powerful they are. And she is so excited to work with you guys. Like you have no idea how excited she is. You'll be able to do a live mastermind with Forbes Riley herself, myself, Alicia, Deneen, Ryan Colby will be there. And we will also have a celebrity special guest that is flying in. I can't announce the name, but trust me, when you guys walk in, expect your Instagram to go from 1 to 1 million. That's how big this name is going to be. And then also while we're there, since we have full access to the studio, the camera equipment, all the stage hands, the lighting, it's literally a multi-million-dollar studio. We're going to be doing a TikTok Reels and Mastermind, and we're going to be flying JJ himself in for this, okay? Because that's where it's at. So if you add all this up, you get the 4-look photo shoot in St. Petersburg, the set of professional headshots, celebrity stylist on location, celebrity hairstylist and makeup artist, representation by Truth Management, access to the vault, stage to screen virtual weekend, the bonus ultimate wealth camp, the bonus 2 special agency meet and greet virtual event, the mega bonus live mastermind with Forbes Riley, Michael Fomkin, Alicia Kabak, Deneen White, Ryan Colby, and a special celebrity guest. Plus, you're going to get the mega bonus with JJ live in person there with the TikTok Reels Mastermind. If you total all of this up, what do we have?
We have.
So total value of this package is $21,000. Make sure you guys can see that, $21,479. Okay, but what I want you to ask yourself, that's not what you're going to pay. I'm going to do something so special for you guys to blow your mind. But I just want you to think from my perspective, from a business perspective, if the opportunity to sit down with Forbes Riley and that changed your life, or sitting down with Ryan Colby or with Alicia, or getting the right headshots, getting access to the right training, getting the access to understand being immersed and really being able to get yourself out there the right way. If just any one of those things got you the opportunity to live the life that you want, to have the financial freedom, to be able to come to the Ultimate Wealth Camp, surrounded by millionaires, to make these types of connections that will change your life, would it be worth it? All right, absolutely. So you're going to get all of this, not for $21,479. The total package for this is $1997. All of this, literally less than the cost of a photo shoot. When I say, guys, I want to build this business up, I want to be able to have talent represented. I'm surrounding myself with some of the most successful people in the industry. I will do whatever it takes to get us there as a team, as a Fearless Rebels, as a part of the community. You're going to get all of this. You're going to get the Accelerate Your Career Gulf of Mexico experience, 4-look photo shoot in St. Petersburg, Florida, the set of at the studio, $1 million studio, set of professional headshots, something we've never done before, celebrity stylist on location, celebrity hairstylist, makeup artist, representation by Truth Management, access to the vault, unlimited training, live 24/7 on demand, stage to screen virtual weekend, which is going to be mind blowing. And then you're also going to get the ticket to the Ultimate Wealth Camp, the special agency meet and greet that's here, takes your career from being national to international to worldwide. You're also now going to get the opportunity for the live mastermind while you're there in Florida. And remember, like I said, this event's going to be completely different. This is going to be like a learn and go. You're going to be very interactive. This is not, you're going to be sitting in a chair, just listening. You're going to be broken up into groups, and you're actually going to get to participate, because this is an actual live working studio. So when you come out of there, your experience level, the photos you have are all going to be life-changing. And it's not $21,479. It's only $1997. And just to show you guys how to do this, you're going to go to this link. And this is limited, just to let you guys know. This is studio. I cannot have 200 people. I can't have 100 people. I can only have 45 people total in the studio. Okay. And just to let you know, when I do something, if my talent out of here know We offer a $1 million guarantee. What that means is you come out to the event, get your photos done, spend the day with everybody, come to the Ultimate Wealth Camp, meet Bill Walsh, meet all these celebrities, go hang out with JJ, come have the greatest time of your life, literally change your life. And at the end of the weekend, you say, you know what, Mike, I don't feel like I got $1 million. We will write you a check out right then and there on the spot. Okay. And the first thought you should be thinking to yourself is like, whoa, wait a second. This is what's called a no risk guarantee. This means that you take zero risk in doing this. You have nothing to lose. I take all the risk. Okay. And what you could be saying to yourself is you could be saying, Mike, so somebody could come along, get all of this, get your contacts, get your connection, have you pay for the studio, pay for the photographers, pay for all this. And they take all of it and just say to you, they didn't get $1 million and you're going to give them their money back. Yeah. Here's the reason why. I believe people wouldn't do that. I believe people are good-hearted. I know Sid, I know Mike, I know all these people, I work with them, and I know how good their hearts are. And in my wildest imagination, I could never, ever believe that people would take advantage. But if somebody did, there was some reason, somebody on this call was faking us out, they were here for 2 days, they weren't all in, and they came on board, and they were that type of person that would steal or take, you know what? I'm paying them to be out of my life. Okay, that's why I'm willing to do that. All right, guys. So with that thought in mind, I'm going to turn this back over to Deneen. I know we have one of our keynote speakers coming on board. She's going to transform your life. We will do Q&A on this, but just so you know, schedule now. It'll take you 30 seconds to do this. Get yourself an appointment slot, because once these are gone, that's it. I'm not opening up anymore. This isn't that type of weekend. Oh my God, there's no false sense of scarcity here. This is real. 45 people, that is it. We already have talent that have already reserved their spots, just to let you know. I don't know exactly how many, I didn't pull the numbers, but we already have probably at least 10, 15 people that already have their spots held for this. So it's not 45, we're already down to 30. So make sure.
They do, they're gonna retype it with.
Schedule. Okay, yeah,
Can you retype
take
the
a
link?
picture of the screen. I think Deneen might have put it into the chat.
It's in the
Whatever
chat.
you gotta do.
It's
All right, guys?
misspelled.
I will see you guys later at the wrap up, but thank you so much for listening. And like I said, this is one of the best offers I've ever done. This is life changing.
Hold on, guys, 1 second.
If you're inner circle, you still need to schedule. Inner circle still schedule.
Okay, so use the link that I put in the chat.
Write the right one up if it's wrong.
Okay, got it.
Just so anybody who's.
Sorry, I'm human and I did a typo.
So use the link in the chat.
Hold on. Start. See, at least you guys know I'm real and I'm human, right?
Wow, so many people have scheduled so far. That's so cool. And someone had messaged me asking me if this was tax deductible, and the answer is typically yes. It's considered a professional organization. It's considered business marketing, learning.
Yeah, this event's free for those of you who are working. It's tax deductible 100%.
There you go. So I'll keep putting it in the comments. I apologize for my humanity, everyone. Francisco's like, I knew you were human. It's finally coming out. Ha ha ha. I was wondering why that Bitly wasn't taken. All right, awesome. All right, guys. So yeah, we'll take Q&A shortly. I'll share the link again. All right, awesome. Well, hold on, Tran. I'm sorry I sent that directly to you. There you go. I'll send it to everyone.
And there's only 45 spots, guys. So we're almost at capacity already. Almost everybody here is scheduled.
Yeah, total. Yep. Antonio, we went over all of that with you.
Antonio, did you just get on the call? Just out of curiosity. And Deneen, I also had a bunch of people emailing me about Inner Circle. Schedule a call and we can talk about that
interview. If you're interested in Inner Circle, schedule an interview, and then just
We
let
can go
us
over
know
everything.
right from the top, like that's what you're interested in.
Anybody
Alright.
here interested in Inner Circle? If you are, type Inner Circle. Let me see
I've
very
had
quickly.
people blowing up my phone. How do I get in? I want that.
I know I had a.
We only have 2 spots open for Inner Circle, so definitely we have the appointment slots are open Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. So if you're interested in Inner Circle, I highly recommend scheduling for tomorrow, because once those spots are gone, they're gone. All right. Awesome. Okay. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. If you have questions, what I want you to do is I want you to write them down. We'll answer questions for you after our next speaker. But are you guys ready to hear from our next speaker? Let's see here. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, she's here. So let's get this party started. Are you ready? How many of you are excited about going to St. Petersburg? How many of you need to meet? I know I love St. Pete. Okay, before I introduce our next speaker, I think that I know that we haven't done this yet today. So, and I told you all yesterday, this is not a pants-free party. So I need everyone to stand up. Sid, every time I say this is not a pants-free party, you look so concerned. She's like, Denise.
It literally happened.
It literally did.
Like right
Yes,
when the
that's okay.
pandemic started, I don't know if you guys saw like the Today Show, they had people on the news without pants on, they had underwear on. And so we had people literally, like Ryan Colby would ask people to like walk, and we're like, oh my God, no.
Yeah, we literally had a talent disrupt on a call too, but that's a whole other story. That's not what we're here to talk about. So just like move yourselves around a little bit. I think JJ was the last one that had us move. Just get yourself moving a little bit. The reason we're getting into motion, in case you weren't here yesterday, in case you forgot, is because when you're in motion, then you're going to be able to retain the information that you're going to get better. Okay, so just stretch, shake, do whatever you need to do. All right. Sabrina, are you good? You don't feel like moving around? You just feel like sitting there? All right. Awesome. Okay, guys. All right, take a seat. Make sure you take a big gulp of water too. I want you fully hydrated for our next guest. And before I introduce our next guest, I'm going to address something I see in the comments. Mike literally gave each and every one of you about 15 ways to start earning money right now. So I don't want to hear, oh my God, how am I going to do this? I don't know. Hopefully you were taking notes on the amazing presentation he did on about 15 ways that you can be listening and in the background, start doing some of the things he suggested.
How can you afford not to do this?
Exactly.
We have talent right now booking $30,000 in one day. Deneen, how much did she make in a year?
She was making $32,000 a
In
year.
a year.
Now
she
her
earns
agent will
$30,000.
not book her for less than $32,000 a job. Wrap your heads around that a little bit, okay? So
She works one day a month. She's good.
yeah, so I don't want to hear, oh, I don't know. No. All you need to do is go into one of the one of the literally 15 websites that he provided. You can start earning money today. All right, enough with that. We're not going to talk about that anymore. Are you guys ready for one of the most amazing people that I know? Let me tell you something. She honestly is someone. Do any of you have someone in your life that whenever you're just having a day, you get a text message? It could be as simple as a heart or a flower. That's who this person is for me. So our next guest has worked as a manager for many years and recently as a producer. She originally managed a variety of talent and transitioned to focusing solely on management for her husband, Richard Stratton's career. Antoinette has many projects that she has helped to develop, bring to the screen, or to the publishing world behind the scenes with or for her husband, Richard Stratton. She is a humanitarian and cares about many social reforms and platforms. She volunteers for several nonprofits, and she believes that if you teach a person to thrive and encourage them on their journey, they will have a better chance of succeeding. So will you please, everyone, give a round of applause, a rousing round of applause for the one, the only Miss Antoinette Stratton.
Hi, everybody. Hi, Janine. How are you?
Great. How are you?
I'm fantastic. Happy Sunday, everybody.
Happy Sunday.
Yeah, happy life. We're all here, right? So,
are.
we're here. Great energy. I love the fact that you had everybody stand up and get some water because, I'm a ticker every day, but every day is a gift. And Deneen, that's how I live my life. Every day is a gift. So if we're not on a ventilator, if we're not in the hospital, and my mother had gone through that before she passed, and she was still in the hospital, like, I'm here. So I think that's part of it. As long as we can take a step, we can do something. As long as we have today and we're alive and we're doing something, we just have to move forward, guys. So I'm just excited to be here. I thank each and every one of you for coming and taking the time to be here, because clearly if you're here, you're interested, right? If you're here, you're really want to further your career. You're not here by accident. You're here for a reason. This weekend is not an accident. Trust me, guys, you're here because all of us have something you need to hear. Later in the story, I'm going to tell you a little bit about my life and my story. Okay, so you're going to hear, because you may say, but she's famous, her husband's famous, they've done. No. I've got a lot to tell you, and we're going to connect so I understand where you are. And the fact that you're taking today and yesterday and to be a part of this, that's great. So I don't take that lightly. I'm very honored that you're here. I'm really excited to share some knowledge and some information with you. And I see you. Antonio, hello, I see you. Avinash, hi, how's it going? I see you guys. Okay, Elsa, I see you all. Happy Sunday. It's so great to see you. Hi, Dawn. Thanks for being here too. It works both ways, all right? So I'm so happy. I have my glasses on today. I hope you're not seeing a reflection, but they're actually just a reading small print, because I can see distance really far, but I've been on calls all week and I've been reading a lot of things from work all week. So you've had those days when your eyes are just tired, even if you don't wear glasses, but your eyes are just tired. And my eyes today, I'm excited, but my eyes are a little tired. And I thought, I want to give you guys 100%, right? I didn't want to get up there and then, if I didn't, because these are progressive, so I can see distance, but mainly a little bit for reading because I want to read the chat and be able to interact. And I thought, you know what? If I want to give you guys 100%, my eyes can't be tired and I'm here, look at my face. Okay. So there we are. Okay. So thank you, Deneen, for the wonderful and kind introduction. I appreciate you. So to tell you guys a little about me, for those of you who don't know me, I've been in the business over 20 years or more. So, between myself and my husband, there's a lifetime of business. I think he's been in it like 35 years. So between the two of us, there's a lot of information. There's a lot of work. I'm married to Richard Stratton, and as Deneen said, he's a filmmaker, he's an author. Guess what, guys? We have Defending Alice coming out November 22nd, HarperCollins, and it's in pre-sales on every network. Everywhere you can buy a book, it's in pre-sales right now, okay? But it's not out until November 22nd. And we have a lot of great announcements about some other things, but the way the industry works is most places, most deals, they don't want you to announce it until they've announced it. So like even with this HarperCollins Defending Alice, Deneen and Allie, they knew about it a year before, and I kept saying, but I can't announce it. I can't talk about it. So we've got a lot of great announcements coming forward. So I'm here to help you. I'm here to share my life, my experience. I've always been the one working behind the scenes. Everybody's always seen Richard in front of the camera. They've seen him as a director. They've seen him as an executive producer. But I used to manage many talents. And what happened is I realized, along with his agent, along with his business manager at the time, along with his PR crew, because I met him doing PR work. But I realized that he, as much as I was doing all behind the scenes, calling up everybody, I'll tell you a lot. I have a lot to share with you. But what I realized is that I've always been the fixer behind the scenes, right? So I have a lot of information to share with you. He's had major movies. They won Cannes Film Festival. They won Sundance, Camera d'Or. He's done award-winning documentaries. We just have a lot always going on and a lot of greatness going on. And right now we're living our best lives. And what I want each one of you to do is to live your best lives. Write that down. Your goal today is to get notes from me so you can write it down, live your best life. Got it? All right. So let's talk a little bit. Okay, so as I'm sharing my life with you, I kind of have this idea, and you don't need to raise your hand on this one, but some of you are like, well, okay, there are notables in the business. Okay, well, because we all have voices that go off in our heads, right? I've had that voice going off in my head years ago, okay? So I already know, or they have famous friends, or, okay, Antoinette just said she has 20 years of experience. How is that going to help me? And it goes on and on and on and on, right? Well, I know a few things, and I know that if I can make it in the business, I know each one of you can too. You got that? Write that down. If Antoinette can make it in the business, I can make it too. Make it personal. Own it. Okay? If Antoinette can make it in the business, I can make it too. You got that? All right. Let me tell you a little bit of backstory, okay? Why I say that to you. Many, 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 many years ago, moons ago, ages ago, I was involved in sponsorships for a film festival. And when I was doing these sponsorships, I was really like the producer of the film festival, right? But not credited, which means I wasn't doing it on paper. I'm just a take charge fixer kind of person. So I was with the owner and the executive producer, and I was doing all the work. But in the meantime, I was selling sponsorships at a high level to banks and different people, right? Because your sponsors is how you get the funds for the film festival. So while I was doing the sponsorships for this, or selling them, I decided that I could bring people to that film festival. And some of the people I brought were my future husband, Richard Stratton. I brought him to the film festival as a guest speaker. I brought Paul Eckstein to the film festival. Now, you may not know the name, but you're going to know the guy. Paul Eckstein is the creator of Godfather of Harlem, going into season 3 on Epix, okay? At that time, Paul was a writer on one of Richard's TV series. So I brought him to the film festival. I brought a guy named John Buffalo Mailer, who is from a very famous family of Mailers, and they're all filmmakers. Their father was super famous. So I just rounded up business people I knew to bring to this festival, right? If I'm going to do something, take this note, guys, always give your best. If I'm going, you're going to own it. That's why I'm saying that's for you. If I'm going to do something, I'm going to give my best. So if I'm going to be involved in this film festival, I'm going to give my best, okay? So that's what I'm going to do. So I brought all of these people to the film festival, and I'm doing sponsorships, all right? So when I got to the film festival, there was a man, and his name is Sonny Grosso. Sonny Grosso at that time he just passed like maybe 2 years ago, but he's one of the top producers in the film business. Top producers in New York City, in a top office on the Upper East Side in the 40s. And every TV show out, Sonny Grosso had been involved in it for producing, right? So when I get there, I take my lawyer, who is a friend of mine. He's like my personal lawyer. He's my friend. And I meet an actor. And the actor's name is Walter Alza. And Walter now no longer acts. He's doing his own production. He was out of Canada. And Walter tells me Sonny Grosso walks in to talk to him. And long story short, you ready for this? Walter needs a manager in the US. Guys, I'd never managed in my life, but I just told you I knew business, right? I was a single mother. Raising a kid alone is knowing how to raise business, isn't it? So me, single mom with a daughter, figuring out life and my work, And, my mom was sick at the time. I had become I was producing and not realizing it. So he says to me, I would like Sonny Grasso, I would like to be in his next movie. And I, never lie. So I said, Walter, I've never managed anyone, but I'd like to manage you. And I'm sure I can get to Sonny Grasso. Fast forward. 2 weeks later, guys, back to you, back to that voice in your head, back to if Antoinette can do it, you can do it. I had no experience. I had a friend who was a writer. She had written a children's book that was really going to do a lot of sales for Disney. She talked to me some, but my business was very different, okay? And so here's a catch, and this is where this applies to you, okay? So a week later, I call up Sonny Grasso. I told him, Walter Alza, I would get him in that office. I had one friend who knew him personally. Now, here are your naysayers. And this is why I say, don't listen to naysayers. Only listen to yourself. This person in the industry, oh, you'll never get to him. He's very powerful. You haven't done anything. He doesn't know you. He's on the 42nd floor of this executive building. You've got to go through 12 people to get. I'm already just exhausted telling you what she told me, aren't you? You're already exhausted, right? She found every reason why I was not going to meet Sonny Grasso. Every reason. And I don't think, guys, this is what I need you to hear. I don't think the people who love you, your family, your friends, your buddies are trying to be naysayers. I think they just don't understand it. They're just living their own fears. They're living their own lives, right? Because what we're talking about today, which I think I told you, but how to surround yourself with people at the highest level, how to succeed at the highest level. And I'm going to give you a lot of pointers. So if you don't hear my backstory and now you see where I am, you wouldn't know how I got there. But I know you can get there too. So this is why I'm giving you the backstory. I don't even ever think I've shared this part of the backstory. I mean, Deneen and Mike and Allie know it, but I don't, so count yourself privileged. But she found every reason. And yes, and I'm a fighter and I'm determined. So the more she was saying, and the more I was like, well, I'm not her. I didn't say it to her to cause confrontation. Yes, Belsa. But I was like, I'm going to meet Sonny Grasso. I'm a single mom. I have a service I can give to this new actor I can take on. This guy's done like 42 movies already, and he's trusting me. I have to perform, correct? I can't say, oh, what you got for me? He was on every TV series there was, but he was based out of Canada, and he wanted to get in the top places in America, but especially in New York. So I had to do it. So you know what? My persistence, my calling every day, fast forward. 2 weeks later, I was sitting in Sonny Grasso's office. Took a lot of calling. May I speak to Mr. Grasso? This is Antoinette Stratton. It's sort of like that scene in Wall Street, the original Wall Street movie, where Charlie Sheen was calling Michael Douglas every day. And I think he called like 100 days. That was me. Oh, yes. Perseverance. Okay. You got that right, Lennar. Perseverance. Okay. I kept at it. And I took myself to that office. And how many of you knew I was dressed for success when I showed up? Do you think I showed up in ripped jeans and my hair? Absolutely not. I wanted to impress Sonny Grasso, to let him know I can do the job. My actor needs a job. My actor had an agent. My actor had a business partner. My actor had a public relations person. He was giving me a chance as a manager. So he had everything he needed. You get it? But the manager really puts all those pieces together. And he was giving me an opportunity because I had proven to him by talking to him that I knew what I was doing or I had the capability. How many of you know when you show up, you have to look like you know what you're doing? Can we say yes to that? So when I walked in Sonny Grasso's office, I had on the black blazer, I had on the black skirt. It was wintertime, December. I remember it like yesterday. It was cold in New York. I had on my boots. I had on a black. I didn't go in with the top all down to here, a skirt up to my thighs, right? And I had my hair, however, because this is business. I'm not going to date him. I'm going to show him I have an actor. You got that? And I need you to give him a job. I'm going to help this guy get a job with Sonny Grasso, who gave him his first job. I walk into the office and guess who's sitting in the seat, guys? My future husband, Richard Stratton. Crazy, right? You never know who's sitting somewhere when you walk in. Let that be lesson number 2. Ahaha. I didn't know Richard, not personally. I knew he had some shows on television. He had some movies, but I didn't personally know him. I walked in, I set myself down professionally. Sonny Grasso and Richard were talking business. Sonny invited me in. Richard was very cordial. Sonny had the president of NBC call while I'm sitting there. He and Richard are doing a deal with him. They're on speakerphone. I'm sitting there. I sat about 45 minutes. Remember, I was a single mom. I had a sitter with her. How many of you think I was like, oh, I gotta go. My daughter's babysitter is leaving. Absolutely not. Let that be lesson number 2 to you. When you're gonna meet people at the highest level, you have to allow the time. Bianca was okay. Bianca was with her sitter. Her sitter was not going to leave her. And if I had persevered that hard to get Walter to get me to represent him and persevered that hard to get Sonny Grasso, and now I walk in and Richard Stratton is sitting there. He's got a TV series on and they're getting something for NBC and he's about to do a book. Am I going to walk out? Absolutely not. I would have sat there, crossed my legs. I sat ladylike. I listened. I wasn't chiming in inappropriate, but I was listening to everything. You got that? Professional. You said it right, Zandra. Professional. Be professional, right? Richard proceeds to, while Sonny's doing something, oh, blah, 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 nice to meet you. What have you done? I didn't come into the office not doing anything. I'd done some work, right? And I represented a group, and my group had represented Paul McCartney before I represented the group when he married Heather, and that's Paul McCartney. So I was telling him I had done PR, blah, 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 what I had done, who I had represented. And Richard proceeds to tell me, and this, I'm telling you this for a reason, that he had a book coming out. And he said, oh my gosh, I've got my agent, I got this, but PR, I could use a PR person for this book. Oh, things just got a little more exciting for me. Do you guys think I was like, well, I'm here for Walter Alza? No way. I said, absolutely. He said, by the way, do you have a card? Because this is the days of a business card. Guys, I had just gotten some cards made up. Passed him a card. He looked over it. Door is opening. If it can work for Antoinette Stratton, you've already heard I was a single mom with no, it can work for each one of you, correct? I'm sitting there. I give him a card. And now, fast forward, let's end. I meet with Sonny Grasso. The meeting is great. Richard never left. A few days later, I'm going somewhere with this. When I met, Richard calls me, and I've been with Richard 20 years. He's very humble. He never brags. That's who he was that day. But I ask a lot of questions. So because I ask a lot of questions, I can pull information out of people, right? Richard was doing, HBO had given Richard the green light for 8 documentary series. 8. HBO. That's what he was doing. 8. Yes. When he was sitting beside me with his former partner, Mark Levin. Okay. He had worked with Terrence Howard. We all know Terrence Howard from Empire, right? Terrence was working with him on a show as we sat. He wasn't bragging. He never, because when people make it, a lot of times they say nothing, right? They're waiting to see how you respond. Write that down. When you're in the presence of greatness, it's great to listen. Write that down and learn. When you're in the presence of greatness, listen and learn. And when you get the opportunity to speak, make sure it's valuable because you are valuable. Write that down because I'm teaching you. how to surround yourself with greatness, to move up the ladder, to succeed, right? How to be around. But not only that, guess who else was on his series? Giancarlo Esposito, Mandalorian. He's on Breaking Bad. He's on Better Call Saul, right? He worked with Richard. So all of these people were working on Richard on his series. Again, he never bragged. When the door opened for me to talk over dinner another time, I asked, remember I said, have great questions? Oh my gosh, thank you so much for this time. This is you. This was me with Richard. This is for each one of you. I appreciate it. Oh my gosh. So tell me a little bit. I know your show. This is such a great show. And I wasn't lying. I did know. But tell me a little about. We all know people like to talk about themselves if you give them the opportunity. Okay. Thank you, Karen. Karen says my hair looks great. Thank you. I did it during COVID. I have to go out of that to tell you why. During the pandemic, we were 30 months in. I needed to change. My hair was always dark, guys. I needed a change. I was like, I'm going brighter. I'm going bolder. I'm coming out of this. Pandemic opened up doors to new work through Zoom, which we could never do before at a high level. So I was like, Antoinette's going all out. So thank you guys so much. I just take it. I'm teaching you, right? All in. So after I met with Richard, that PR deal, I locked him in. I locked him in. He had a deal coming up, and this is all where we're going. So this is all pertinent to your lives. I'm not just telling you this to tell you about me. I'm telling you because I'm going to tie it into your life at the end. So listen carefully. We went out, we, talked a lot. He booked me to do PR work for his upcoming book, right? And he had his agent. You know what? The day he booked me, I booked everybody I knew, guys. When I tell you I had a few friends who were Sony executives, right? I called every stop. Because I'd already been working with a few people, I was dealing with AP, which is Associated Press. I called everybody, guys, okay? I packed that event. If I tell you it held 100 people, I had 200. Over deliver, write that down. If you're going to surround yourself with greatness, over deliver. How would I look to say I'm going to pack a room, and let's say it's 200 people and I show up with 50? That would have been the end of my deal with him, right? Oh my gosh. This is my big night. I'm giving her a chance. I trust her with my big book. And the book was about Oliver Stone and all the people he knew and all the people he worked with, right? And I over-delivered. So I put myself low and I over-delivered. Well, you all know Arthur's writers show up with books. So his agent, they showed up with stacks of books, his publicist. Because I packed the room, we sold every book. And people were on the wait list for more. Over deliver. Write that down. Whatever you do, over deliver. Fast forward. Richard and I become good friends. As his friend, he invited me. Richard was represented by William Morris, which is Endeavors. CAA and Endeavors are the top two agencies you could be in the world. And he was represented. His agent, Steve Glick, went from William Morris to ICM. I'm telling you this for a reason. So Richard invited me. Remember, surround yourself. You see how I started with Walter to Sonny Grosso to Richard. Surround yourself, because I'm teaching you how and why you need to surround yourself with the best to make it in the business. Networking with others. And along the way, I got to go home to my daughter. I'm here for Walter Hauser, not for Richard Stratton, right? You got that? When opportunity opens a door, be ready. Write that down. When opportunity opens a door, be ready. Every time a door opened, guys, I was ready, right? Are you getting that in my story? This is why I'm sharing it. To show you want to do my PR work? I over-delivered with the people, right? So now Richard has seen me and seen what I'm doing, he invites me to the ICM, his agent, meet and greet. Tracy Ellis Ross, everybody knows who she is, right? She was there. Every person in the business was there. Again, I dressed myself professional. I did not walk into this meeting with his agent, with the president of ICM, with all these actors in ripped jeans and a skirt that, you know, I had on like a skirt that was a decent length because I'm a girly girl and I just happen to like skirts. I could have worn slacks, right? But I wore a skirt. I had like a blazer. No, it was nice. I had my hair done, you know, everything was fixed up. You ready for this? While with Richard, you ready for this? This is a big one. I met at that time the vice president of ICM through Richard and Richard's agent, Steve Glick, who was the head of TV at William Morris Endeavors. You see, every time I'm delivering, right? This is what you can do. And if I can make it as a single mom with no background, so can you, right? I knew I was going to LA. Oh, Dawn, you're a Blazer girl too? Yeah, when it's business, you know, now it's a little different, right? We're coming out of all these months and stuff, you know, my attire is different, but, you know, definitely for that time too, right? I hear you. I feel you. I know exactly. I love fashion too, right? So listen at this, guys. I'm going to LA because you remember Walter Alza? Remember him? I got to get him with Sonny Grasso. I'm now managing him. So I'm going to LA to introduce him to, remember, I was at the ICM, the vice president of ICM, and Richard is represented by ICM. So I go to see Steve Glick, Richard's agent, head of TV, moving a little further up the ladder. You see how this friend connects you to that friend, connects you to the, you see the escalator, guys? You see? That's what we do in life. And when I got to Steve, Steve says, oh, I'm so glad Richard has you as a manager. I'm his agent. I've been his agent for years, but Richard needs some direction. He needs somebody who's going to be in close call to get him, you know, writers, they're creative, right? That day, he gave me 5 people, the director, producer of iRobot, all of these people. And we set up meetings in his office for Richard that day. Wow, exactly. Wow, right? But it gets better than that. Not only did we set up those meetings, didn't I tell you I met the vice president of ICM? Steve Glick walks me down the hall to meet him. Oh, come meet Jack Gilardi. He died like 2 years ago, the head. And his office was bigger than some people's homes because he's a partner. One step at a time. And when you meet people, you're not there to, I'm here for a day. You're there because you're there to be who you are. If I can tell you, I've always been genuine. When I tell you guys I love you and I'm here for you and I'm here telling you my story to help you, you feel it. I'm not here giving you, I'm here telling you how to meet people important in the business because I want to share. I'm being open because I want you. And what you can walk away and say, oh, Antoinette can do it. And she had a kid. I can do it too, right? Be yourself. Antonia, you said it best. Absolutely. Be yourself. Remember now I'm representing Walter, Jack. So I only have one client. But how many of you know it's how many clients you got is who you got. It's not who you, right? It's who you got. Walter had been in 42 movies. I walk him in the office. Walter was still back in, he's going to meet me in like 5 days. I check into my hotel. How many of you know that? Jack Gilardi, oh, you represent this actor. I tell him what he's done. He says, why don't you, I had Walter's press kit with me. I'm not walking in there open-handed. Oh, I represent this client and look at my shoulders. I'm with the vice president of this top agency in the world. Are you kidding? I was ready. He invites me to dinner with his partners, with these people. And I can bring my client, Walter Alza, who's coming into town. We went to top restaurants like Sylvester Stallone was sitting at the table. When I tell you that table was off, and he's saying, this is Antoinette Stratton. She's a manager. She represents through ICE. You see what he just did? He gave me credibility. He gave me, write that down. When you're moving up the ladder, when you are lining yourself up with the best, they will give you all the credibility you need. You don't have to say a word. Write that down. And you know, for not 1 minute did I sit there and blah, 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 blah. I just was me. I was myself. After that dinner, we were invited to a producer's home. Like it was a big Hollywood party up in Bel Air, which is it's more expensive than Beverly Hills. I took my actor and some little car. Guys, I was just starting out. I was a single mom. How many of you think I was in a Mercedes Benz? I was in like a little car. You know, it was a get up and go, right? Hello. I'm just in the business. I'm a single mom, right? I'm not going to Beverly Hills and renting something I can't afford when I got to raise my kid, right? I got the car that was sufficient to get me around where I needed to go. Who's going to be looking at that car? If I have to park the car 3 blocks away and walk up the hill I got Walter with me, right? Use wisdom with your write it down. Use wisdom with your money when building and connecting with people in the business. If Steve Glick is worth 10 million, I don't have his 10 million at the time. So why am I going to go rent something? You got it? I had a car. A car got me where I needed to go at that time. I know, Elsa. You understand? I'm just keeping it real. I'm just being totally honest with you, okay? Because I know where you are. I know what you're feeling. I've been in your shoes. I'm just letting you know. Okay, guys? And if Antoinette can make it, so can you, right? But more importantly, these are the steps. And I'm telling you this because you're seeing how I'm going step by step and it's building my career. But I'm giving people a service. We went to a party. Richard is my client. Richard and I are not in a relationship. And the pool party, and Jack Gilardi took me under his wing. And long story short, the producer has made all of these movies. Guys, you ready for this? One of the movies I see in his house is Slam. That was Richard's movie. Richard was a writer and producer on Slam. Hell, I didn't know. I didn't know that the guy had, I didn't know. So I'm looking on the wall. How many times had I seen that poster with Richard? You guys know what I did. I made a beeline to call Richard, right? Because you remember, I done PR work for Richard. And I tell Richard, I'm at Markman's house. I'm with, and Richard said, oh yeah, he was our producer for Slam. He gave us some money. Because Richard is very humble, still to this day. That's just, oh yeah, you're in good company. Yeah, he's a really great guy. My life just became more exciting. I have booked movies for Richard. Richard is meetings, Richard, because I'm managing Richard now. Remember, I'm working with Walter, and now Richard, Steve Glick, his agent, was like, so I book meetings, I go to the meetings, Richard comes out. I was supposed to come back home. How many of you know I extended my trip 4 days? Bianca was with my good hands. She was with my aunt. She was well taken care of. All right. I'm building my career. Well, guys, I got to go. I'm sorry. See you later. If I did all of that work to get that far, am I now going to leave? I don't think so. Exactly. How many of you know, by raise a hand, when opportunity knocks and you're building up to be with the best, stay put, guys. Something great is about to happen. How many of you know that? I felt the energy. Guys, I felt the energy, right? I'm sitting there And everybody in Hollywood who's doing every movie, every actor is showing up. Next day, he invites me to another thing, and I call up Richard, and the same thing. And now Richard's out there going with me. Hey, Stratton, how's it going? How's the new movie deals? And now I find myself sitting at a table with people talking about movie deals. And you know what was weird? This is a aha moment for each one of you, okay? What I realized is Richard wasn't on the phone calling people, begging them to work with him. He was at a luncheon. We were at a dinner. And because he knew Mark and Moon, because Steve Glick is there, because the guy from iRobot, oh, well, Richard, what are you working on? Oh, I'm working on something about, oh, yeah? Who are you thinking about attaching? Oh, I want to attach Terrence Howard. You know what? I know Terrence and I'm his agent. I can get to his agent. Let's put a package. This is how the deals were made. And I'm sitting here observing. I'm kind of like, oh my gosh, these people, it's just who you know. Of course, you got to have the talent. Now, listen, I can know everybody I want, but if I'm put in that room and I don't have the talent, I wouldn't have made it that far anyway, right? Step by step, Elsa, you're right. Up and down. It's one step, right? One step. Tayana, you see? At a time. You build. And when the opportunity knocks, you're getting to the best, right? And I'm learning so much. And I come back. So long story short, Walter was there. Richard was out there. Terrence was working on a movie. And how many of you know this is the last part of this story, which blew me away. Terrence Howard, it turns out, was working with Richard, was also working with Walter Alza, my actor. So Walter comes and says, oh, I just signed on to, he's in LA with me, we're out with Terrence Howard. And Richard's at the table. Richard's like, oh, well, you know, Terrence is on my show. Guys, this was not by coincidence. It's not by coincidence that you're here hearing this from me. Opportunity came. I was persevering, right? Back to Sonny Grasso, me calling, never giving up, persevering with Walter. Let me manage you. Give me a chance. Give me a chance. I'm organized, right? And when the opportunity came, I didn't go to dinner with Jack Gilardi and get drunk, right? Now listen, I'm not telling you not to do that, but this was business, right? I'm there to represent myself. And I'm with greatness. I told you Slice. Long was at the top. Well, how would I look good? And now I'm, right? So we're all a few degrees of separation. Diamond, you're right around the corner. Your success, I see each one of you. I told you that for a reason. We're all one step from greatness. We're all one step. But it's what we do when that step comes, guys. What if I had left and not followed up with Sonny Grasso? I would have never met Richard. If I had never met Richard, I wouldn't be able to do PR for his book. If I had not done PR for his book and been a success, he wouldn't have invited me to the ICM meet and greet. I would have never met Steve Glick, his agent, and Jack Gilardi. I would have probably never gone to LA to ICM's office. I went because Steve represented Richard. Steve invited me down to Jack's office. You following? I probably would have never met Mark and Min, who it turns out was a producer for Slam. Go see, when you hang out, you can watch Slam. If you go on Amazon, Slam is it's an old movie, but it's a great movie. And one of Richard's old, like 2009, but that movie won Cameron d'Oricon Film Festival. It won Sundance. How many of you know that guy, right? I'm at his party, have been the producer on it. Do you see how one step led to the next, guys? It's not an elevator, it was an escalator, because steps in an escalator are like that, right? So I feel you. You know the car? Oh yeah, I'm a single mom. Look, the car could have been, as long as it had 4 wheels, it had a battery, it wasn't rusty on the outside. I don't care. And it wasn't backfiring where they thought it was a gunshot, me showing up with shooting people up. I'm on it. Got it? Went, worked my magic, did what I had to do. Business is business. And if Antoinette can do it, so can each one of you. So, end of the story. I come back. I'm sharing a path with you. Yeah, Slam is on Tubi. Thank you, Emily. I know it's like everywhere. It's still showing, right? Saul Williams rapping. Richard really went in a prison. Can you believe that? Interviewed. Those people are real prisoners. And he said they were the nicest. So why do I tell you that? I'll tell you why. Because when you meet people, they will always know someone. You're going to write this down to connect you and lead you to the next step. This is the business we love to do, Antonio. When you meet people, they will always know someone who will connect you and lead you to the next step of where you need to be. You got that? That's why I gave you my story, because you saw that. And that step is like an escalator. It goes up, it goes up. And as you connect and go up, you will meet the next person. You have to be prepared. You have to have information. Write this down. Your talent and knowledge, write this down, is your gift. Your talent and knowledge, or your talent and knowledge, they are your gifts. Write that down. That's so important. Now, my particular talent at that time and gifts, which is still today, I'm producing now, but was my ability to manage. And my management came from being organized originally, but we can go back, right? Your talent is acting, writing, producing, right? But that's your gift, all right? Friends always connect friends. When I first met Allie, oh my gosh, I can't even tell you, I think I've known Allie 15 years, guys. Scott Cohen was on Gilmore Girls. He was on Richard's TV series. I connected Allie to Scott Cohen. Scott Cohen came to talk to VIP. I introduced Allie and Mike to Matt Dillon.
I fangirled hard, guys. Don't even let her. I fangirled hard.
But friends will connect friends, correct?
Correct. You've introduced me to the best.
Yeah. That's
anytime you're doing anything, you're like, hey, red carpet, you want to come out? Yes.
And I've got a doozy for you guys coming up soon. That's why I say I got some announcement. But friends connect friends. That's what we do. True. We had a show. We invited Allie and Mike to meet Matt Dillon, right? Oh, come, we're doing something. Friends connect friends, right?
I want to interject really quick. Friends do connect friends, but you have to make sure as a friend that you never cross the line, because generosity should never be a sign of weakness. And I want to let you know, before she introduced me to any of these people, she had to know that I was going to represent her in a positive light. I mean, absolutely. I was on my A game. Like, Mike and I don't drink anywhere. We eat before we go to a party. I mean, like, there's a proper protocol, what to say, what not to say. So it's definitely
absolutely. Yeah. And that's why every time I told you I met with someone, I described what I was wearing to you. I described what I didn't say. I said when I was at that restaurant with Jack Gilardi and Sly Stallone, the people, I was not guzzling alcohol. Remember? I said I didn't show up in
rib. You do that with me at brunch, but not with.
Yeah, absolutely. We can go do brunch and do that.
Anytime.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's why I walked you through. When I was sharing my story, if I told you when I sat with Sonny Grasso, I told you how I had on a skirt, it was not so short, right? Being appropriate, being professional. That's right, Christine. So why? Collaboration. The reason why friends connect friends to help friends, that's just what you do, right? That's what you do when you trust your friends and you know. Now, if you don't trust them in the business, and they're probably not in your frenemy circle for that reason, right? Richard and I, Tuesday night, went to Changing Lanes to come back. TJ English is a dear friend of ours. He is a very successful writer. He's with HarperCollins. All his movies, all of his books have been optioned by Oliver Stone and top people in the business. So Tuesday night, we get invited to stuff every week, but we just can't go always because I work, he works, we're on project. We went to his event, which was so nice. And I had his book and I went over to him and I said, TJ, Richard is over here and he's coming. I said he says, I'm coming to Richard. And he went over to Richard. I'm going to show you. They hugged each other because they haven't seen each other in a long time. Stay put. I'm going to show you something. And it was so sweet, guys. And you know what they did? Watch this. That's Richard and TJ English. You see TJ signing his book for Richard? And you see Richard smiling? Yeah. He hugged him and he wrote something like, to my best bro ever, right? And the love they had for each other. He's been in our movies. That's what we do in the business, right? So, to succeed in your life, why do you want to do it? Why do you need to connect with people at a high level? Financial freedom, all right? Okay, understand, David. Financial freedom. You're able, if you have financial freedom, if you're living your dream, you're able to help family, friends, loved ones, and others, correct? There was a time when I was like, I wish I could, but I can't, right? But I give to charities. I give to St. Jude on a regular basis. I have a bunch of charities. And especially in my household, we feed the homeless. When I tell you we have a community person in our community, we feed, we help get his medicine sometimes. And when I tell you, I've watched him go from being homeless to off the street, to getting an apartment, to, you see, we help, we give back, we encourage him. And we take Lola and let Ariella let her scratch him, let him hang out with her. And every now and then he has a bad day where work was slow. He's just getting his life back. And I'll go buy him a meal. And I'm not going to make him feel bad because we're here to serve, guys. You make money to help, right? That's why I do what I do. I'm not going to deny him. It's not like he's ever, give me money, help me. No. I've watched him grow in a short amount of time and get his own place. And, you know, he's been out and talked to me. He talked to Ivan one day and told Ivan, I went to college. I had a full scholarship. I got in the wrong crowd. I never knew his backstory. I got on drugs. And he said, Ivan, don't do what I did. Don't make the same mistakes I made. All in us now having developed a relationship. And it turns out sister did well. You get that, guys? You got it? Lenore, thank you. So important to do that. We have to give back. So that's why you want financial freedom. Dwayne Johnson, we all know as The Rock, correct? Dwayne Johnson has bought his mom multiple homes, right? I don't know if you guys know that. And earlier this year, he bought his mom her final home, right? Because they lived out of their car. They were evicted a couple of times, fast forward. How many of you knew Dwayne Johnson bought his cousin a home? Did you know? May, June? Yeah. Google it. When you finish talking to me, I know from somebody who knows him, but I was like, well, let me make sure. And she's crying, Sanea. This is why you want freedom, to help yourself, but to help your mom, to help your sister, to help your niece, to help your brother. Somebody you love has to have a surgery. They don't have insurance. They need $2,000. They're back home. Bianca went to Africa. So I know sometimes in Africa, depending on, you need money, right? Because they won't just do it. You can pay for that. You following? Trevor Noah, mother was shot by his stepfather, right? And they wanted $5,000, and Trevor Noah at that time had made it and had $5,000 on his visa, and she was shot in the head. I mean, it wasn't a major artery, but this is why. This is why you You need to make the success cups so you can live your dream, so you can live your life. Yes, Dawn. It's all about love, right? So, how many of you have family members you would like to help now? Everybody. There's not one of us in the world. Absolutely. Thank you. I see you. I see you. I see you, Kiara. I see you, Mike. All of us. This is why. Write this down. Today, starting today, write this down. I will use my talent and knowledge to work with people at the highest level. Write it down. Today, starting today, I will use my talent and knowledge to work with people at the highest level. You got that? Applaud yourself. Got a few more things to say. After you applaud yourself, you're already applauding yourself for what you're about to do starting today. You got it. Okay? Now, what's holding you back? Fear. If you're not doing these things, the only thing I can think of is fear. I was a product of it too. And a long time ago in VIP, I said, I don't know where I learned this. I didn't coin this phrase, but fear is false evidence appearing real. False evidence appearing real. I taught this a long time ago in VIP, 2 years ago, a long time ago. False evidence appearing real, right? Okay, I understand what you feel. Me, let's talk about me for a minute before we sum this up. Sonny Grasso, you remember that friend of mine? Oh, she gave me every reason not to go, didn't she? He's on the 42nd. Guys, if I had let that doubt and that fear, and I was fearful, I am not going to lie to you. I mean, just telling you the story, I was drained, but I didn't let that fear hold me back, because part of it, even though I was like, well, what if? I had more of a why. And the why was, oh no, I'm getting out of here. I'm going to do this. This is what I want to do. I'm going to serve people. My why was bigger than her doubt. My why. The why was bigger than her doubt. And I did it. But I'm just giving you, I understand where you feel. I understand the fear. I've been there. All right. You'll never get to the, I can see her yesterday. You'll never get to, oh yeah, right. Where is she now? All right. I win anyway. And now all of you know the outcome all of these years later. And I got me a husband. In the midst of all of that, I married Richard. I applaud myself. And we have Ivan, right? 16-year-old Ivan and Lola. And we have, you know, we have 5 blended kids. It's 5. I mean, I got his youngest when she was like 5. So I've raised a household of children. But yes, sometimes you get a gift. You know, I say your talent and your knowledge, your gift, but my gift was Richard. But Richard says I was his gift because I'm so organized. And Richard is creative. He needed me, guys. He writes, creative people write down paper. He can, where's that piece of it? Babe, get a journal. He wouldn't mind me telling you that. I have to keep it real. So if you're creative and you're messy, meaning you're unorganized, welcome to the club. I live with somebody like that. All right. But I've kept him organized. He needed me. That's why Steve Glick, when I came to ICM and said I'll be his manager, and Steve said, ooh, yes, I've been looking for somebody like you for a long time. He ran me to Jack Gilardi's office. Oh, yes. And we set up 5 appointments. iRobot. Okay, there you go. You got it. Yes, I love you guys. So write this down. I've got to start summing this up, but write this down. I will not allow fear to stop my success. I will not allow fear to stop my success. You got that? I will not allow fear to stop my success. What I have to say to you is applaud yourself. You guys stayed, you were attentive, You have what it takes. I've told you my story, and each one of you have a story. And even though our stories may be a little different, give or take, we all were a single mom sitting on a sofa. We've all been through sick, somebody's sick, and you got to take that money to do, you get what I'm saying? But I'm meeting you where you are to say, I know I've been there. I'm meeting where you are to say, it's all in connecting. That's why I told my story as the example, because I want you in days to come to remember my example, because you're going to hold on to that when you want to give up. Doubt. You guys are amazing. I love you all. And when I say that, it's from my heart. That's a heart. That's not just talk. You took the time to be here, and I am so honored. And I don't take that lightly. You took the time, sorry guys, just want to get rid of this. You took the time to be here, and that speaks volumes for you. So I end with, you have the notes, you remember my story, you're going to apply that to your story. Your story is about building at the highest, building your life level to level. You're going to remember how I met someone here, but when opportunity came, I was ready. I was appropriate. And I know you are too. I see you all. So, thank you. I love you so much. And until we meet again, keep thriving. All right?
Antoinette, thank you so much.
It's my pleasure,
Oh
Deneen.
my gosh. I will not allow fear to keep me from being successful. That is so powerful, because I think there are so many people. I mean, you meet people all the time, as do I. And they, like, the thing is that what they don't understand is, like, they're standing in their own way.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you so much for sharing. Like,
my pleasure.
you know how much we love you.
Well, I love you, but here's the thing. Each one here have greatness in them. Honestly, we all. You just have to get past that fear and the doubt. And you have to use your knowledge and intelligence, because in life, you're always going to connect with people, but you have to connect with the right people. And when you work your talent, you just have to connect with the right people. And Deneen, you know that.
Yeah.
But when you get that connection, you have to, that's why I went over what I was dressed like, how I acted, and I don't think they would be here if they didn't want more. Honestly, you would not be here. Each one of you, they wouldn't be here if they didn't want more. So the fact that you want more speaks volume. So just go out there, do. And every time that doubt, now I'm gonna make you laugh, come in, just remember the one telling me about Sonny Grasso, why, the 1,000 reasons why I wasn't going to meet him. Remember Antoinette. So if you can hold on to that, if Antoinette can make it, so can I. All right, guys? I love you, Deneen. I love Mike. I love Allie. Guys, I love you. I'll see you soon. Till next time. Okay.
We'll
Take
plan
care.
brunch.
Yeah, I'd love to. Absolutely. Yeah,
be in New
brunch and drinks, right?
I'm missing New York. Come to Orlando. We'll go drinking around the world.
You know
and
what? I've been on the go. I do need to say this. Guys, I want to tell you one last thing, and Deneen can verify this. So everybody knows, and this is a mom talking, because the kid is not this way, but mom is telling you a story for a 16-year-old to tell you about your dreams. Our 16-year-old is an elite soccer player, and he wants to go as high as he can go in soccer. So he left his soccer club. He felt like he'd been with this club all his life practically. And he came and had a talk with mom and dad to say, I feel like I'm stuck. I love my coaches and I love the people, but I want to go higher. And I want to join a new club. And it was very hard because he'd been with a lot of these boys for years. You've been with somebody, you've been on a job, that's you, for years, and you don't want to move forward, right? Now, he went, signed up, tried out for a new club. He was in West Virginia, came back and had 2 days, tried out, got invited. Deneen knows he went to Germany with his with this group, was gone 10 days, played soccer in Germany 10 days straight. He only has Sunday off. And they won against every team except one. And now they're inviting some of them back to do trials. And a trial is they're going to go and try out with that team. And if they make it, then they'll do their junior year here in America, but they can go do a gap year. And there's a club they can join. That's for you. That's your job. You don't want to leave your job because you don't want to leave your friends. But listen, I'm telling you that for a reason. He's 16. We're all older. I didn't go to him. He came to us and said, I'm ready to move further. I want to do more. Right? And he was, when I say these guys were his friends for years, they live in the neighborhood. You want to leave your job. You want to leave somewhere, but your friends are holding you. Oh, I've been friends with her. We've been co-partnering in this business. Sometimes you have to let it step out of your comfort zone, Dawn. Okay, and I had to share that. I shared it because I give examples to tell you at any age we can do, at any age, from 16 to 92. All right, guys? Love you. Love you, Deneen.
Thank you so much.
You're
It's
welcome.
always so inspirational, and you always push me further every time I listen. And Ivan too. Tell Ivan thank you a lot
I
for
will. I will.
pushing all of us forward.
I will. I will. He pushes me too. Believe it or not, he pushes me and Richard. So there you go. Love you guys.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Bye.
How many of you are taking stock of your life right now and you realize that there are things that you need to leave behind so that you can move forward? I'm going to say that again. How many of you are taking stock of your life right now because you know there are things you need to leave behind so you can move forward? I know I've been in that situation. I could tell you my story. When I had the opportunity to start hosting the podcast, people were like, but today we need you to. I'm like, no, I have a scheduled appointment right now. And they'd be like, why? Like, I don't understand why. And when I left my job in the dental office, I told you guys a little bit about this yesterday. My mom and dad freaked out. And by the way, I'm in my 40s. It's not like I was like 16 telling them this. They freaked out. But I was like, girl, you're insane. I was like, you know what, Dad? You know what? I'm one of the crazy ones. And then one of the best moments in my whole entire life, I was sitting at the kitchen table in my dad's house. And he was listening to me coach someone. I was doing a coaching call. He's like, girl, you really know what you're doing. I was like, I know. He said, you're really good at that. I'm like, I know. He was like, I'm really proud of you. I was like, oh, thank you, Dad. But what I'm not telling you this because I want you to be impressed by me, because you know what? You guys saw I'm like the most human person now. I'm glad you all know how human I am. But the thing is that in order for you to grow, you have to make sacrifices. You have to move forward. And sometimes those people that are, maybe they're not even negative. Maybe they're not even the negative ones in your ears, but they're the ones like, oh my God, but we love you. Oh my God, let's go have wings and beers. You know what I mean? Come on, Denise, don't you miss me? You know what? I do, but you know what? I freaking love where I am now. How many of you right now are in a place where, you know, things are okay, but you want to freaking love where you are? If that's you, raise your hand. All right. Because that's what we're offering you. That's where we want you to go. I don't want you to be lukewarm. I don't know how many of you are people of faith, but in the Bible, it literally tells you God would rather you be hot or cold. If you're lukewarm, he's going to vomit you out. Literally, not my words, the Bible's words. Okay. So how many of you are in a place right now where you're like, you know what? Maybe you're cold, maybe you're hot, but you're ready, or maybe you're like, but you know what? You want to get moving. How many of you are in that place right now? You guys have been on this call for 16 hours. I know that you're dedicated to moving forward. So the first thing I would love to do is open up to questions. Does anyone have any questions for us regarding what Michael went over earlier? I'm going to take down everyone's hands. So if you have questions, raise your hand, because I love answering questions. But if you have a question, raise your Zoom hand so that I can answer it. All right. Alyssa Twine has a question. Unmute yourself, Alyssa.
We're going over the Gulf of Mexico experience, correct?
Yes, we are.
Okay. I got it.
Alyssa, it's the same thing as yesterday. I want to hear your beautiful voice, but all I see is your lips moving.
Nope, still nothing.
Alyssa, please
Turn off the camera and see what happens.
Okay.
That's a good idea.
How do I do that?
Everybody put your ear to your computer.
Not you. You need to talk.
What?
All right, Alyssa, do me a favor. Write your question in the comments. I promise you I'll answer your question.
Everybody was like this.
No, I'm like, I can't help it. That's all right. Does anyone else have any questions? I know Alyssa does, but we can't hear her, so I'm gonna mute you. Nobody has any questions at all? Zero? She said she doesn't know how to do that. Just type your question. Why am I shouting now? Type your question. It's been an amazing, amazing, amazing day.
Let me ask you guys a question. How many of you guys, I'll just put it in this way. How many of you guys want to join the company and go meet Forbes Riley and go to her studio? If you want that, type I am all in. Type I am all in.
And in the meantime, I'm going to unmute Robin so Robin can ask us a question. Alyssa, we're going to be, my eyes are on the comments. So as soon as you do, like, dance like nobody's watching, because I am, and then I'll answer your question. All right, Robin, what's your question?
Hey, so I just wanted to know, other than the initial investment, will there be any other initial investments that we'll have to make on top of that? I.e., like our travel, our accommodation, or is there kind of some other discounted things that we can invest in, or will it be a full-on flight ticket and accommodation on top?
Oh, it's a $20,000 program. So because we're offering it for $1,997, if you want to pay the full $21,000, I'll pay for your flight, or you can buy the $1997 and find your own way to get there. So it's almost like buying a ticket to the Super Bowl.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? So how you get there, we do have a private Facebook group. So a lot of our talent, they're super, super sweet. They're all doing the Airbnb things. They're all doing the hotel thing. Obviously flying from the UK is going to be completely different than somebody flying from Miami on Spirit Airlines for $40. How you get there is completely up to you. If you want the roommate scenario, obviously it's not our job to tell you to room with anybody. Perhaps you have travel points, American Express, whatever. But obviously, again, it's a highly, I mean, I can tell you right now as a business owner, it makes me gag because I know how much these photo shoots are worth. Even like the online, the vault, what Michael didn't tell you is we actually have cast members from The Walking Dead, that have done trainings for us. Again, Phantom of the Opera, people from America's Next Top Model. And if anybody here wants to pull out a calculator, just for fun, or as I say, just for shits and giggles, we spent almost $500 to $1,000 for 1 hour of training with these people. So we're giving you 400 hours of training. That's 200 grand just in the vault. Do you guys understand that? Then we had it all transcribed. We have something called Searchy. So if you're looking for plus size modeling, if you're looking for self-tapes, reels, sides, slates, voiceover, screenwriter, anything, Screen Actors Guild, Searchy is going to come up with every single training where anybody said that word. So on top of spending all that money, then we also have the database. I mean, plus truth management, plus having, the trainings in, I can't even speak, but St. Petersburg, the photo shoot. Remember, we're flying in staff, we're doing all that. I would much prefer having the photo shoot in office because then I could eliminate all of that. But obviously that's why so many people join the Inner Circle, but the Inner Circle is 30 grand, but it's 2 years. And even with the Inner Circle, they're not getting everything. They're getting a lot, but they're not getting everything. This is a very special niche product. So again, it's a $21,000 value. It's $1,997. For those of you, I saw some of you guys just went through interviews last week and financially you could not afford anything. Please cancel your appointment unless something changed dramatically with your financial, because you taking up an appointment slot, there's only 45 slots total. And again, we're not just looking at the people right now on this call. We have YouTube Instagram, and Facebook streaming live. So right now we have more people scheduled than even spots available for this program. Does that make sense?
Oh,
And
absolutely.
it's not one come all. It's not for sale. You actually have to go through an interview process. Because obviously if we're gonna risk our credibility and introduce you to these types of people, we're not gonna let a $2,000 ticket ruin everything that we built. So
Yeah, makes sense.
does that make sense?
Absolutely. I just thought I'd ask that question. Obviously, I appreciate the amount of
Yeah.
value, and you can't really put a price on that. Even
No.
the 20,000 is still it's cheap, but what you're doing is huge. So I mean, yeah, I just thought I'd pop in a
Yeah.
question. Seems
And
still
I kind of
doable.
really want to say this, like New York City average rent right now is $5,000 a month average. Most people have gone to New York City after spending $20,000 or $30,000, if not more, training to then audition for Broadway, audition for TV, audition for film. So on top of that, then you compound it with living expenses, headshots, joining every single website. I would like to see somebody get face to face with somebody that's worth like multiple billions of dollars, sitting down with these types of individuals, getting access to these types of people, including the former art director of Vogue, who will be joining us shortly. So yeah, I would, for anybody here that is really serious, again, we're gonna interview you. We want to make sure that you're a proper candidate to even work on this level. Some of you you could be Instagram famous and take selfies and have your friends tell you could be a model. For us, I mean, to have these top fashion photographers, remember this, like most people get photos done and they post them all over their Facebook and Instagram. But when you're working with a top celebrity photographer, top makeup artist, a top stylist, all those people's brands are now compounding with your brand. So you now have affiliation with everybody they've ever worked with. So we have to be very particular about who we pick.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Can I ask one more question before?
Yeah, of course.
we leave? I'm just wondering, do you know what the actual date is of the event?
We'll be announcing the dates. I see it's definitely going to be in January of 2023. We will announce the dates within a couple weeks, right, Mike?
Yeah.
We'll be announcing the dates within a couple weeks. So
Right now, we're all planning our big Hollywood event, which is in October. And as a company, we are traveling pretty much every other week. So we have to find a weekend, like it's kind of like overlaying. It's like the Da Vinci Code to try to figure it out.
And we're gonna sit down and plan out our next couple of months within the next week or two.
To give everybody a calendar.
We have a lot of things going on behind the scenes, but we'll definitely have that. We'll have all of the dates for everything announced very soon. Okay.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you, Robin.
Thanks.
All right. So yeah. Plus we don't announce dates on a public forum because this is literally on YouTube. So if we're like, hey, we're gonna be in Miami on this day, then it could be crazy. So all right.
Yeah.
So thank you for your question. All right, let's see here. So Alyssa typed in her question. How will I get face-to-face for interview in show business? Well, Alyssa, the first step to having that happen is scheduling an interview with us, and then we can talk about that. So if you're asking how we're going to get you prepared, we will prepare you. That's something that we do. I think any talent that's worked with us can attest to the fact that we do preparation calls before we even have you come to the shoot or to any event. Yeah, we do preparation calls for preparation calls. Like we will prepare you as much as is possible for us. All we need for you is to show up. I can prepare you, but you have to show up for the preparation. Does that make sense? If you that makes sense, type 1 in the comments.
Especially if you're going to go to a photo shoot and work with somebody like a Ryan Colby who like directs Vogue covers, you got to show up and you have to be professional. There is we have a learning curve, but we typically go through the ABCs on the prep calls. Does that make sense? Proper protocols, what to do, what not to do, because you'll literally be walking onto an actual working.
Yeah, especially in St. Petersburg. That's going to be the most amazing set we've been on to date. And we've had some amazing sets. All right, Vishal Buck has a question.
Hi, Denise. Hi, everyone. Just wanted to say thank you so much. You provide so much value with the program, and it always leaves me so inspired. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're a little muffled.
Can you
It
hear me?
sounds kind of like you're in a closet or something.
Oh, yeah, I'm in a cafe. But I just wanted to say thank you, yeah, for the value that you provide for this and all the inspiration that you give. And then I just wanted to ask, I think you mentioned it, is this event going to be replacing Miami?
No, it's not.
No. Oh, okay. Okay.
All right.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Vonetta Gibson, can you unmute yourself?
Hello.
Hello.
How are you guys? Michelle just answered the question I was about to ask about. Is this going to be the event that's happening in Miami, or there's two separate events? The St. Peter's.
Two separate events.
Okay.
How exciting is it to be in Florida in the cold months if you're from the Northeast?
Yeah,
It's gonna be amazing.
Never been to Florida, any parts of it. So.
Oh my God.
So,
You're gonna love it.
That was my question, basically that, and also, what are the dates for the Miami event?
We already covered that we're going to be we don't share dates on a public forum like this because we're live on YouTube. We don't
It's
want
for
anyone...
safety reasons. I
Yeah,
mean, a lot of it's for safety reasons, and unless you're going to Miami, you don't need to know. I mean, that's the truth.
And if you are, we'll be announcing those dates, like I said just a couple of minutes ago. What we're going to do is we're going to sit down and look at all of our calendars, look at our travel, look at all of our masterminds, and we'll give finalized dates within the next couple of weeks.
Another quick question, is that booked to capacity yet as well?
Which one?
The Miami event.
I would schedule a call with us. I know that there are a lot of people, and I'll be honest with you, that paid in full for Miami. And then I do have some people right now that are finishing up their payments, but obviously life gets in the way. You know, sometimes people get sick, people lose their jobs, shit happens. So if any of those spots open and you're on the list and that's something that you want to do, well, then we could talk about it then.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you.
Debbie Davis is on here. And I'm not even going to take her off of mute right now because I know she's probably like frothing at the mouth to go over numbers. But like when we do a photo shoot, we're flying in photographers from, or I mean, Miami's going to have top people. Right. Makeup artists, hairstylists, running the venue. And then we have the whole staff. So, I mean, we have to have an exact allocated number. So when we have, okay, this is how many spots we have, which is why we love people just to pay for it in full. So that way we don't have to worry about, it's almost like a wedding. Are they coming? Are they not coming? Can I pay like a week from now? No, there are no spots. Right. So if you want to go to Miami or Clearwater, or I mean, I keep saying Clearwater, but St. Pete, we can go over that on the call, like when you schedule. Yeah.
Thank you.
And guys, just so you know, if you want to do the things with Forbes, if you want to go to St. Petersburg, at the time of the interview, it's either going to be a yes or a no. There is no, I have to get back to you. There is no, I just wanted to see if I got accepted. Please don't waste our time. If we want to move forward with you and we want to help you, again, kind of like Mike Trash, we want to know that you're somebody of integrity. Don't waste our time. I mean, financially, you're going to have to come out of pocket for this. We were very honest with you. It's $1,997 to do this. If you want to join the inner circle, we could talk about that. Typically, you have to wait until after you go to the very first photo shoot. We like to kind of meet you and see how you are on set. It's kind of like a date. Everybody shows us what they want us to see, and then you come on set and then you're a terror. We don't want to honestly have a relationship with you for 2 years, especially when we're working on such a high level. But there are some of you right off the gate that, you know, you could wow us and we may say, hey, if this is something you want to do, we'll talk to you at the interview about Inner Circle.
Awesome. All right. Sydney had a question. We don't discriminate against people with disabilities. So if this is something that you want to do, definitely make sure that you get on and schedule an interview. Okay.
I had a girl that came to one of our New York events, and I have a friend by the name of Keith Fenimore. He was the head of Howard Stern TV. He also created the Reels Network. I had a woman who came to my event. She had no legs, no arms. She wrote a screenplay. Her parents had a phone. They would hit record. She would talk, and her screenplay got transcribed, and they ended up making a movie out of it. So, I mean, if you haven't turned on TV, HBO, even Victoria's Secrets. The other day, I was at the mall. It was the craziest thing, and they had somebody with in a wheelchair doing a Victoria's Secret ad. I mean, this is the business that we're in now. Everything has pivoted.
Yep. All right. Okay, I know I'm messing up your name. So after I unmute you, Besa?
Yeah. I was just wondering.
Hold
It's
on.
Besa.
Hold on. What is it?
Besa.
Besa. Okay. Awesome.
Okay.
Right.
I was just wondering if you made recordings of the events or it's just live and that's it, no recordings.
It's live.
There are no recordings afterwards, or you
If
just
you wanna
have
go
them
watch
once
it
a
on
month.
YouTube before I take it down, you could do that, but that's the recording.
But you have one every month, like this, or
We have had them in the past. Yeah. Actually, you know what? You're actually opening me up for a great question. You do not know this, but you actually gave me a great segue. Okay. So, how many of you would like to get a free gift? Raise your hands. See, it's all your fault. Thank you very much. This is what I need you guys to do. Take out your phones. Text, type in 26786 and type in VIP Ignite, all one word. So VIP Ignite to 26786. And what that's going to do is that's going to give you a link to our new Facebook community. Okay. So everyone who texts 267 VIP Ignite to 26786 right now will first of all get the opportunity to join our new Facebook community. And everyone that did that is going to get a free gift. We're going to personally email it to you. Robin, I will send you the link personally. I know. I took care of you last night. Don't forget, Robin. All right. So Robin, I'll send you the link in just a couple minutes. So text VIP Ignite, all one word, to 26786. And then you'll get introduced to our new Facebook community. And then also you will, we'll send you a free gift. So thank you for asking that question. All right. Oh, Glory. Hi, Glory.
Hi.
I just like saying Glory, and your smile just makes me so happy.
Thank you. That's so sweet. I have two questions. You kind of already answered one, but I'm just gonna say it anyway. So my question is about the interview. Is it gonna be like an individual interview, or is there gonna be like
one-on-one?
Okay. And my other question was, oh, during the interview you said that, you said something about asking us like a yes or no for like the trip, but is the payment gonna be taken like in that moment as well, or is it gonna be like,
well, when you get accepted, then we'll discuss that.
okay, so like it's not gonna be like during the time of the interview?
Okay, so let me.
You want me to answer it?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. So at the time of the interview, you could either pay in full or you could set up a payment plan. If you're setting up a payment plan, we do have to get a deposit, and obviously the full amount has to be paid off before you go. Obviously, this isn't like, oh, I'll go and pay for it later. Because we're contracting everybody out, the spaces, I mean, even though we know Forbes, obviously there's still financials that, I mean, we don't do anything for free. So we're renting the space, we're bringing in the photographers. I mean, it's an expensive setup, not to mention everything else that you see. It's a 20. So here's the thing, when we're offering this value for $19.97 for you, our company is still covering over $20,000 for each and every person going. Does that make sense? That's our investment in you. So I'm not going to say that we're losing $18,000 because we're investing in our talent. You're just coming up with a $19.97 of the $21,000 program. So you can hold it with the deposit. You can break it up into a payment plan. Again, for those of you that really want to do this, but you're having a problem rubbing two nickels together, please don't schedule. There's nothing I can do to help you. For those of you that maybe can figure out a deposit, that's great. We do need to have a solid payment plan. Being that we, you know, especially this day and age, you'll have our cell phone numbers, you'll have our email addresses. If there's any, you want to switch out cards, you want to pay early, you need to kind of wiggle room, you know, like, oh, I thought my paycheck was going to be this much and it was this. We can help you as long as everything's paid off prior to you going. But at the time of the interview, you will have to either hold it with the deposit or pay for the whole amount in full, because there's only 45 slots. So this isn't, oh, I'll call you in 2 weeks. We won't have that available. Make sense? And I can tell you that our inner circle starts at $30,000 and it's sold out. There aren't even any spots. So for those of you guys that really want to do inner circle, we would have to allocate and increase a couple of spots, which Michael already approved too. So I saw 15 people here said that they wanted to join inner circle. Again, it starts at $30,000. How much is the interview? The interview is free. No one should ever pay for an interview. Why would you ever pay for an interview? But if you get accepted into the program, it's $1,997. And again, it's 1 year worth of, truth management. It's the big photo shoot in St. Petersburg, professional headshots. I can tell you right now, our headshots, we sell a la carte for $997 by itself. Just by itself. For those of you guys that just got headshots done, that's what we sell headshots for by itself. Not to mention the 4-look photo shoot, meeting Forbes Riley, having a special, stage to screen virtual weekend with Mark Schoenfeld and Robert Kalinsky, who's 50 Cent's acting coach. It's a $21,000 value for $1,997. So tonight, when you guys are scheduling right now, because again, our spots are very limited, please think about how you're going to pay for this if accepted. Okay, well, this is what I could afford. I could break it up into a payment plan.
All right, so we have a couple questions.
Are we allowed to know how much the deposit is?
We'll talk about the deposit on the interview. Schedule yourself an interview, and then we'll discuss it.
If you get accepted, we'll take it from there.
Yes, I just shared the link for the interview link, and someone asked, where is the interview? The interview is going to be conducted on Zoom. So congratulations. If you're on this call, you can get on the interview. It's pretty awesome, right? All right. You're welcome for the link. All right. Triana Mathis. I'm not calling on people who don't have their cameras on, just so you know. Hi, Triana.
Hi, guys. Thank you for this weekend. It's awesome. It was so awesome.
Thank you for being here while you're working.
My pleasure. Sorry. My question is just like when we go to Miami or whatever, how much can I get like a shirt or a hat or something beforehand?
Are you asking me for swag?
Yeah, like I want some merch.
We love
before
swag
I
and
come.
swag loves us. Yes. What I'm going to say is that we do swag for some events.
Okay.
Okay,
All
not
right.
all of them, because if we did them
Okay.
for all of them, like that, it would be kind of like, yeah.
Well, I
So-
feel left out. I want a shirt or something. You
Well, we
know?
haven't met you face to face yet, Triana.
I know that's why I thought like, do I have to be? I know.
When we
All
see
right.
you face to face.
So when I see you, I could get that.
As long as we're offering swag at the shoot you go to, then yes, of course.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, we actually ask you for t-shirt. We actually ask for t-shirt sizes, so.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. And someone asked why we're starting a new Facebook community. The reason we're doing that is because we have a lot of new things going on and we want a fresh start. So we're starting a new Facebook community because we can, and because we want fresh. We're like ending 2022, we're heading into 2023, and it's time for something fresh. How many of you like getting new clothes? The new Facebook community is going to be kind of like a fresh start for all of us. That's why we're starting a new Facebook community. All right, Dawn Lay has a question.
Hey, I'm so glad that you actually just brought that up. I was going to ask, does the other one go away or?
Yes. What's going to happen is this, and I'll explain this at the end of the call in just a little while. But what's going to happen is we're going to archive the group so you can go back and you can look and you can revisit the past, which is totally fine. But what we want you to do is look forward. I don't know if you've ever noticed, but your rear view mirror in your car is this big and your windshield is huge. So we want you looking forward toward the future. So that's
Okay,
another
I just
reason that we're
want to make
doing
sure I
it.
was on the right one because when I sent the, where it's.
I just got an invite to join the new group. So that's a good sign. Yeah.
I've approved everyone who has, hold on. Okay, everyone who has, okay, give me 1 second. Okay, now officially, everyone who has asked to join the group is in the group. So
Okay, well, because when I sent the request, it showed 6 members, and so that's why I wanted to make sure that the other, if I was supposed to, I wanted to make sure I was in the know of which or both.
yeah, that group, literally, you were like the 7th person to join the group.
Hey, I was trying to
I
find
didn't
it.
even create the group. My VA created the group. I was like, can you please add me to the group and like make me an admin so I can actually do stuff in the group? Thank you.
You're so awesome. I love it. I just wanted to make sure I was, on the same page. Thank you for everything.
You're welcome. Thank you. All right. Well, guys, if you have, you have to, I'm not adding anyone. You have to take the action that I asked you to take, and then you'll be added. So I'm going to go over this one more time, and then we're going to bring on the queen of fashion.
He does not like to wait.
He does not like to wait.
He does not like to
You
wait.
should be really happy though. We're only making him wait 4 minutes. Usually it's at least 30. Thank you very much. And he can't even defend himself right now because
Because he still love you. Yeah.
Okay. Hold on. Should we tell some stories? I'm just kidding. So if you want to be added to the new Facebook community, what you're going to do is you are going to text the word VIP Ignite, all one word, to 26786. All right. Text the word VIP Ignite, all one word, to 26786. I'm not going through and physically adding anyone to the group. So
Nothing's going on yet. We're doing this call right now. So let's focus at the task in hand. It's almost like a Kardashian wedding. Kim, focus on this wedding. We can talk about the next one later. Focus on this one. You got it?
All right. All right. So there we go.
Any other questions before we move on with Ryan? Again, Inner Circle, and I'm going to reiterate this. Inner Circle starts at $30,000. It's a 2-year program. How many of you guys now are serious about Inner Circle? Type Inner Circle. I told you the price. It's 30. Okay. This is a one-time photo shoot in St. Petersburg for $1,997, which is the other program. Okay. So I tell you 30 grand. You guys don't even blink. You see this? You guys know what we're capable of. Just so you know, the last Hollywood event that we had, our Inner Circle was meeting with the writer of X-Men, Transformers, and Wolverine. That's a whole nother level. For those of you guys that don't know my story, I graduated from college with a double major in TV and film communications. I spent 5 years and 200 grand. Literally for $1,997, you're going to sit down with billionaires that make movies and TV. Oh my God. Where was VIP when I was in school?
That's
So for those
literally
of you
what
guys that
every
can
celebrity
figure it
we work
out.
with asks us.
Yeah.
Mike Trash, I don't know if you're being deliberately funny, but we'll announce the dates later.
There's a lot of people that want to join Inner Circle. Okay, so when we do your interview, we'll go over the St. Petersburg event. And if you're really gung-ho on Inner Circle, we'll show you about Inner Circle. Cool? Okay.
Oh, Harley's already in Florida. That's awesome. Florida's a very long state. I didn't realize
It
how
is.
long it was until I drove from Tampa to
Atlanta.
Fort Lauderdale. Holy mackerel, it's a long state. All in one day, back and forth. Anyway, okay. Are you guys ready for the man of the hour? For the former art director of Vogue? For the best, I feel like I shouldn't introduce him the way
I
I
am
want
so
to.
excited to see what he's wearing today.
Oh my gosh, yes. Okay, guys. So you guys are in for a treat. We've been talking about Fashion Week castings for the last 2 days, and everyone's like, oh my gosh, tell me more, tell me more, tell me more. So we have the man of the hour, the one, the only, Mr. Ryan Colby, who is on so he can talk to us about Fashion Week and all things amazing.
Hi everyone, how are you?
We're amazing, Ryan.
Can
Colby,
we see your
how are you?
nails? What's happening?
Oh, I have no nails today.
Oh, we were all taking bets,
I'm very plain today, no nails.
but you still look
Wearing
stunning.
a lycra top and no nails. Oops. I didn't have time. I'm doing manual labor today. So it's been exhausting.
Oh, you're doing manual labor?
What is that?
Well, I supervised. Brandon's doing it actually.
Hi, Brandon.
He's in the bathroom. Come say hi. Brandon's doing manual labor today and I supervised.
God bless you, Ryan. I've been supervised by Ryan Colby before.
Yes.
Lord Jesus, God bless you.
But it was exhausting. It's
For him.
exhausting.
You.
All right.
Anyway,
well,
moving
Mr.
couches
Colby,
and crap.
everyone has been so excited. We've been talking about New York Fashion Week in September. We've been talking
Okay.
about this. So can you just, and people have been like, where's Ryan? Where's Ryan? We're like, calm down. He will be here. So can you just tell us what's going on with Fashion Week?
It should be very busy. I have a few boys flying in starting next week for it, because as a lot of you know, Fashion Week is in September, but the appointments start like the 20th of August, meaning you have to go see the PR firms, the casting directors, or the designers, and see if you fit the look. The castings will be back on pretty much normal like they were before, COVID. So there will be in-person appointments. You will try on clothes, blah, 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 stuff like that. So those appointments start around the 20th. They really ramp up around the 25th. And then all throughout the last 6-7 days of August and into September 1st. And then the shows start, I think, the 5th or something like that. So I have several really tall guys coming in for shows from Austria, Milan, Brazil, Russia. So they will be descending on New York. The first round comes in on the 17th. Then I have a smaller round coming in on the 18th. Then I have a couple coming in on the 20th. So yeah, it's we'll be busy.
It looks like lasagna, like the layer effect.
Yes, it's the layer
First
effect.
round.
Yeah.
Sauce, second
Actually,
round,
one
chicken.
already came. He's in LA. He already came. He came early. He came on August 1st, but he wanted to go to LA for a couple of weeks to hang out, and like he's never seen water really, like beaches. He's from Russia, and they don't really have beaches in the middle of Russia, so he he wanted
Wait,
to
he's
see
able
water.
to fly here? He was allowed
Yeah.
to fly here? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they've lowered the restrictions fairly well as long as you are vaccinated and show proof that it's been in the past 30 days. Yeah, people are traveling. Yeah.
People are traveling. Do you guys hear that? People are traveling. You've heard it here first.
So
Brian,
he wanted to go to LA, so he did. He's been there for a couple days. I'm gonna get him a couple sheets just to beef up his book. He's a working model, so it's not like he is brand new. He's already worked in Paris and Milan, and he just hasn't been to American beaches. So he's like obsessed with American stuff. So he wanted to go to LA for a few weeks before he came here, which he's coming on the 20th. So
okay. Well, let's talk about Fashion Week, because obviously we have a bunch of people that are on here. How many of you guys would love to talk about Fashion Week? Let me see, show of hands. All right, so we got a lot of people that want to walk Fashion Week. So let's break. Is it okay if I interrogate you? Are you guys okay with that? Like literally we're going to take out the whip and I'm just going to go for it. Are you guys okay with that? Do you want me to hold back, or you want me to go full throttle? Type it in right now. Full throttle, Zandra? Go all in. Okay, I got this. Hello, Ryan.
full throttle, the doomed
Full
Charlie
throttle.
and the Angels movie.
Full throttle. All right, so let me ask you a question. So Fashion Week. Can a freelancer ever book Fashion Week without an agent or manager?
No, not real Fashion Week. No, you cannot.
Okay, what is a
No.
real Fashion Week? What is a fake Fashion Week? How do you know the difference?
The difference is the CFDA runs New York City Fashion Week.
Which is?
And if they don't sponsor the show that you're discussing, whatever it is that you're imagining you're doing, then it's not a real New York City Fashion Week show. It's just a fashion show that someone's decided to put
Anybody
on.
in New York can say New York Fashion Week.
Yeah, I
We've
mean, I can
seen
have a
it.
fashion week
We've
in
seen
my
these fake
hallway.
Fashion shows, and I'm like, this is not
Yeah.
Fashion Week. No, no,
Yeah,
no.
it's not a real fashion week. Like there's so many spin-offs. Actually, I've lost count. There's definitely at least a dozen.
It's like going to Chinatown. These are the
There's
fake
definitely
guys. These are the real ones.
Yeah, there's definitely at least a dozen spin-offs that I don't even know all their names. There's so many. Back in the day, there was like one or two, and you can really isolate them and be like, okay, avoid those two. But now there's like 12, 15. Like I don't even know half of them. And here's the thing, when you have an agent, this is the one good thing I can say about Fashion Week in general, is that if the CFDA is not sponsoring, if it's not
What is
part of
CFDA? You're speaking.
Oh, it's the
in, like,
Council of
fashion terms.
Council of Fashion and Design Association.
Okay.
Meaning you as a designer, if I'm a designer, you have to join it, and then you do fashion shows. You could do them, in New York, LA, you can do them in Europe. The CFDA has to be cognizant and aware of your existence, and you have to be on their list, meaning these are the list of designers, and they put out a calendar. Probably by the 15th of August, the calendar will come out with the CFDA sponsored shows. And if that show that you're thinking you're doing isn't on that list, then it is not a CFDA sponsored show.
So
It's just a
Runway
fashion
7
show.
in Sony Hall is not real. Just putting that out there. Norris Plitz, any of those showcases where you have to pay to walk or you have to sell tickets. Fake.
Yeah, if you have to sell tickets or, whatever, pay to walk, then that's definitely not a show. Now, I will say this, agents, meaning me, Wilhelmina, Ford,
IMG,
every agency, over the years, there have been a few of those spin-off shows that have learned their lesson of booking freelancers because they don't show up. They have different measurements than they said. They don't know how to walk. They have an attitude. You go through the list of complaints and they have it. They used to use freelancers because it's cheaper or it's free. But now they've wisened up over the past 3 or 4 seasons, especially since COVID, and they've wisened up. And now they actually reach out to agencies and they're like, look, we know we're not part of the CFDA, but we really want real models. So can you give us some? We're paying $300, we're paying $400, we're paying this. And if you have new faces in town that need $400 or can absolutely use the experience in $400, a lot of the agencies are patronizing them. They are letting the models do it because they finally woke up. And even though they're not a part of CFDA, I mean, I don't care if you're having a fashion show in your mom's living room. If you're paying and it's a good designer, I can get with that if you call and you do it the proper way.
Now,
and you
could
do
it
it the
ever
proper.
ruin your career? Like if you walked for some like cheesy piece of shit clothing
Oh
company.
yeah, of course, because if you have photos out there from Philly Fashion Week or Atlantic City Fashion Week or these CD level shows,
Harley,
and
I'm talking about you right now, girl.
and that's-
Harley,
and that's- I don't know who you're talking about, but if you if you have those pictures roaming around the internet or on your page or their
You're
page
naive, you're
or whatever
gullible.
page,
Yeah.
the problem is that if you have any potential to be a working model in New York doing real fashion shows, that's going to ruin you because there is nothing more upsetting than looking at someone's Instagram or another company's Instagram and seeing a girl or a guy on there being like, wow, that person actually could do Paris shows, New York shows, but they just ruined their career by doing this D-level mess in some church
Now
basement.
nobody wants to be affiliated
whatever.
with that. Could you imagine booking
Yes.
Chanel in Paris? And then let's just use Harley for an example. Oh, I walked this fashion show, which isn't
Who's
even
Harley?
real.
Oh, dear.
Nobody would ever book you. It's a conflict of interest.
No, nobody would ever book you because
Did you guys learn anything right
unfortunately,
there? Type yes if you learned something
nobody
right
would
there.
nobody would ever book you because unfortunately the damage is done. Now, if you get a good agent, they can spin that. I'm a spin doctor. I've spun I've spun horrible situations before and worked it out to my advantage. But you have to have someone that knows how to do that. And when you're an agent, I'm a PR firm, I'm a political negotiator, I'm like 20 things in one. So
We've
if
also
there's
worked with
that,
United Nations when we've had situations trying to get talent overseas or have a problem
Right.
getting back to the States.
yeah, I'm like a political negotiator.
consulate,
So
yeah.
if something is in your past that is a little messy or questionable, especially in regards to work-wise, I can spin that if I know about it and if I
If
feel
it's
you're worth it.
you could spin it.
Obviously. Yeah, if it's me, I can spin it, because if you're worth it, then I can be like, okay, people do make mistakes and people do silly things when they're younger, when they don't know better. When you know better, you do better. So if you didn't know any better and you're chilling in Kansas City and some douchebag asks you to do their fashion show and you do it, I can't really blame you for that because you didn't know any
You
better.
didn't know. Yeah.
But once you try and get into the New York market, that has to be spun by someone professional, meaning me or another agent who's like me. I have plenty of friends that are agents that are very similar personalities to mine that can spin, unpleasantness just like I can, and get you off that beaten track. Because here's the thing, once you start doing stupid little shows like that, like what you mentioned this person did, you kind of get stuck in that hole, and it's like cement. And once that cement hardens, it's a full wrap. Like you're not ever getting out of it. It's like a penny in cement. Like try and get it out, because it's not happening. That's its life, and good luck to you. So you have to stop doing those things. If you just started doing them, okay, fine, you made a mistake. But you have to stop doing those things if you have any prayer, hope, desire of doing real fashion shows.
I think people get like their ego catches up with them. Like, oh, I want to be a model. How can I do it? And I want to do it tomorrow. And that's a lot of times why they join these, like,
Yeah, of course. And they are great salesmen, and they have great people working for them who are amazing salesmen. And if I had a mattress store or a car dealership, I would hire them, because they can suss out who is desperate for attention and play upon that. And you've got hooked, hook, line, and sinker. Here are your 10 tickets. Sell them to your Aunt Sally,
and
Uncle
I've
Bob.
seen people, they're promoting it like hot off the press. You should never spend money, number one, to walk in Fashion Week. Number two, if you're selling tickets to Tom, Dick, and Harry, anybody they don't want that at Fashion Week. I mean, when we went to Fashion Week, we got to sit front row. You don't get tickets to Fashion Week. It's mainly for buyers and paparazzi and celebrities. That's it. It's not for your Aunt Jane to watch you wearing, Target's best. The designers are very particular about who walks into their show, because anybody in the audience is now a reflection of that designer.
And it's being photographed for the rest of your life. It's being photographed. So yeah, shows are for buyers. Fashion Week is for commerce. So when buyers come from the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of boutiques and department stores around the country, around the world, they're coming to see the clothes, to see if they want to buy $20,000 of that red dress. 20,000 units of that red dress or whatever, so the designer can make money. So they can't use the seats for your aunt and uncle and cousin and grandma. So therefore, if you're selling tickets, it's kind of bizarre that you, even a remotely educated person, would think that this is real, because why would a designer care if your aunt came? Is she putting money in his pocket?
It's like Girl Scouts selling cookies. That's all you're doing.
Yeah, pretty much. It's very similar. So why is she here? Like, I am not a fan of family members coming to shows. The designers don't like it. If you're young, obviously they make an exception. One person comes. But if you're I've seen models thrown out of shows because why are there 6 members of your family here? Where are we putting them? Like, you guys go to dinner and have a nice day, but you're not coming in here.
You're not a model.
Yeah, you're not a model.
Can stand outside. They could look at your images on Getting Images or on the designer's website. They don't need to be there.
Yeah, this isn't a family event. Like, this isn't Peter Pan and you're in 4th grade. Like, that's not what's happening here.
I would love to see that. Okay, so let's go over runway criteria. What does it take to be a runway model? Let's go over male. Let's go over female.
Well, now it's like, well,
let's talk 10 years ago, and then let's talk today.
Well, 10 years ago, it was very clear. 5'8" and over, 5'9" and over for females, size 0 to 4 for females, breast A cup, B cup, C cup if you're astonishingly stunning, but no bigger.
Like Kate Upton, yeah.
Kate Upton, Tyra Banks, Cindy Crawford's a C cup. I don't know, the list goes on. For men, 5'11", 6 feet and over, no bigger waist than 32, no bigger chest than 42, between 38 and 42. No bigger waist than 32, no bigger inseam than 34, so 33, 34, stuff like that. That was very clear for decades between the 70s and in between
I
at
drew a
least
picture.
at
Watch her
least
fall.
5
But
Who?
models were literally hangers. The clothes had to be
Yes, it's a
interchangeable, like an
hanger.
iPhone. You go,
But
you get
over-
what you need, you leave. It
Yeah.
fits all the iPhones. Yeah.
But in the past 5 or 6 years, because of pressure, because of the diversity movement, designers have opened up the ranks for pretty much everything. Plus size models are walking right next to size 4 girls at Tommy Hilfiger, at YSL, at Balmain, at the top shows and even the more commercial shows. So, I mean, and that's a good thing actually, because, you know, when I started in the 80s, there was like 5 plus size models, period. And they never did fashion shows. They only did print, and they did hideous print. It wasn't flattering. It wasn't cute. Now the girls are doing Italian Vogue covers and advertising for Fendi and this and that and that. So that's great. That's a good thing. And now there's different types of heights for models, and they're using some models with disabilities. They're using them, you know, deaf and hearing, sight impaired models. They're really, really spreading the wealth to everyone, which I hate to be the bearer of bad news, which
Well, it's
is
you, so it's definitely- we can set our clocks to it.
which is a good thing, but it's also a bad thing. And here's why: because they're overdoing it. And eventually this bubble will burst. It's kind of like real estate. It's kind of like the money market. When it's too yeah, it must come down. When it's too much, eventually it will just explode. And then everyone who didn't fit the original, whatever you want to call it, the original model of being a model will be shown the door. So, and the few that will survive will have to be the hardest workers, the ones that really took advantage of that time, of that window of time, meaning from like 2019 about until, you know, now. And it's still hot and heavy now, but I've spoken to many industry insiders, and you know, you got to jump on the stick now. This is not going to go on forever. So, but you got to jump on the stick now. And I've told this at VIP events. I've said it. I remember years ago, I said, especially when the black model wave was so hot in 2017, 18, I was like,
You
if
pretty
you're
much said white girls are out.
I said, if you're African American and you don't jump on becoming a model or an actor now, you're
Your time,
dumb as
yeah.
a box of rocks, because it is hot to be mixed, Black, Latin, Asian. It is hot right now. Like, you know,
Not be transgender right now. I mean, there's so much.
That's true. So, and I said this 4 years ago when I started noticing oodles of Black girls, oodles of Black boys
Yeah.
being booked for jobs. And I'm like, where are these people coming from? They was just like, it was kind of like a little bit of a flood that kind of happened, not overnight, but within a couple of months. And I started noticing it. And I remember saying it at a VIP event because there was a lot of Blacks in the audience. And I said, all of you need to get on the stick, because it's happening now. And if you waste time worrying about this or your family, if you waste time worrying about this and your family, this wave is going to pass and you're going to be left behind with the debris. Get on the boat now, because it's hot now. And that was like 4 years ago. The wave is still going, but it will crash eventually. So there's still time to get on that boat. Like, there's still room, still tickets to be sold on the boat. So,
Well, I think when most people come on my calls, I mean, I've done over 4,000 live presentations about how to get into the industry. There's a 99.9% rejection rate, like with some of these higher end agencies,
oh yeah,
like IMG.
And I'm not saying just because you're Asian or Black, you should just become a model tomorrow. You have to have the brain for it, and you have to have the drive for it, and you also have to have the time for it, and you also have to have the material for it. I mean, the list goes on of what you need in order to do this, whether it be Fashion Week or just generic, print modeling or commercial print or TV, film. It's not just because you are. And I do find a lot of people get away with that or try and get away with that. It's just like when Kate Moss became a star, every 5'6" girl breathing wanted to be a model because she's 5'6".
Like Kate Moss.
She became a star because she works her butt off, not because she's 5'6", but because she happened to ride that wave that was given to her because she luckily got picked. And, you know, for the criteria of being a model, she should never have worked, but she did. And so she became a star. But that doesn't give you the right to decide that you woke up on Monday and you want to be a star because Kate Moss is a star. It's the same thing with
It's a
the
sense of
whole,
entitlement. My mom
it's the same
thinks I
thing. It's
can
the
do
whole,
it.
it's
I
the,
think I can do
yeah.
it. Yeah.
It's the same thing with this whole diversity thing. Yes, there are plenty of plus size models out there. So many Black girls, so many Black boys, so many Spanish girls out there working. But just because you're Spanish doesn't mean you should be a model. So you have to
Does that mean every
show
Spanish girl
us
needs to
as
get signed?
agents.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to show us as agents why you should be signed to continue riding this wave. Believe me, I would love nothing more than to have 5 amazing Spanish girls and Black girls and guys that to continue for me to ride this wave too. I just got to I got to see them. I got to find them. They've got to show me why. And then of course I would take them.
Now, one thing I want to talk about designers, for an example. When they're making sample sizes, like back in the day, they literally made them for one size. I mean, for me, I weighed 60 pounds when I had my baby 2 years ago, and I would never even buy jeans off the internet. Like, I'd literally have to go to church and light every candle that they would even fit. The reason why designers were looking for high fashion models was because they had no boobs, no butt. They were all the same. It was like taking off your iPhone and literally the cases were like interchangeable. Which is why those high fashion models, there were so few of them, but they were booking the most amount of work because they were the only ones that could fit the clothing. I can only imagine now, plus size, different heights, different everything, what the designers must be going through. Trying to make the clothes.
Oh yeah. Now they've got to do it, and now they're being forced to do it, and it's working for them. They're making money. So I mean, I don't know why they didn't come up with this 20 years ago, but they just didn't. But now they're making money. I mean, a lot of people are very happy that they're being seen, so they're spending their dollars at those stores, which is great. I just think the designers were scared, saying like, "Why would I make a size 8 dress when these women aren't going to buy it?" But that's not true. They will buy it, but you just have to. You have to show them that they can wear it and they'll go buy it. Now they're being forced to do it. So yeah, they got to make different samples. Absolutely. They've got to have different samples.
Brand right now. I think that's what they said. Gucci is number one.
Probably. But they have to make different samples to accommodate the models coming in their doors for fittings for shows. And it's really not a big expense. The designers are just being petty and cheap.
Extra.
It's really not that big of an expense. They just didn't want to do it, and their feet were never being held to the fire to do it. So why would you do something? Why would they do it if they weren't being made to do it? Now that they're being made to do it, great. They're benefiting financially and in the press. Designers have never been more championed because they're like, oh my God, he's such a great guy because he's included this girl and that guy and this guy, and when behind the scenes they're being made to do it. And if they don't do it, here comes the bad press, here comes the money loss, here comes to this, here comes the boycotts, here comes to that. So a lot of the designers that you feel are like, oh my God, they're so forward, you have no idea. They're being forced to do it, and some of them are happy to do it and some of them are pissed. But they give you that face when you see them online on YouTube that they're thrilled. Some of them are not thrilled.
All right. So just to recap, you cannot find real Fashion Week castings online. Those breakdowns are typically sent to agents and managers, and you submit anybody who qualifies.
And they're in the calendar. They're in the calendar. The calendar is very clear. It's in black and white. It's every day. There's like 16, 18 shows. It's every day. And the list of people on there, they give you the PR firm's phone number, they give you a contact. And the reason why they do that is because season after season, these things flip. Like one season, a PR firm is doing Marc Jacobs for 2-3 seasons in a row. He fires them. Next thing you know, here comes another PR firm. So it's never the same people doing the same shows. So you always have to check the calendar because I was an agent, and the calendar is not accessible to the generic public. You can't go and buy it. You
So it's
can't
not on
find it
Backstage, guys. 99 isn't
No.
gonna have it. Any of
No, you cannot find it online. You
those
cannot buy it
websites
on
over
YouTube.
legitimate agents, and when we get those.
Yeah, only agents are allowed to have it, and or buyers. Buyers are allowed to have it as well because they have to know what shows they're going to go to or feel like going to. Because they also have, here's the thing, they merge the agents and the buyers together. So they have the PR firms and they have the buyer contact to call the designer being like, hey, I want to make an appointment. I want to come to your show. So they have two separate numbers, two separate emails, two separate names. So they merge the agents and the buyers together, and the magazines too, because the magazines want to know what shows to go to for press. So it's like it's an industry thing that's not available to the public. You cannot go and be like, hey, I have the fashion calendar with all the info, because it doesn't exist. You would never be able to get it. So if you're, like I said, if you're not doing a show that's on that list, you can't get into those shows without an agent, because the designers have 90% of them do not cast their own shows. If you think Marc Jacobs is sitting there casting his show, you couldn't be more wrong. Why are the lights off? What is happening right now?
He's like this all
Okay.
of the time. All right, I'm gonna break
Anyway,
this down.
so okay,
Yeah.
they're back on. So the lights just went off for no reason.
Now your skin looks flawless, but continue.
Anyway, so, and the sun is like beaming in here. Brendan, can you close that curtain? Sorry. Yeah, the sun is like beaming in my face. So anyway, Marc Jacobs is not sitting there casting his show. He
John
hires,
Martinez is,
he hires a casting firm to cast his shows. And, and same with Balmain, same with Gucci, same with every designer, period. Now, are there some designers that like to be involved? They may come in for an hour, they may sit there for a minute. Yeah, probably. Yes, it happens all the time. Michael Kors does it. He does like to have his fingers and everything. Some designers do that, where they will sit there and see the girls and the guys and be like, I like him, I like her, I like him, I like her, and put their input in. It is their clothes. But for the most part, when you're doing major shows at that level, these designers do not have time to be sitting there looking at you. They are busy dealing with the clothes. They hired this person or this company to work it out, to either a PR firm or a casting director, either one, because a lot of these PR firms have in-house casting directors that work there. So when shows come up, and the PR firms are two reasons. PR firms are, one, who's coming into this show to make us look good physically, who's sitting in those seats, and what models do we have that can walk their ass off, that can give us some press, that can, fit the clothes, blah, blah, blah. So the PR firm serves two purposes. So the designer hires them to get the job done, because that's time consuming. It could take 30 days from start to finish to get the show cast, get the seats filled, and before the show starts. A designer's too busy running around getting the clothes made. They don't have time for that.
All right, so I do want to do a walkthrough time-wise. You said it could take like 30 days. So let's say you get a casting. Take us through the process. So you get a breakdown from the casting director. You know the client, you know exactly what they're looking for. You then go through your database, you type in, almost like you guys doing a Google search for a restaurant. You're looking for height, you're looking for weight, you're looking for skin color, eye color, whatever it is you're looking for. You then submit over digitally. What are you submitting over? A headshot? Full body shot?
No, I'm submitting over the book that's been developed by me, that's on my website. Or if they, for some reason, don't have one because they're new and they've never worked really, I will send over digitals, a walk video. I just got a walk video today from Eduardo, this new boy that's coming in from Milan. He's coming on 25th. He's coming a little late, but that's the only ticket he could get. He just sent me a walk video. Oh, what is happening with this computer? I don't like Apple computers.
Have the background all.
I'm very annoyed. Anyway, he just sent me this morning because he may miss a few castings. Just sent me this morning because he already knows, he does all the Milan shows. So he knows that if I don't have a walk video, he's SOL.
All right, so you submit that over, and then what?
I
So you
submit that over in his
digitally.
absence. I submit that over in his absence,
Yep.
along with his book, because he's got a strong book from Milan and Paris. And then they tell me, yes, I want to see him on this day, this time. I can't just send him. It's a request. All major shows are request casting.
It's a go
There's no
see,
like,
so they physically
yeah, it's
have
a
to
go
there.
see. Yeah, there's no open calls for Marc Jacobs, Michael Kors, Ralph Lauren, et cetera, et cetera. There are no open calls. They see every agency's packages and they pick 5 or 8 people to see from Wilhelmina, 4 from Ford, 3 or 4 or 5 from me, 5 from DNA. The list goes on. They send that list out, and sometimes they send it together in a CC, which is sometimes fun and sometimes
like a
not
group
good.
chat. Got it.
Yeah, they will send it out in the CC to every agent, and they put the list of who they want to see from each agency. So it becomes a competition, because why did DNA get more people than me? Why they got 6 and I got 5? You know, so but then sometimes I get more.
Are you guys getting this? So I'm gonna reiterate one more time. So Ryan, when he gets the casting, it's not coming from the client per se, because the client's too busy making the clothes. It's the casting director who works for the client. The client's one with the money. The casting director is only finding exactly what the client wants to see.
Has already told them that I'm not even
Yeah.
aware of. So I
So
send
you
the package
submit digitally, and then they like who they
I
like,
basically
and then you
submit
have to do the
everybody.
go-see.
I submit anyone in New York, even if
Okay.
they're not doing shows, because sometimes I find I get success of boys and girls who aren't even supposed to be doing shows. Like, for instance, Brandon. Brandon didn't come here last season for shows, but he ended up doing a few, because sometimes I like to submit. It's called a wide submittal. And a lot of casting directors will tell you to do that because they know the truth too. Like, they know that sometimes the boys and the girls that come here for shows are like short stay people. And sometimes they want to see people who are going to be here for a longer period of time. So sometimes they'll do what is called a submit widely, which means don't just send me the show boys and girls. Send me anyone who's physically in New York that can physically get to my office tomorrow, and I will tell you who I want to see. And I follow those rules, because when I do submit widely, I find success in that. I find that sometimes the show boys that I think they're going to pick, they don't. And
So
they
you
pick
cast a
other
wider
boys.
net. So I have
It's called
65
submit.
people on right
Yeah,
now.
it's called
Throw the
submit
net.
widely.
Yeah.
Yeah, and because sometimes you'd be surprised what they want to see. And I don't know. I'm not privy to these meetings. I don't know what they're talking about. So I just submit widely and I wait for the email to return. Sometimes if the email doesn't return, that means they don't like it. And if
Did you guys hear that often? But Ryan, do you have to live in New York to get submitted out for these castings? Do you have
yes,
to
for
live in New York?
shows, yes, for
For shows.
shows, yes.
Okay.
For other types of the year, if it's an ad for, Oil of Olay, I can submit someone that lives in,
Do you
Montana. It doesn't matter, because they'll bring them in if they like them. But for shows, you have to be in New York during that slot of time, which is about a 2.5 week, 3 week scenario between the castings and the actual 8 to 10 days of shows. So
Because you have to
people
be on
forget.
call, right? For you?
People forget. Yeah, people forget. Like, they just want to be like, oh, I'm coming in for shows. I'm coming in on September 5th. I'm like, girl, the shows start September 5th. You have to have been here 10 to 12 days before September 5th in order to even go on any of these appointments.
So you
When do you
submit
think?
digitally, but then the model pretty much is like Grey's Anatomy. They got that pager waiting. Oh my God, I have a casting. I need to go see. And then they don't get paid unless they book the job. So literally you could do go
Oh
see
yeah, yeah.
all
You
day,
don't
every
get paid
day.
for. You don't get
What?
paid for castings. You don't
Well,
get paid
I
for
know that.
castings.
But if
Yeah.
somebody, let's say for an example, Laura Escobar doesn't live in New York City, just go with my story, Laura. And let's say she's like, oh, I'm going to try this out. And it's almost like American Idol auditions. I'll just kind of camp out in New York waiting to see if I get picked. Let's say you submit her and they like her and she's going uptown, downtown, wherever, you're not getting compensated for that. Now, if they do pick you, obviously they're going through you, then they have fittings, correct, before the
Yeah.
show? What is the preparation?
Yeah. Well, it depends. Some of the bigger shows, the big shows definitely will have at least one fitting before. I can try and negotiate a rate for a fitting, but sometimes that doesn't exist. Sometimes it does, and sometimes it doesn't. And then the show is usually the next day or 2 days later. But sometimes if you have 6 fittings in one day, then guess what? That's what you're doing. So it's all a matter of, and then sometimes designers will like to do fit on fit. It's called a fit to confirm, meaning you come the day of the show. If say they have 2 or 3 slots left, they'll call in a dozen models from different agencies, what is called a fit to confirm. Send your people, and whoever fits this dress is doing the show. So it's called a fit to confirm, meaning you've got to fit it and then they'll confirm you. So it's weird. There's different ways to get shows. There isn't just one way. So there's different silly little ways that we can get you in, as long as you're around.
Now, some people may be surprised. I mean, obviously, the reason why you want to walk Fashion Week is it's a huge notch in your belt, especially if the images get sold to all the publications, Harper's Bazaar. I mean, it's huge. Great for your tear sheet. But the shows, what do they pay, Rye?
Shows pay between 100 and 500. It's not a money-making venture, believe. And some shows are free. Some shows you do for the press, because the front 2 rows are filled with people that want to shoot you later, that want to use you later, that will come up to me and be like, who is that? I want to see him tomorrow. So I will allow free shows if I know the benefits are there. And I already know who's on the guest list of these shows because I'm friends with the PR firms. I kind of can send out a little email or text and be like, who's coming to the show? They'll give me a basic idea and I can run with that.
And then I fly up there. Yeah.
Yeah, that sometimes it has happened. But the shows, if I know that the show is packed, I know it's going to be glitzy and really beneficial, then yes, I will allow some models to do it for free, because it's not very long. It's like 3 hours of your day, because you go there for hair and makeup and you do the shows, usually 15, 18 minutes. So it's kind of like, it's worth it because I can get something out of that a month later, 2 weeks later, 6 months later. So there is time. There are some shows that are free that I won't let the models do because I know no one's going to be there and I think it's a waste of time. So I decide what shows are done. And sometimes I have chosen free shows over money shows, because at the end of the day, money is important, obviously, but sometimes contacts are more important. And it just depends upon that day. And I custom make people's careers. So it's not a science. It's not like everyone's doing this free show and no one's doing paid shows, or vice versa. Like, I don't do that. I will pull a boy from a paid show and put him in a free show in a hot minute if I know that he's going to benefit from that based upon the audience there. And I'll switch a boy and put him in a paid show. Like, I play Tetris with the models on a constant basis, because some of these boys have strengths and weaknesses and I'm aware of, and I don't want them in certain environments, or I do want them in this environment, or, I have to
Sometimes
make it
it's more beneficial, and you could foresee that. Now, guys,
I already know. And that comes from 30 something years of doing this. I already know. So I know when a show is going to be hot based upon what my friends are talking about, photographers, other agents. I've had other agents call me or tell me, even previous seasons, like, girl, do you have anyone in this show? Because you better get somebody in the show, because this is going to be one of the hottest shows of the week. And I'm like, really? Then I hear from another agent. If I hear from 3 agents, I need people in that show, even if it's free. Because if all my friends are talking about this show and they're telling me you're missing out, eventually I'm going to cave and do it, and it happens all the time. Because sometimes these designers come out of nowhere and I'm like, who is this person? I've never heard of them. I don't know them. And it's because of 2 things. I'm getting older. I'm tired. I don't have time to look at the magazines like I used to.
Those are the stories you tell yourself. But yes, go on.
I don't have time to look at the magazines like I used to. So sometimes I will miss a designer that's popping and hot. I'm like, I don't know who this person is, but like Sho Kanishi, perfect example. I brought Brandon to his birthday party a couple of weeks ago. This guy is one of the hottest designers in the world right now. 2 years ago, he was selling his clothes on the street with a clothing rack. There is no one he's not designing for now. Lady Gaga, Beyonce, Lizzo, those Bailey twins, or whatever their names are, the 2 black girls, the twins that Beyonce is like under her wing. He is so hot right now. There is not a single magazine he's not in. There is not a single agency that's not talking about him. There's not a single magazine cover he doesn't have stuff on. And I'm like, I knew him a couple of years ago when he was selling his stuff on the street. So I contacted him and he started using my guys for videos. Like instead of doing a lookbook, he would shoot video of the guys putting on his clothes instead of shooting pictures. And he wasn't paying because he didn't have any money. He was still coming up. And I let the boys do it because I knew that this kid was going to hit. The second he hit, I saw Lizzo on the cover of Variety magazine in this silver dress. It's his. I saw Beyonce on her horse for her new album cover. It's his. I saw, all of these things. So I'm like, this is one of the hottest guys in the city right now. So he had a birthday party, and you know me, I don't like to travel in inclement weather. It was 104 degrees. It was in the Bronx. And I said, I'm not going to this thing. But then I thought, Ryan, don't be stupid. This is one of the hottest. And he personally invited me. He goes, I would love it for you to come to my birthday party. So I'm like, God damn it. So I get on the subway, sweating like a crazy person. And I bring Brandon because I'm like, he can benefit from this. There were A-listers everywhere. And I knew that because I know this boy is going to be the hottest new thing. He's 22 years old. He's like the hottest thing since Marc Jacobs started in the 90s. In 5 years, he will be what Marc Jacobs is now.
That's huge. How many of you guys want a lifestyle like this, where this is your day-to-day? Now, Ryan, this was tremendous today. Just so you guys know, how many of you guys love this content? Anybody here feel like they've learned a lot? Let me see, scale 1 to 10. How much have you learned just from, we waited for Ryan, obviously. We had to go through the layers of lasagna because obviously this is very much the diva today. But, I really want to share with you guys, how many of you would love to have access to this type of network? What would you do with these connections? Anybody? The answer is anything you freaking want. Do you understand that? Having access to these tremendous people, having an agent. But Ryan, I thank you. You are amazing. And I know we have a lot of people on here that are interested in doing Fashion Week. This conversation with you, I can tell you there's so many people on here, Ryan. You're speaking the truth. How many of you guys have been to horrible websites in the past, paid for photos, thought you were walking Fashion Week, and you're like, no, I was doing it all wrong. Thank you for setting us straight, Ryan.
And it could take a couple of seasons before you're ready for Fashion Week. People are so obsessed with fashion shows, and it's like there are 1 million other things you could be doing as a model. So don't get obsessed with Fashion Week and think that's the only thing you could be doing. There are other things you could be doing that will lead to Fashion Week, like Linda Evangelista, who started as a super, super duper commercial print model and waited her turn. And she became one of the most iconic runway models in fashion history because she waited. She didn't come to New York and be like, I need to do fashion shows. She did whatever job was given to her, waited her turn, got seen by the right photographer, and then someone said, you know what, this girl's been sitting on the sidelines, she should be doing shows. Made her a star. So not everything is about shows. You just gotta wait sometimes, and sometimes it could take a season or 2 or 3 before your turn comes.
All right, guys. So just to close out Ryan Colby's section, for anybody here that has scheduled an appointment, I will be asking for you to stand up in the interview. I'm going to ask you to walk. I'm going to need to see your face. I'm going to need to hear your measurements. I also need to know, can you get to New York City? Again, you would be out there for, X amount of days. How many of you guys are really serious about doing Fashion Week? Anybody? Triana, Montoya, some of you? Okay. Ryan, we've got a lot of great candidates here. I'm really excited for you to, obviously we can't meet them all today. We also have a very special guest that has just joined us. But I thank you for your candor and your wisdom. And your downright bitchiness was beyond refreshing today. So I thank you for that. Your skin, of course, looks flawless. We cannot wait to see you. Where are we going next? Hollywood?
I didn't do anything today. I was gonna, but I ran out of time.
Great, Ryan. The skin is
ran
flawless.
out of time.
You did amazing, Ryan Colby. Thank you so much.
Round of applause, guys. Can I shadow you, Ryan? You could, Don, when you come to the next photo shoot, you could follow Ryan around all day. He'll have you closing the blinds and getting him water, and it will be great.
That sun was killing me.
It's okay, Ryan.
Awesome.
Okay.
Well, thank you so much, Ryan, for sharing everything. It's amazing. Thank you. And
Okay.
just to reiterate what Alicia said, how awesome would it be to have Ryan Colby as your network and the amazing contacts that he has? Can you say life change? Would that be life changing or life changing?
I think a lot of people, Deneen, were under the impression that anybody could do Fashion Week, that they could apply, and that's not the case. You need an agent to submit you. And then from there, it's all digital. And then if they like you, then you have to be in New York City to go to those go-sees. You have to be in New York City for the fittings, for the prep. I mean, there's a lot that goes involved. And the pay isn't extraordinary, but you do it for the press. You do it
For other
your-
reasons that come in
Yeah,
the
for other
future.
reasons. It's not always
But my
about the
food's
money
here.
side.
Gotta go.
Bye.
Colby. Food first. Bye. Thank you.
Bye. Never gets old. Did we warn you or did we warn you?
Thanks,
I mean,
Mr.
he's a fashion icon. Not only does he own Colby Models, which books worldwide, both high fashion. I mean, they do everything. Plus also TV and film. We have so many tremendous castings. We are investors in Colby Models, so we are part owners of that, which is always so exciting. So for those of you that are part of Truth, represent any casting that Ryan's working on. Again, sometimes he needs people and we're like, yeah, he has access to the database and he can find you and submit you out for anything he's working on. So for those of you that are, you know, in desperate need of an agent or manager, because it's time for you to get real castings, you're in the right place. I see Deneen came and went. How many of you guys thought that was very refreshing listening to Ryan? Anybody here feel like they totally did a reset from what they thought was the right path? How many of you guys, I call it the come to Jesus meeting. How many of you guys literally had an intervention with yourself going, what was I doing this whole time? I was doing it completely wrong. Anybody feel that way? Or were you all completely on the right path and I can join you for your next Zoom call? Anybody, right? Okay. Tremendous value. Hi, Bill Walsh. You want me to unmute Bill Walsh? Wait, you're on mute. How did
There
you
we
get
go.
on
I'm
mute?
I'm unmuted now.
Hi, sir.
What's going on over there? Hello, everybody.
We've only been talking about you all weekend.
Oh, wow. So crazy. What perfect timing then. I'm glad I could jump on. I literally just stepped out of the pool. We're in 106-degree Las Vegas. So it's perfect timing.
Well, I did not get to go over your accolades. Deneen, do you want to go over it? Or do you want Bill just to talk? You're on mute. How are you on mute still?
I'm not muted. I'm not
Oh.
muted. You can hear me. I'm here. Well, unfortunately, I don't have all of your accolades written in front of me, but Bill Walsh is one of the top coaches, business coaches in the world. He is one of our mentors. We work very closely with him. Actually, he's given Michael the opportunity.
Power Team
Michael-
International.
Yes, Power Team International. He is the author of the best-selling book, The Obvious. He was just at a movie premiere, The World's Greatest Coach in Tampa. He had a guest that had a cameo appearance in that movie, which was absolutely amazing. I'm still sad I wasn't able to be there because we were in Atlanta at that time. But we are really
You
excited
had your
for you
own big
guys.
event going on.
Yeah, we had a big event going on. He's also the creator of Rainmaker. Tina Harding, who's one of our Inner Circle members, is a part of that as well with us. What? Oh, yes, and he is also a knight. So instead of calling him Bill
Bill.
Walsh, his name is Sir William. Bill, thank you so much for being here. We're really excited to have you here. It was amazing to have you at our Atlanta event as well.
Anything you guys have going on, I'm always glad to be a part of it. And I thought that Colby was amazing as always. He's just a superstar, and it was great to have him do my makeup for my photo shoot down there in Atlanta. So what an honor it is to spend time with that individual, because he doesn't just know his stuff, he owns it. And I think you can tell just the way he speaks and carries it, that he's lived what he's sharing with you guys. And when you can get around people that live what they talk about, it's a lot better than people just talk about what they talk about, like night and day.
So I know you had your photos taken in Atlanta as well. What was it like working with the photographer that you worked with? His name is Eduardo Furman. He literally shot some of the biggest models and actors in the world. What was it like for you to do that? I mean, I know you've had a lot of amazing experiences.
But I felt humble. I thought it was really neat because they were such professionals. They made it so simple. You know, the makeup was done in 5 minutes, and I was in the photo shoot for another, it seemed like only 5 minutes, but I'm sure maybe longer than that, but it was quick. And the photos came out amazing. I mean, you're talking about world-class work that you'd pay thousands of dollars for or more to have someone do that was done in one weekend. All is part of the VIP Ignite weekend. So it was fabulous. And everyone that I've talked to said, how did I get that? How did you get that done? Where'd you get it done at? I'm like, I'll get you a link. Just relax. They're having an event in Hollywood now. I'll get you all the details. You can go out there and be a part of this tribe because this is a fabulous community.
For sure. And we even had the head stunt coordinator from The Walking Dead there working with all of our talent. And it was great because even if you're an entrepreneur, we have so many people with our new speakers bureau that came out, and it's great dinner conversation to say, yeah, I got kicked in the butt by one of the head stunt coordinators from The Walking Dead. How many of you guys would love that? Right? Add that to your resume. So fun. So Bill, what are you working on next?
Let's see. We're launching something brand new called the Speakers Theater. So we're going to have, for the first time ever, launch this week, where literally anyone can come on. They can be an actor, a comedian, a speaker, an author, a coach, or trainer, and they get on and talk for just 30 seconds. And in that 30 seconds, what's your name? What are you looking for? So it's something really fun to give people 30-second spots, and you just keep typing it in, and more people can find you through the chat. So that's one of the newest things that we're launching, which we believe worldwide will help more people. As you know, we run 300 live events a year. They never stop. We do our business course, Rainmaker, our speakers programs, and our really big masterminds. But at the end of the day, I believe what most people need is exposure. Most people have great stories, great this, great that, but they wind up being the best kept story that no one ever hears about. And I thought it'd be fun today to give everyone listening today just a few tips on networking. I think is that what you want me to talk about today?
Yeah, that would be amazing.
And I would tell you guys too, at whatever dates they offer for the program, whether it's part of Inner Circle or part of being one of the weekend events, guys, if you're listening today, do whatever you got to do. You got to sell your car. You got to get a new credit card. You figure out a way to be there, not just for the learning you're going to get, but for the network that you're attached to. And that's one of the greatest things. When I was there, I attend more events than probably anybody on this broadcast. I'm sure I spend well over $100,000 a year plus just on my education. I never stop investing in events. I'm forever a student. But when you can be around a tribe like this, that is all about vibing and helping other people create more success, and they do it from such a passion, purpose place that you really feel the heart center of this network. And if that's a network that you like to be a part of, whatever you got to do when they give out the dates, I would highly recommend you be a part of that. And if you can get a chance to get invited to the Inner Circle group, take the invitation, schedule a call, see if they can help you at a much larger level over the next couple of years to take your career to the next level, because they don't just deliver, they over deliver. And I've watched it firsthand. And like I said, I started out in venture funding and as a trader 25, 30 years ago, did turnarounds for a decade. We teamed up with GoDaddy and Franklin Covey back in 2002. We launched a business in a box product called Successfolio, began to sell it all over the world, launched our incubator courses in 2005 and masterminds, and now we're opening up meta stores. So we're very committed to the entrepreneurs around the world to help them create more success. But when I had a chance to meet Michael through Savan and Phyllis, and had a chance to spend time with Deneen and Alicia, you are not going to find a better team than the group you've got here. So whatever you've been doing, if it hasn't got you to where you're supposed to be, I always highly recommend you get around people that live it. Because one thing I do know for a fact, you don't know something till you live it. But boy, once you live it, nobody can take it away. So one of the things that I realized many, many years ago, when I first launched our product called Successfolio, this is back in 2002, and I was short about $1 million for a marketing budget. And one of the greatest things I invested in the 10 years before was I invested in great relationships. And I would tell you guys that today, if you could just write this down, I'll even drop it in the chat box for you. That's how important this stuff is, right? Is that one of the greatest investments you're ever going to make is to invest. My eyes are tired, but that's okay. Is really to invest in great relationships. And what I'll tell you about that, it means you've got to put yourself in the right room. So I would ask you to take out a pad of paper or something, and I'll kind of draw this out for you, but I would have you break it down to something so simple as it looks like this, right? And I share this with you because I believe that many times when something is visual, many times we get it better. Does that make sense? So if you took the next year and you broke it down into 4 quarters, just like this, a simple sheet of paper, just 4 quarters. So the next 90 days, next 90 days, next 90 days, right? And as you looked at that, I would highly recommend you begin to build your event calendar now. That who do you need to be with over the next year and where to make it one of your best years ever? And it could be a networking event on Thursday. It could be the, you just talked about Fashion Week going on, right? Maybe it's a smaller Fashion Week. Maybe it's, you're going to be at Sundance, but you begin to put all your life stuff first, your family stuff first, your fun stuff first. So it's always family, faith, and fun. And then you rock the business world side of it. You begin to figure out, ask them, what are the dates for VIP Ignite for the year? I want to get them on my calendar now. Because what I've learned over 30 years of helping business owners, it's either you schedule your success or you've already planned your failure. It's either you schedule your success or you've already planned your failure. You just don't know it yet. So when we talk about building this out, what I'm talking about is what events, what charity events do I need to be at? Where do I need to be seen at? Where is it important for me to get in front of the right room with the right people? And you begin to research this. Fashion events, New York, TV events here, this going on there, wherever it's going to be. And you begin to figure out, and I don't ever say this, oh, just go quit your job and live your dreams. I believe you work part-time on your dreams work full-time on you. Work part-time on your dreams work full-time on you. I've been in 5 movies all by accident, only because I was invited to be a part of the movies. I don't know anything about casting calls or all this work that goes into it, but I know it's super tough because I have so many friends in the TV business. My friend is Glenn Morshower. He's been in all the transformation movies. He's done so much. He was in the last, some of the last series of one of the hottest shows on TV, but he's someone that still works at his craft. The secret in this business, which people are not going to tell you, is it's the hard work. The 70 to 80% of the hard work you do behind the scenes, you never get paid for. It's the waking up early. It's the getting to more calls. It's the getting to the network events in Atlanta right now. Atlanta is a hotbed for TV and movie. There's nothing like it. Hollywood is still great. Florida is great, right? But there's more to come. And you've got to figure out right now on a scale of 1 to 10, how committed are you to being in this business? How committed are you to becoming a successful model, a successful TV person, a brand ambassador somewhere, right? Believe me when I tell you, there are brand ambassadors today that are making the fortune. People don't realize Judge Judy is now worth over $600 million. The guy that runs that TV show Ridiculousness on MTV, north of ownership over $500 million. These aren't little things. These are big things because they paid the price in advance. Well, I'll tell you where they start. They start by scheduling their success. They start by researching which events do I have to be at? Where's Colby going to be at? How can I help out? What has he got going on that I can be a part of? Can I offer to carry his bags? Can I get lunch? Whatever it takes. Howard Hughes, you ever seen the TV show called Undercover Boss? That's where it started. Howard Hughes was the original undercover boss. When he bought TW Airlines, he went and worked as a baggage handler because he wanted to learn the experience that they went through. I would challenge you guys today to be so committed to learn the experience because all the things that happen behind the scenes give you the best chance to get in front of the camera, give you the best chance to open up the right doors. And when you network, this is critically important. I know most people, they'll give you all these ideas about if you're going to speak, if you're going to be a part of something where you're a speaker, always have a bodyguard, always have a photographer. Have someone there that captures the moment. You can hire them for 2 hours. They wear a black suit. They don't talk at all. A couple people will take some pictures. I don't even care if there's film in the camera as long as the flash is going. Does that make sense? But they're in front of you because the minute you create the buzz, now all of a sudden people know who you are. And it's a simple old thought, no buzz, no business. No buzz, no business. But the greatest way to network when you start to connect with millionaires and billionaires, and I can tell you, I've done crazy videos. You can go online when you finish today, go to YouTube, type in Bill Walsh and Michael Jordan. You'll see a video him and I did together. You got to realize I didn't even know Michael Jordan an hour before the video, other than of course, I knew who he was. But an hour after the video, I was giving my kids tips on playing basketball. So I want you to write this down. Someone put this in the chat that everyone's approachable. Everyone is approachable. Now, the question is, who do you feel you want to connect with? What network do you want to be a part of? Right? I do an event coming up in next month with Damon John and Waka Flocka, 2 very different, diverse groups, right? But Waka is one of the smartest guys you'll know, and he's super connected, not just in the music biz, but also in the TV biz. We launched a new energy drink that I invested in, and we teamed up, had the activation at Rick Ross's house. Why? Because who do you think Rick Ross knows? He knows everybody. We sponsored the Black Entertainment Awards. Why? Because once again, we knew for a fact the right people were in the room. So do everything you can starting today to put yourself in the right room. And learn to ask some really great questions. Never talk about yourself. The whole conversation is always about them. Always give them a compliment. The simple way to connect with millionaires and billionaires and the most successful people on the planet is always, once again, pay a compliment, ask them what they're working on. What projects are you working on that you're most excited about today? I don't care if they're a producer. I don't care if they're a radio, TV, billionaire. Successful people like to talk about themselves. So you let them talk. And while they're talking, all you're doing is you learn a process called LLP. You listen, you learn, you process. And by doing that, they're going to give you lots of insights as to how you can help them, how you can add value to their life and expect nothing in return. I teamed up one of the greatest authors of all time. His name is Mark Victor Hansen. He wrote a book called Chicken Soup for the Soul. I think they've sold 500 million copies. But because of that added value that I gave, asked for nothing in return, 15 years later, we become the best friends ever. He's spoken at so many of our conferences because you've got to always invest in them, because they're successful people are tired of people saying, what can I get? When I changed my conversation to, here's what I got and here's what I want, which didn't work at all. It failed miserably because once again, your ego gets in the way. To the new me, this is 20 some years ago, I said, here's who I am and here's how I can serve. And it began to open doors like crazy. And sure enough, when you can open that door and you can add value to their life somehow, serving, giving back, making a difference, help them market, maybe put a post on social media, whatever it is, then the whole story changes, because now they know you're coming from a place of service, not a place of what can I get. And of course, the last comment in the conversation, if you add enough value, I always ask them, what's the best way to communicate with you directly? Use that language exactly. What is the best way to communicate with you directly? Now, if they kind of brush you off to hit me on Twitter, hit me on Instagram, then whatever you offered might not have been enough value at that point, but it's okay. At least it opened the door. And whatever you offer, deliver it. Deliver it within the 24 hours. I got a friend that has a radio show. I got a friend that has a podcast. As long as it doesn't involve you trying to sell any one of your services or even talk about your services. Because I'm going to give you the upfront truth. People don't give a shit about you. They don't care about you. They don't care about your success. They want to get to know you, the person. They want to feel that you're someone that's coming from a true place of service and value. And once they feel that, it's a game changer. And so once they come back and ask you, well, tell me your name. What is it you do? The minute you've got to that point, let me tell you what, they're all in. Now it's just your job to follow up and follow through, follow up and follow through. But when you go to these networking events, please write this down. Never go alone. I will give you a simple networking challenge that works every time. The networking challenge is always go with you plus two. Find two people to go with that you know can communicate well, they present themselves well. I don't care what business, they can be in a different business, it doesn't matter. But the networking challenge to really understand how to get the most value from any event you ever attend is you always walk in with a tribe. It's always you plus two. And the networking challenge is to not talk about you at all. The networking challenge is to talk about your friends. Tell people how great your friend is that does this and this, and you bring them right over to meet that person. And their job is to do the same for you. Their job is to talk you up. Their job is to edify you. This person's a great person. They're about giving back. They're into family. They're committed to their craft. They're great at this. This will be a great person. If you're doing a show, you want to have this person on your show, because the minute you talk about yourself, they don't even hear it anymore. But the minute someone else talks about you, it's a game changer. And all your job is in that night is to get 10 connections for somebody else that's with you. Their job is to get 10 connections. But now the connections you're getting are edified connections. They're connections where now you're the person that walks on water. You're the person they have to talk to. Because if you're doing the same conversation about yourself, they tune out. But when you talk about somebody else, it gives you more power in any room. It's a simple networking challenge. It's super fun, but you've got to get yourself to network once a week. Once a week, you're on a Zoom. Once a week, you're at a live event. You're somewhere. Now, if you can speak, that's even a bigger bonus. If you can speak, then it's give out good content, give them opt-in for a gift. But if you get a chance to network, take that networking challenge to people. Always dress in how you are the most comfortable person ever. Be yourself. You don't got to fake it till you make it. That's all bullshit. You earn while you learn. You earn while you learn. and people have way more respect for you as well. So I just wanted to give you guys a few little tips on, and I've networked with the best. I've lectured at the UN. I've lectured at Harvard. I've spoken to more than 30 countries. I've given more than 5,000 presentations on how to grow a business. What you're working on here, I leave all this expertise to the VIP Ignite team because this is what they're great at. But I do know, and I really do understand that the quality of your communication will dictate the quality of your life, your bank account, and all your relationships. And I hope this is really helpful for you guys. Anything I can do for the VIP Ignite team, they know I'm all in. I love these guys. They're doing great work. They're helping so many people. And literally at the weekend events, they are tireless. They work round the clock to make sure you're having the greatest experience ever. So if there's a way to get a ticket, if it's got to be financed, or you've got to get, PayPal now has financing too. They do personal financing in 20 minutes up to $15,000. So there's lots of options out there to make sure you get this stuff done, or just talk to the team. But I would figure out how to be in Hollywood. Whatever it takes to be there, you got to move mountains, then move it. You got to do fun busting, then do it. Because you know what it really comes down to? On a scale of 1 to 10, if this is a 10 for you, you'll be there. Anything else you guys want me to cover? Is that enough for now?
No. If your excuses outweigh your dreams, then we got a big problem.
That's
for
right.
sure. And this is Bill Walsh, guys. This is that $997 ticket right here. There he is. Maybe we'll replace it with your new headshot.
There you go. I like it. I like it.
But just so you guys know, this $997 ticket is coming as a bonus in the package that we just offered everybody.
That's a huge deal.
Huge deal.
That's
So
an
we'll
awesome
either
deal.
see you in Vegas or Chicago.
Yeah, Vegas is going to be great. We have a big party at Mandalay, and then there are 2 days of internet marketing. I mean, if you ever want to connect with some of the most amazing people in the country and the planet, you're going to love it there. That's for sure.
Your network is your net worth.
Now, if Bill added tremendous value, type a 1 or a 1 in the comments. And how many of you would love the opportunity to actually get to work with him at the Ultimate Wealth Camp? Honestly, like how life transformational will that be for you? I know when we went to the Ultimate Wealth Camp, like we told you guys, we met Joseph James there. We met JJ at Icon, and also in Las Vegas.
Yeah, JJ came through our Rainmaker a year and a half ago. His life has never been the same.
Yeah, like he told us the story of like how he actually got to Rainmaker too. Like
Right.
talk about putting everything on the line to get to a life-changing event. So guys, Bill, thank you so much from the
Yeah,
bottom
guys,
of
I
my
got to
heart for
run.
jumping
Great
on.
job, everybody. Look forward to
Love
seeing you
you.
guys soon.
Forward to
Love
seeing
you
you.
guys.
Thank you,
Thanks again. Have a
Sarah.
great weekend.
You too, Bill. Thank you.
Bye now.
Bye.
You
Guys,
make the better. He makes me want to cry.
I know. Like how you guys got to hear from our mentor. Like literally for any of you that were in Atlanta, like Mike and I left Atlanta to go spend 1 day with Bill. We had the opportunity to spend a day
In
with him.
Chicago.
Yeah, Chicago. Sorry. I don't remember where I am.
Denise's on a worldwide tour.
I'm on a
But-
tour. But yeah, so guys, this is amazing. Like we literally our closer was our mentor. So I hope that you guys understand just how much that means to us. That he literally he was like, hey, can
He
I get
came
on and just say
on.
hi to everyone? Like literally. It was it's so
He works with the biggest names. He just bought
Yeah.
a sports team with Tony Robbins and Shania Twain. I mean,
Yeah.
he's on a whole nother level, guys. I don't think you really understand. And one thing that Bill always says is your dreams are too big to play small. For those of you that really want to do this, we can't want this more than you do. Make sure if you're showing up for the interview that you're ready to go. Don't do this half-ass. Does that make sense?
Yep.
We want to make sure you're all in.
And before you guys go, I just dropped the link again. How many of you have scheduled? Does anyone have any questions that will help you to schedule? Because we want to work with you. You just saw the level of people that are our mentors. Like we had the opportunity to, and when I say this, I laugh because sometimes I just look at my life and I laugh. But we had the opportunity to meet one of the Hall of Fame NFL players. And then we got invited to go to his birthday party. Like literally, here.
And we brought the inner circle out to dinner with
Yes.
us.
We did. And
I
hold
have
on,
pictures. Hold on. Oh,
Hold
here.
and this is me at his birthday party.
So we saw him in Atlanta, and then Bill came out to the event, and then the next day you guys went to Chicago and went to his birthday party.
Yeah, we got invited to his birthday party. So,
And one thing that Bill Walsh just started with Lee Steinberg. Lee Steinberg is a sports agent. For those of you guys that have ever seen the movie Jerry Maguire, that movie was based on Lee Steinberg. That's one of Bill Walsh's new partners. Lee Steinberg, are you guys ready? Signed Patrick Mahomes, $475 million sports contract. He also managed Troy Aikman. That's the level. So, you know, we joke around a little bit about like Thomas Waits is good friends with John Carpenter, Halloween movies. You know, we have some of the cast of The Walking Dead and High School Musical that are part of our company. Now we can't even watch the Super Bowl without knowing how connected we are.
I know.
You guys, how many of you guys want that type of life? So we're going to take you out of your world and implant you into ours. We're just going to parachute. For those of you guys going through the interview process tomorrow, guess when you start? Tomorrow you're going to have access to all of the past coachings. I mean, you're going to have access to the vault, guys. That's 400 hours. So don't just watch Netflix. Let's actually get on Netflix, please.
Yeah. Okay. And also in 2 weeks, we're going to have our stage to screen weekend as well. Alyssa, what you do is literally, I'm going to put the link in here again. You click on this link and then you schedule. That's how you schedule your interview. All right. Does anyone else have any questions? You're welcome. Who's ready for some challenges? Are you guys ready for some challenges? If you're ready for a challenge, type challenge in the comments. Yeah. Okay. So the first challenge is this. So how many of you joined the new group, Unleash the Celebrity within you? If you did, type unleash in the comments. Unleash. Okay. I know that group blew up so fast. And when you guys were listening to Ryan Colby, I did the welcome video for it. And I saw some of you on the welcome video when you should have been listening to Ryan Colby. I see everything. I don't know if you guys know this or not. But okay, so if you're a part of the new group, here's your first challenge. Your first challenge is this. On a scale of 1 to 10, how life-changing was this weekend? Type it in the comments. Very. 10 billion. Thank you for the people that are saying more than 10, because you know that's a low scale. But this is what I want you guys to do. So if you got tremendous value out of this weekend, what I'm going to ask you to do as your challenge is this. I want you to go into that new group that you joined, and I want you to leave your biggest takeaway. We want to share it with the speakers. And the reason we have you putting this into the new group is because now that's what everyone's going to see when they get in. That's what the speakers are going to see. Okay. How do you get into the new group? Are you ready? I'm going to go over this one more time. Are you ready? How about I even tell?
The people in the back need to hear Deneen.
For the people in the back, this is what you do. You're going to text the word. You're going to text VIP Ignite 2. Ready? 2 6 7 8 6. All right. Text VIP Ignite to 26786, and that's how you get in the new group. And then after you get into that new group, I will let you in. I've been letting people. I see who my slow people are here. I see. I'm not going to call you guys out. There's only one person that has an excuse because she's international, but I just approved all of you. Congratulations. Am I also getting my special present? Everyone will get their special present if you texted that. Laura, we talked about that yesterday, so you will get a special present. But I don't know if you realize this or not, but we kind of have been hosting a 2-day event for the last 16 hours. So I apologize that I didn't hand deliver your present yet, but you will get, we did promise you a special present, so you will get it. Okay. So what you're going to do is you're going to text VIP Ignite to 26786. Okay. And what we're going to do is everyone who does this, Mike is literally like scrolling on his phone. Like he's like, holy crap, look at all these people that have texted this. Then what we're going to do is we're actually going to email you all of you also a special present. But what I want you guys to do is if you've got tremendous value out of this weekend, no, there's no hashtag for this challenge. This is just, or how, you know what? VIP is awesome. How about that? The hashtag is going to be VIP is awesome. Ready? I'll just VIP is awesome. There's your hashtag. All right. Hashtag VIP is awesome. So what I want you guys to do is go into that new group and just do your give us your biggest takeaways. Like, what was your transformation? Because I promised you at the beginning of the day yesterday that if you came and you played full out for the whole weekend, that you would be a different person. So how many of you feel like a different person now? How many of you feel like, okay, you know what? I know so much more about the industry than I did when I got started yesterday. I have so much more confidence. I haven't even started really working with Alicia, Mike, Deneen, Ryan, but I have so much more confidence. How many of you feel more competent? How many of you now know that when you see a casting for a movie on Facebook, you're going to be like, yeah, no, bad tacos. I know better. Deneen taught me.
No Fashion Week castings.
No Fashion Week
There's
casting.
no open calls for Fashion Week. Sorry,
No.
guys.
No, because we we promised you that we were going to give you the truth. And that's what we did. So guys, this has been an absolutely amazing weekend. I can't wait to interview so many of you over the course of the next couple of days. It's going to be awesome. Today is the first day in your journey. And I can tell you that life will never be the same again.
I feel
Say
like
that
you
with
need to
me.
play that song, Deneen. Live.
Oh wait, hold on. Hold on. Keep talking. I might just be able to do that. Give me 1 second.
Guys, does anybody else have any other questions? How many of you guys have not scheduled yet? Let me see. Let's take a poll very quickly. If you scheduled, type scheduled. If not, type not yet. Let me see very quickly. Scheduled. I can't even talk. It's been 16 hours. Bill Walsh got on. I'm like, Sherry, why haven't you scheduled yet? When we hang up, the link goes down. You have the link. Who else? My phone keeps crashing.
Okay, Alicia, you asked. I can deliver. Are you ready?
Oh, yes.
Okay, ready? The reason whenever we're on a Tony Robbins event, I know Mike talked a lot about Tony Robbins. They played this song, and every time I hear this song, like, so ready? Here we go. Are you guys ready? Can you hear?
No.
What? You can't hear it? It was playing into the microphone.
No. Could you guys hear it?
Well,
No.
that was very odd.
I heard a little bit when you were hanging it up.
Huh.
Try it again.
Hold on. Well, that was a select a microphone. No?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's your theme song, guys? Think about that. What is that song that before you go into an audition, before you get on your Zoom, what is your theme song? I'll find mine real quick, just for shits and giggles. Guys, any other questions before we go tonight? I mean, this has been fun. Any other questions? Damn commercials. All right, here we go. Another commercial.
Oh my gosh.
Who else has questions?
Big time. That's awesome. All right. All right, guys. This has been an absolutely amazing weekend. Alicia, why don't we do this? Why don't we post? There we go.
Do you guys know the song Tears for Fear? Everybody wants to rule the world.
That's awesome. All right.
Welcome to your life. There's no turning back.
All right,
you guys got this.
This has been an amazing weekend. I'll drop the link one more time. This is literally your last chance to schedule. Cannot wait to meet so many of you on our interviews this week. Also, you will get a call from yours truly confirming your appointment. It's an 856 number. So when I call, please answer.
Scare the shit out of her. Just wake up and go, hi, Deneen. It will scare her so bad.
I will be very scared.
Everybody write down 856. Just go, hi, Deneen.
And it'll say
Gonna
Michael
love it.
Fomkin when I call if I'm not already in your phone. So
I
All
do
right,
want to go
guys.
over this one more time, just in case anybody else has any other questions, just so we can marinate. Can I do that very fast?
Very quickly, yes.
Okay, let's do it. 4-look photo shoot in St. Petersburg, Florida. You're gonna get professional headshots as well, which again, we typically retail that for $9.97 by itself. You're also gonna get celebrity stylists on location. Let me ask you guys a question. If I just gave you a professional photographer, how many of you think that you could dress appropriately, do your own hair and makeup, or would you rather have a celebrity stylist working with you? Literally, because these photos are about one thing, money. Do you understand that? These are photos that the casting directors want to see, not what you want to see, which is why when you work with photographers, they have to be industry standards. You're also going to get representation with Truth Management. What? Represent. Maybe then you'll get a t-shirt. You'll get access to the vault. It's over 400 hours of past trainings, whether it's modeling, voiceover, comedy, screenwriting, producing, being an agent. You guys are literally, we have actors from hit TV shows, from the Goldbergs, High School Musical, The Walking Dead. You're going to have 400 hours of past trainings. In 2 weeks, we're going to do stage to screen virtual weekend. We're going to go over table read secrets. For those of you that want to be actors, if you ever watched a TV show, How I Met Your Mother, any TV show, Ozark, there's always a table read. You need to be in the know now about how this business works. You're going to learn from pilot to series. Release date for the training is coming. It's in 2 weeks. Auditioning for pilot, the 12-page monologue, camera auditions, on-camera auditions, self-tape workshops. Just so you guys know, if you want to be an actor and you don't know how to do a self-tape, you're shit out of luck. You have to know how to do a self-tape. So again, we're going to be doing all of that on the virtual weekend. It's in 2 weeks. You're also going to get the bonus. You're going to get to go to the Ultimate Wealth Camp. This is you can literally go right now. It's $997. Put in your credit card and buy this, or you can come as our guest because we're giving that to you as a bonus. You can you want to go to Las Vegas or Chicago. We'll obviously be at both. And you're going to get that special agency meet and greet. That's all going to be virtual. As Michael said, local, domestic, United States. And also we work with clients internationally. And then you're also going to get that big mastermind when you are in St. Petersburg at Forbes Riley's studio. We're going to be at a multi-million-dollar studio. You guys are going to learn everything that you need to learn from Forbes Riley herself, Michael Fomkin, Danae White, Alicia Kabak, the diva himself, Ryan Colby will be in attendance, and a special celebrity guest. If you don't have haters, you will by the time we're done with you, because your friends are going to go, how the hell did you do all this? Wait, let me get this straight. You wanted to be a model or an actor. You are already working with the former art director of Vogue. You're working with a celebrity photographer, celebrity stylist, getting your hair and makeup done. Your photos are amazing. You now have representation. You have access to some of the biggest agents in the world. Not to mention, does anybody here on their phone have a multi-millionaire that they can just pick up the phone and call, or a billionaire? Forbes is one of my first billionaires to add to my phone, which I'm very excited about. But we're even going to be going over Reels and TikToks and everything. So for those of you guys that are really serious, you can't afford not to do this. I don't even want to hear I'm broke, I can't figure it out. Figure it out. I don't care what you do. You'll figure it out. If your interview is tomorrow,
that Mike gave you,
yeah,
and start a side hustle tonight.
Okay. If you guys are really serious, you'll figure it out. For those of you that just keep making excuses about your life, then you're not who we want to work with. For those of you that possibly want to get considered for Fashion Week, there are certain qualifications. Just because you're here and you have a pulse does not mean you qualify. Make sense? We're going to be talking to you individually. We have to know that you can get to New York. We have to know your schedule. And remember this, when you're going out on castings, you must be financially stable. Do you understand that? Just because you go on castings, just because you go for fittings, you're not getting paid until you do the job. So we have to make sure that you are a good candidate, that you're not going to be starving at the end of the month, that you're, not going to get kicked out of homes. And we have to make sure that your kids can eat. So at the time of the interview, we're going to ask you questions. Do you work? Do you go to school? What's your day-to-day like? What does your family think about you getting into this industry? If everybody is against us, I have to know, if you're over the age of 18 and you could fight for your country, you better fight for your dreams. Does that make sense? I don't mind helping anybody with the payment plan. I'll tell you what, when Mike and I first started this business, we ate ramen noodles. We got foot-long Subways. We cut them into quarters. How many of you guys have ever done that? Loaded extra vegetables. Literally, you do what you have to do, whether it's making, coffee at home, bringing your lunch every day, not going out to eat, cutting back all your subscriptions to Netflix, HBO, Disney. Cut back things that are erroneous. If you want to do this, buckle down. Get shit done. This is your future. Do you understand? This is something that is going to change your life. If you are not serious, don't schedule it. Financially, you can't afford $1,997, even on a payment plan. I don't know how to help you. I certainly can't let you go and network with millionaires or nevertheless billionaires. Never mistake generosity as a sign of weakness. So if you guys are really serious, you can go join every website. We already know you can't get real castings if that's what you want to do. Go on with your bad self. For those of you that want to keep just getting photos done, that's cute. That's what amateurs do. Unless you have a real agent or casting director looking at them, you're preaching to the choir. You're going to get results because you're only going to be working with top people. That is it. Your network is equal to your net worth. As a company, we have 6 Tony Awards. We have 3 movies. We work with some of the biggest names in the industry. Colby Models, we own Colby Models with Ryan Colby. We own Truth Management. Bill Walsh is our partner. We work with Tony Robbins. We work with some of the biggest names in the industry. If you're serious about doing this, you're gonna believe in yourself. You're gonna literally go all in, jump off a bridge and build a plane on the way down. So any other questions? We're gonna love you and we're gonna love you hard. Just so you guys know, this is family. Zandra, you know this. Diamond Benford, you know this. Anybody that knows us, I may scare the shit out of you, but we get business done. It's the only way to do it. I always like to think if I pick everybody, I'm a scam, but if I tell you no, I'm a bitch. Long live the bitch. I'm always going to stand up for my company. Nobody wants to work with a company where anybody can join. This isn't Netflix. We're going to be very selective about who we pick. We only have 45 spots. That's it. So win us over. It's like Shark Tank. Win us over. Because essentially we're investing in you just as much as you're investing in yourself. This is a $21,000 program. Do you guys understand this? All you're paying is $1,997. Any other questions before we go? It's been fun. I have an almost 2-year-old at my door. Any other questions? Guys, your family will thank you for taking this chance on yourself. If you're happy with your life, if you're happy with, getting paychecks every week and knowing exactly what you're making, then that's cool. This is about going big.
And I want to thank each and every one of you for showing up and playing full out. I want to thank those of you that already posted your biggest takeaways in the new group. Kudos to you. Guys, this has been absolutely amazing. I am so proud of each and every one of you for showing up and playing full out. Life will never be the same again. And I cannot wait to talk to so many of you this week. Have a great night, everyone. Bye.
And for those of you guys still interested in Inner Circle, we will talk about this tomorrow or whatever day you schedule, and we'll break it down for you. Deneen, I want to thank you for being an excellent host. Thank you, Mr. Michael Fomkin. Your wisdom is always beyond. So that's it. Have a good night, guys.
Thank you.
They did it.
You did it.
We
Everyone
made it to the end. 1, 2, 3, break.
I am a fearless rebel. All right,
Let me see the back of your shirt, Deneen. You are a fearless rebel.
Next time I'll wear my Do What Mike Says shirt. All right, guys. Have a great night. Thank you so much. I will see you in the Facebook group. I'll see you on your interviews. Have a great night. It's been
Bye, everybody.
amazing.
Good night.
Bye, guys.
Bye, Robin. Bye, Emily. Akira. Oh, baby. Hi, Christina. Christina, the lipstick is getting lighter. Hi, Renee. One day Renee's gonna come out to the live event. We know you couldn't come to the last one. Classy Mike Trash, always a pleasure. Sherry Antoine, looking good. All
You
right.
guys are amazing. All right. I have to go eat dinner. Have an amazing night. Bye, guys.
Bye. Bye, Debbie. I can't wait for you guys to
Bye.
meet Debbie Davis. All right.
All right.
Bye, guys.
Bye, guys.